Chapter 366. Sullen's Mageweth inscription was like a magic scroll, but it was more convenient than a magic scroll. After he mastered the rune inscription technology, the effect of these spells would be stronger. And the application of this technology was not only for inscribing on the body, but it was also useful for making magic props and arranging runic arrays. It could be said that the rune inscription technology was also very advanced in the era of the Arcane Empire. Only a few great arcanists had mastered it, and more arcanists had only learned the Mageweth inscription technology. Another important use of the rune inscription technology was to make tower spirits. Now the tower spirits made by the wizards were using arcane marks, which was used in the early days of the Arcane Empire. When the Arcane Empire raised the super floating city that could house 300,000 people, the tower spirits' computing and processing ability could not keep up. At this time, the great arcanists used the rune inscription technology to create new tower spirits. If the effect of upgrading the tower spirit technology had to be described, it was almost equivalent to upgrading the CPU of the computer mainframe from the original 80486 to the Pentium 1, and then to the i5 and i7. The current tower spirit technology was basically equivalent to the Pentium 4, which was developed from the early tower spirit technology of the Arcane Empire. The technology was also advanced, but it was not as good as the tower spirit technology used in the super floating city of the Arcane Empire. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the number of super floating cities was also very rare. This level of tower spirit was basically an i7 6-core, 12-thread processor. The tower spirit that Sulin reactivated in the Secret Realm belonged to the early tower spirit technology of the Arcane Empire. After all, managing a Secret Realm did not require a high-end tower spirit. Of course, another reason was that the cost of this level of tower spirit technology was too high. After inscribing the runes on his body, Sulin got up from the experiment table. To be honest, under the general situation of inscribing the Mageweth on the body, women had more advantages. After all, they had more flesh on their bodies, which was incomparable. Shaking the pendulum clock, Sulin made 2 poses in front of the mirror. Who is this handsome guy? After admiring himself in the mirror for a while, Sulin put on his clothes. Leaving the laboratory and seeing the sun again, Sulin stretched out with great enjoyment. During this period of inscribing the Mageweth day and night, he stayed in the laboratory for several days. The concentration of elements in the Secret Realm was very high, and the Mageweth on Sullin's body was quickly replenished with energy. Sulin closed the door of the laboratory and left. When his figure appeared in the living area, the cheerful figure of the Harpy Queen Alex appeared in front of him. "Sulin, you're finally out." Alex's tall and slender figure circled in the air before landing beside him. What's the result? Perhaps because they understood the relationship between Sulin and Alex, the elite Harpies were no longer as wary of Sulin as before. Harpies were grade 2 creatures. In fact, they were not stronger than the leader of the Harpies. Apart from some differences in appearance, there was a difference in intelligence. The Harpies would no longer be driven by their instincts to capture other males for mating. At this stage, they would also be able to distinguish the appearance and strength of males. More importantly, the Harpies had evolved into a new species through bloodline evolution. The children they gave birth to would no longer be Harpies. This was also why the Harpies were also known as the Winged People. "Look, my tribe has a few more children." Alex pointed at the Harpies and said with a smile, "It won't be long before the Harpies become the Winged People tribe." Sulin was very happy about the increase in the Winged People. To put it simply, there were more workers to exploit. Thinking of this, Sulin smiled. He raised his hand and greeted the Winged People in front of him. "Hi. Hello." However, something awkward happened. The Winged People did not respond to Sullin's greeting. Well, they only obeyed their queen. Furthermore, the Winged People were a matriarchal society. In their eyes, Sulin was just the queen's consort, although they did not know that Sulin would let their queen carry him on her back at night and call him daddy. "Oh, right." Sulin seemed to have remembered something. "I brought back a gift for you." An exquisitely crafted gold and gemstone crown appeared in his hand. "It's so beautiful." Alex let out a cry of surprise, and then couldn't wait to throw herself into Su Luan's arms. She reached out to grab the crown in her hand and kissed Su Luan's face with her delicate red lips. Mwah! It was the kind with sound effects. Thank you, Su Len, Alex said excitedly. Come, I'll put it on for you, Su Len said with a smile. Alex's previous crown was made by the Harpies. The workmanship was very poor. Now, the crown was made by a few master craftsmen that Su Len invited. It was gorgeous and beautiful. More importantly, the crown was a magic equipment. An energy shield spell was engraved on it. Su Luan took off Alex's former crown, and then picked up the new crown and put on Alex's head. Alex, who got the new crown, flew in the sky excitedly, while the Harpies followed her around. Seeing Alex's excited look, Su Len continued to walk toward the living area. On the way, he met Grace and Karina. One was a half-elf, and the other was a drow. They were still secretly competing. However, in Sullen's opinion, Karina was big and sexy, while Grace was fair-skinned and intellectual. Both of them had their own merits. However, Grace had the upper hand for now. After all, there were twice as many half-elves as drows. In the living area of the Secret Realm, many houses had been rebuilt. Compared to the northern city, it had a more natural feel. This was because there were many winged people living here. Compared to houses, they preferred tree houses. The half-elves also liked to live in trees. This was why most of the buildings in the living area were tree houses. These tree houses were the masterpiece of the half-elf druids. They cultivated special seeds and used druid spells to make these trees grow quickly. In the end, they grew into all kinds of tree houses. Of course, there were also some other houses such as pumpkins and mushrooms. It looked like a fairy tale. Sullen's residence was also a tree house. However, his tree house was very large. It was 80 square meters. The room was very clean. Even if no one lived here for a long time, there would still be harpies or half-elves who would come to clean it. After such a long period of high concentration, Su Len felt a little tired. As soon as he came back, he lay on the soft velvet bed to rest. The night passed without a word. After enough sleep, Su Len looked very energetic the next day. The smell of food wafted over, and Sullen's stomach couldn't help but grumble. After yawning, Su Len walked out of the treehouse and saw Grace watering the plants around with a water bottle. "Good morning, Su Len." Grace raised her head and greeted him. At the same time, she flipped her long hair and said with a smile, "Do you want some breakfast? I made strawberry raisin bread." "Morning," Su Len greeted. "Thank you. I'm hungry." "You're welcome. Wait a moment." Grace picked up the water bottle and walked to her treehouse. Soon, she came out with a large plate of strawberry raisin bread and a cup of nectar made by the half-elves. Su Len didn't refuse. He didn't eat yesterday and rested. Now that he was hungry, he took a bite of the bread. The sweet and sour strawberries, the fruity raisins, the soft and delicious bread with the fragrance of wheat. It was delicious. "Great bread," Grace smiled reservedly. Then, she raised her head proudly at Karina, who had just come over. "I'm here." A crisp and pleasant voice came from the sky, followed by the sound of wings flapping. Alex's figure appeared in the sky. The Harpy Queen circled in the air and then landed on the ground not far away. "Alex, you almost ruined my breakfast," Su Len said unhappily. Alex's speed was too fast, and when he landed, the wind blew up a lot of dust. Fortunately, Sullen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He cast a small spell and separated the place. Otherwise, his bread and drink would have been added. "It's strawberry raisin bread. I want to eat too." Alex saw the big piece of white bread beside Su Len, and his eyes lit up. The next second, he appeared beside him. He opened his mouth wide and bit the strawberry on the bread. Then, he chewed the bread in 2 or 3 bites. "It's delicious. Grace must have made it." Su Len looked disgusted. He tore off a piece of the strawberry that Alex had just bitten and put it in her mouth. "Eat yours. I have barbecue here. Does anyone want to eat?" Karina said, while holding a plate of fragrant barbecue. I want to eat. Alex held the bread in one hand and eagerly grabbed a piece of barbecue with the other. Sulen also picked up a piece of barbecue with his chopsticks. He had a big appetite now, and a piece of bread was obviously not enough. Morning. Everyone is up. The door of the mushroom house opened, which Hathaway yawned and walked out lazily. She looked like she hadn't woken up yet. During this time, she had been busy building the ecological garden in the wizard tower. Sulen greeted her and asked Grace to get some breakfast. The ecological garden in the wizard tower is not finished yet? Sulen looked at Hathaway, who looked like she was sleepwalking. Hathaway glared at Sulen. It's such a big project, and I'm the only one doing it. What do you think? Don't you have them to help you? Sulen pointed at Karina, Grace, and Alex. Hathaway rolled her eyes. A sorcerer, a druid, and a half-baked wizard. How many arcane scars can they engrave? Chapter 367. Ugh. Sulen rubbed his head helplessly. This was indeed a difficult task. Karina and Grace were also learning all kinds of magic knowledge, but their skills were far inferior to Helena's. Alex's skills were a bit better, but not by much. How about this? I'll ask Andre and Lorraine to help you. They're both orthodox wizards, Sulen said. By the way, I've learned some new knowledge. It'll be helpful for your ecological garden. What knowledge? Hathaway immediately became interested after hearing Sulen's words. Rune tattoos and rune engraving techniques, Sulen said as he took a sip of the nectar drink. Hathaway immediately turned to Sulen. Rune tattoos and rune engraving techniques. Yeah. Sulen nodded. Hathaway didn't have time to eat. Instead, she grabbed Sulen's arm and asked, "Where are they? Hurry up and take them out." Here you go." Seeing how persistent Hathaway was, Sulen had no choice but to take out 2 books about rune tattoos. As soon as the 2 books appeared, Hathaway immediately snatched them away. She didn't even eat and began to read. Seeing Hathaway like this, Sulen shook his head and continued to eat his breakfast. After breakfast, Sulen left the mystery realm and returned to the northern city. As soon as he appeared, he could feel the obvious coldness in the surroundings. Sulen reached out and caught a few snowflakes falling from the sky. It's snowing. Because of the harvest altar, the environment in the northern city was quite different from the outside world. Although it was still snowing, the temperature was not too cold, and the territory would not freeze. It was already December. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the northern wasteland for almost 2 years. Time flies. I need to build the wizard tower as soon as possible. Then I can build the Wizard Academy. Also, I need to prepare for the founding ceremony of my kingdom. The city was still bustling. Even though the trade route had been cut off, there were still many outsiders in the city. Some of them had decided to settle down in the city. In less than 2 years, Sulen had built such a prosperous city in the wilderness, filling these people with confidence in Sulen. In addition, in order to recruit free people, Sulen gave many benefits to those who settled here. For example, the price of land outside the city was 5 kinnar per mu in the northern provinces, but here it only cost 3 kinnar. Of course, the land was limited to 5 mu. Some mercenaries, who had been wandering for half their lives, used the money they had saved up to buy a property in Northtown City. Being a mercenary was a profession that roamed the continent in all kinds of stories, but it was not as glorious as the bards made it out to be. They did not have any legendary missions or missions. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. Their biggest goal was to save up some money and buy a property in a small town. Then, they could get married and spend the rest of their lives with a wife. However, many mercenaries could not do that. They either died in battles in the wilderness or had to change their profession due to disability. Although Northtown City was still harassed by some monsters, it had gained a firm foothold. The large tribes in the wilderness had been defeated, and the remaining ones were hiding far away. It could be said that there was nothing around Northtown City that could pose a threat to him. During this time, the population of Northtown City had skyrocketed. The construction of the city was very fast. The Wizard Tower and the outer city wall had been completed. Sulen planned to move some of the people to Mirror Lake City. The population of Northtown City was maintained at 800,000 to 100,000 people. It was winter in the northern wasteland. Not many tribes would migrate during this time. At most, there would be some tribes that did not have enough food to rob. Therefore, Sulin asked North Town City to strengthen the security of the territory. Every day, they would clean up the territory. When winter came, the fields outside the city were no longer cultivated. The construction in the city had also decreased a lot. However, Sulin did not let the slaves and refugees do nothing. Instead, he sent them to the military camp in batches for military training. If so many people had nothing to do, they would definitely cause some trouble. The military training did not turn them into an army. They were just some militia. Only a few of the best among them would be selected to become soldiers. Hathaway became very busy again. She wanted to learn rune tattoos and rune engraving techniques as soon as possible. Sulin had told her not to inscribe rune tattoos on her body. It would be very troublesome to level up again when she leveled up to rune engraving. The Wizard Tower was now in use. Sulin named it North Wind Tower. Hathaway did not object to the name. Her previous school was the Northern Witches, a school made up of all witches. Hathaway's previous laboratory had also been moved to the Wizard Tower. The old laboratory had been demolished. After resting for 2 days, Sulin came to the North Wind Tower. The person in charge of greeting him was not a wizard apprentice, nor a human. It was a 3-meter-tall stone golem. When it saw Sulin come in, it bowed slightly and then said in a dull voice, "Master, welcome." The Wizard Tower was owned by Sulin. Hathaway had the same authority as Sulin. "Where are the wizard apprentices?" Sulin asked. "They're studying on the 3rd floor of the Wizard Tower. Wizard Andre is teaching them," the golem said. Sulin nodded. Then, under the guidance of the golem, he began to tour the Wizard Tower. This was the first time he had visited a complete Wizard Tower. The interior space of the Wizard Tower was very large. In fact, most Wizard Towers had a very large interior space. Wizards used all kinds of skills to expand the space. Some powerful legendary wizards, after mastering the half-plane technology, would even transform 1 floor of the Wizard Tower into a half-plane. The space inside could easily fit a city. Many Wizard Towers passed down by the ancient arcanists could still function normally after thousands of years. Any Wizard Tower of that era was very powerful. Sulin's Wizard Tower was pitifully weak compared to them. There were now 2 steel golems, more than 20 rock golems, and more than 20 gargoyle golems in the Wizard Tower. The gargoyle golems were placed on the outer wall of the Wizard Tower. If these gargoyles were not awakened, they would look no different from decorative statues. A Wizard Tower needed an army of golems. Obviously, this Wizard Tower did not have one. Another important problem was that this Wizard Tower did not have a tower spirit. The creation of a tower spirit had to be at the legendary level. Hathaway's strength was still not enough. The golem in front of him must have been cast by Hathaway's soul enlightenment. Its intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary stone golems. It was like an intelligent robot. High-level tower spirits were somewhat like artificial intelligence, but more powerful than artificial intelligence. Sulin was still learning alchemy. He was still very interested in golems and tower spirits. Unfortunately, the requirements for mastering it were too high. Not only did it require a very high level of magic and alchemy skills, but it also required a lot of special knowledge. Sulin was still unable to build golems. After all, he had only learned wizard instructions for a short time. Strictly speaking, Sulin was now only a level 10 wizard. Of course, because he had mastered the magic tattoo technique, his level could be slightly higher. As for building a mechanical life, Sulin was still not sure. After all, the realm of the soul was too mysterious. Under normal circumstances, the soul part could only be studied at the legendary level. He walked up the Wizard Tower floor by floor. Sulin saw a lot of strange things. Some were magic devices that he could not understand, and some were all kinds of strange laboratories. Compared to Hathaway's laboratory, it was a world of difference. The previous experiment looked like a small workshop. Squeak! When Sulin passed by a place that looked like a prison, he suddenly heard a sound that sounded like a mouse. He turned around and looked. Immediately, he saw 3 giant bats locked in cages. These bats were all the size of wash basins and looked somewhat ferocious. Their mouths were full of sharp fangs, and they were constantly biting the cage in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, their sharp fangs were completely useless against the cage made of special metal. These were magic bats, which belonged to a special magical life. They had all kinds of abilities and were the most commonly encountered monsters in the Wizard Tower. They were creatures that wizards had modified and could be used to guard the Wizard Tower. These magic bats had a lot of extraordinary abilities, such as invisibility, stealth, detection, blood-sucking, and their attacks were also accompanied by diseases. They could be said to be the standard rookie killer. If you encountered a magic bat in the wild, the possibility of death was quite high. On this floor, the golems responsible for guarding the tower were replaced by obsidian golems. They were big blocks that weighed about half a ton. Some of the specially modified large obsidian golems could weigh about 2 tons. The surface of these golems was made of obsidian and had been specially treated. The surface looked very smooth, and its hardness was higher than modern steel. It also had alchemy enchantment resistance. The challenge level of these golems was a level 13 monster. Under normal circumstances, even a level 3 knight would have to spend a lot of effort to dismantle an obsidian golem. There were 2 more powerful steel golems here. The challenge level of the steel golems was 17. Some steel golems that had been specially strengthened were even higher. Sulen had dealt with this kind of iron lump before. Without a good weapon, facing this thing was like dismantling a tank with bare hands. Of course, there were more powerful ones, such as diamond golems, mithril golems, adamantine golems, and even spell breakers and arcane guards. One could totally imagine dismantling a Gundam or an Iron Man with bare hands. If one did not have the strength of the Hulk, one should not think about fighting these things. The most annoying thing in the Wizard Tower were these golems. They were also the main defense force of the Wizard Tower. Chapter 368. After passing through this floor, Sulen came to the top of the Wizard Tower. The top of the Wizard Tower was divided into 2 areas. One was the astrology platform, and the other was the control center of the Wizard Tower. However, the tower spirit in the Wizard Tower had not been created yet, so the control center was still empty. The astrology platform was built at the request of Hathaway. As a member of the Northern Witch School, Hathaway also knew prophecy spells. Prophecy spells sounded very powerful, but after really understanding it, one would find that it was a trap. The cost of divination spells was often not proportional to the benefits. Divination spells could easily be interfered with by various factors, and even if the spell was successfully cast, the results that one saw might not necessarily happen. Divination spells only saw the most likely outcome among thousands of outcomes. However, the future was constantly changing. Any choice could change the outcome of things, especially those that had far-reaching effects and a wide range of effects. Every time divination spells were used, the results would be different. Moreover, the cost was not something that anyone could bear. When divination spells were cast on others, there was also a chance of being discovered, and there might even be a spell backlash. Moreover, if divination spells were cast on people without the consent of others, once discovered, it was likely to be a life and death struggle. After all, everyone had secrets that they did not want others to know. Of course, there were also some low-level divination spells, but most of these divination spells only had a very vague result, such as good luck or bad luck, direction, and so on. Those witches who set up a mysterious tent in a big city, wore strange wizard robes, cooked some strange potions, and used crystal balls as casting props, were most likely such witches. What's more, most of them were liars. Sulen did not stop Hathaway from studying divination spells, but he asked Hathaway not to prophesy things that were beyond her strength. Sometimes a woman's curiosity was like a cat's. Sulen also later learned that Hathaway had come to the northern wilderness to perform a divination for herself. The result of the divination was in her favor, so she ventured into the northern wilderness alone. When Sulen found out about this matter, he strictly ordered her not to do such dangerous things in the future. Divination was not absolutely accurate. If it was wrong, she would be done for. After learning about the art of divination, Sulin even asked Hathaway to divine for him. However, it was strange that Sulin's divination didn't work at all. In Hathaway's words, "Your future is shrouded in fog." This was the first time that Hathaway had seen such a phenomenon. Although Hathaway couldn't directly predict Sulin's future with prophecy, she could use other methods to make a rough prediction. For example, he could make a prediction about Sulin's surroundings. Although he couldn't get any direct information, he could still get some general results through various inferences. This made Sulin's heart skip a beat. Hathaway's prediction didn't give him any information. It was very likely that the system on his body was shielding him. However, this shielding effect only worked on him. It didn't work on the people around him or those who had interacted with him. That was why prophecy was somewhat effective. After figuring out this matter, Sulin decided to learn prophecy in some ways to counter it. He didn't learn prophecy to predict the future. He wanted to learn how to hide himself. There were many ways to hide his past and future. Many powerful wizards would do this. The best at this were liches. After all, liches needed to hide their phylacteries. It was very difficult to kill a lich. As long as the lich's phylactery wasn't destroyed, even if it was temporarily killed, it would resurrect after a while. Only by destroying the phylactery could the lich be considered dead. Therefore, liches would hide their phylacteries very well. Instead of aimlessly looking for a lich's phylactery, it was better to use prophecy. In order to prevent others from finding their phylacteries, liches would definitely counter prophecy so that the location of their phylacteries couldn't be predicted. The simplest method was to hide one's real name. Of course, this method would only increase the difficulty. Others would still use other methods to find one's real name. Therefore, some people had researched some sealing techniques and used them to seal one's real name. If someone used prophecy on him at this time, the seal on his real name would be triggered, and that person would be the first to know. In order to see the future through prophecy, one would have to break the seal. This was not easy. Not only would one have to face the backlash of the prophecy, but they would also have to face the backlash of the sealing spell and the counterattack of others. However, the conditions for using prophecy were very strict. Only legendary wizards could use it. This method quickly spread among the liches, and even arcanists from other schools of thought learned it. Although arcanists were powerful, they were not without weaknesses. Those who wanted to deal with arcanists would often use prophecy to find their weakness and use it to deal a fatal blow at the right time. This method had appeared more than once in history. However, other than the first two successful attempts, almost all of them failed. Other than prophecy, there were also people who split a small part of their soul and used this small part to carry their own fate. Finally, they used prophecy to seal this small part of their soul. Some arcanists felt that this prophecy was not safe enough, so they added more seals on top of the original one. It was said that the most ridiculous prophecy had added 30 seals on a piece of his soul. It should be known that each seal was stronger than the previous one. With so many seals stacked on top of each other, those who dared to use the prophecy technique on him would be severely injured or even killed by the backlash of the seals. Sulin planned to use this spell to seal a piece of his soul after he became a legendary wizard. For now, he could only rely on the system's own shielding power. According to Hathaway, the shielding power on his body was still very strong. Therefore, Sulin was not in a hurry now. After passing through these golems, Sulin came to the top of the wizard tower. As soon as he arrived, warm sunlight shone in. Sulin looked up at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky above the wizard tower. A special spell was used here. No matter the weather, the sky could be seen. Standing on the wizard tower, Sulin looked out. In the distance, there was a winding mountain range like a giant dragon. It was the Sierra de Lotus. At this time, the mountain range was covered with a thick layer of snow. Around the mountain range was a lush forest. South of the forest were two winding rivers. Many farms were neatly cultivated on both sides of the rivers. Near the wizard tower was a city that was as neat as a chessboard. There was an endless flow of people in the city. This was his northern city. In the south of the city, there were even more farms. These were all his territories. The towering Magus Tower was like a skyscraper. Standing here, one could easily overlook everything. It gave one a feeling of being in control of everything. A sense of excitement rose in one's heart. It was as if one was high up in the sky like a god. "You're here." A pleasant female voice sounded from behind him. Sulin turned around and looked. In an instant, it was as if he was struck by lightning. A stunned expression appeared on his face. In front of him was a spacious imperial concubine chair, covered with comfortable winter wolf fur. Hathaway was leaning lazily on it. One of her jade-like arms supported her head. The other hand was holding the book, Magic Tattoo, that Sulin gave her. Her face was still delicate and beautiful. In terms of appearance, Hathaway, Chris, and Alex were all top-notch. It was just that their styles were somewhat different. She was the kind of woman who was graceful with a hint of charm, gorgeous with a hint of intelligence. She had a tall and slender figure, curvy curves, perfectly round and perky buttocks, and firm and slender thighs. Her body proportions were perfect, with white and straight calves and a slender and flexible waist. No matter how one looked at her, she was impeccable. Of course, if that were all, Sulin, who was already familiar with her beauty, would not show such an expression. After all, they had known each other for a long time. However, at this moment, Hathaway was different. Sulin almost could not take his eyes off her. At this moment, Hathaway was wearing a white silk nightgown. The neckline of the nightgown revealed her smooth, jade-like skin. Her breasts were half exposed. The nightgown was tied at the waist and had a slit. Her beautiful legs wrapped in soft, shiny stockings were slightly curled up. The pure, white silk material was very light and thin, even slightly transparent. This was the high-quality silk produced by the half-elves in the territory. The stockings were woven from the silk of the underground spiders bred in Crete. Each of them was very expensive. The combination of black and white was even more stunning. Sulin's gaze was firmly fixed on her. At this moment, Hathaway was reclining on the chaise lounge. Her attire was exceptionally beautiful, especially her pair of slender, round, and beautiful legs that were wrapped in silk stockings. It gave him the urge to lift them up. If that was all Sulin had seen before. However, Hathaway was wearing a pair of golden rimless glasses. These glasses were made of transparent crystal and were invented by a wizard. Hathaway's pair of glasses were obviously enchanted. At this moment, Hathaway's intelligence was mixed with sexiness, which made Sulin feel strongly tempted. As if feeling Sulin's burning gaze, Hathaway's delicate face blushed slightly. Her slender, round fingers gently tugged at her nightgown, trying to cover her slender, beautiful legs. However, the nightgown was not big enough. It could only cover part of her legs. The half-covered feeling seemed to be even more tempting. The eagerness in Sulin's eyes made Hathaway secretly happy. Her delicate red lips curled into a beautiful arc, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. Chapter 369. Hathaway was secretly delighted. Although she often studied all kinds of knowledge, she was not stupid. She felt pressure from Sulin, as well as from Chris and Alex. Although she was very outstanding, neither the succubus Chris nor Alex were below her in the slightest. Although she did not want to monopolize him, she did not want to lower her position in Sulin's heart. "Do you like it?" Hathaway lifted her finger and brushed her hair behind her ear. "I like it very much," Sulin exclaimed. "I felt that it was even more powerful than Chris's seduction spell." As Sulin spoke, he sat down next to Hathaway and hugged her in his arms in an unusually domineering manner. His other hand skillfully grabbed one of her legs and played with it. It was smooth, soft, and bouncy. A blush appeared on Hathaway's beautiful face, and her expression was a little shy. But soon she changed into a more comfortable position on Surin's body and lay down. "By the way, I have some questions about some of the knowledge in this book. Can you explain it to me?" Hathaway asked as she picked up the book, Magic Tattoo Techniques, from a chair. Sulin sniffed the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose and rubbed his hands back and forth. He said casually, "What do you not understand? Tell me about it." Hathaway's body was slightly hot. Her thin silk dress transferred the heat to Sullen's body. The two of them started to explain the information, but Sullen's mind was soon elsewhere. After explaining for a while, Sulin snatched the book from Hathaway's hands and tossed it aside. We'll talk about this later. We have more important things to do now. After saying that, he picked up the bashful Hathaway and brought her to the lounge. Soon after, a sobbing voice could be heard. Time passed slowly. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The ice and snow on the northern wasteland had melted. Green sprouts began to grow on the ground. The animals and monsters that had survived the cold winter had come out to look for food. Northern Town City had begun its spring plowing. Sulin had been learning all kinds of knowledge about wizards for the past 3 months. After studying seriously, Sulin realized that there were too many things to learn. Right now, he was reading the book list that Hathaway had prepared for him. It was also the book that Sulin had made him a 5-year apprentice and a 10-year arcane apprentice. Although he was already an intermediate wizard, he was not born as an orthodox wizard. If he wanted to go further on the path of becoming a wizard, he needed to have a solid foundation. Therefore, he had been doing some tutoring this winter. After studying the knowledge of wizards, Sulin finally understood why there were so many nerds among the wizards. Those wizards spent almost all of their time learning all kinds of knowledge and doing all kinds of experiments. This was especially true for the academies. The number of such wizards was as high as 80%. He also understood why those liches would do the conversion ritual. From Sullen's point of view, giving up physical pleasure, giving up the pleasure of eating good food, giving up the pleasure of dopamine, and devoting all of their attention to magic. Living in the Wizard Tower for decades was no different than being in jail. No, it was even worse than being in jail. Even if they were in jail, they could find their friends to solve the problem. They could even do it with men. Liches, on the other hand, were just a pile of bones. This kind of immortality was not fun at all. It was even torture. But why would anyone want to do this? Now he understood that those liches were basically nerds in the academies. There were many types of sorcerers. The most popular ones were the evocation, defense, curses, necromancy, and so on. There were also divisions based on inheritance, combat sorcerers, and academy sorcerers. Battle wizards rarely participated in the research of knowledge. They were more proficient in fighting and had tyrannical strength. Academies, on the other hand, were not good at fighting. However, as time passed and the academies grasped more and more knowledge, this kind of perception would quickly decrease. In every era, the most powerful adepts were usually from the academies. One of the reasons why liches were powerful was because they had lived for a long time. Another reason was that most liches were converted from academies. Basically, every liches was very rich. They had enough time to make all kinds of excellent and powerful magic tools. Many of the powerful magic tools in the world were made by liches. Sulin also realized that most of the academies were straight men. Some were even stealing men. Sulin found a lot of such things in some of the diary manuscripts. In the eyes of those wizards, women were very troublesome creatures. They would moan for no reason, pull you to look at the shooting stars when you were looking at the stars, and then make a solemn wish. Make a wish to a shooting star? Wasn't the wishing spell more convenient? They would also make a mess of your experiment. They would spray all kinds of perfume and strange substances on your body, and then affect the accuracy of your experiment. When you were meditating, they would use all kinds of unrealistic so-called romantic ideas to disturb your will. They like to take up a lot of your time to do some completely meaningless things, such as going shopping, watching some moaning for no reason, and participating in hypocritical banquets that deliberately flattered you. Therefore, many academies would directly summon succubi when they had physiological needs. Compared to those human women, succubi were simple and easy to use. As long as you paid a little price, you could make those succubi serve you with all kinds of superb skills. They were much better than those human women. Also, succubi would not waste your time. They did not have all kinds of messy thoughts. It was convenient and fast to call. Of course, other than succubi, there were also some other foreign creatures, but the price to pay was different. After reading these comments, Sulin couldn't help but admire these people. Fortunately, Although Hathaway was also from the academies, she was not an extreme academies wizard. During these 3 months, Sulin, Hathaway, Alex, Lorraine, and Andre all became wizard teachers. They took turns to teach those wizard apprentices. Luckily, there were not many classes, only about once a week. Sometimes, Sulin would also go to classes such as alchemy. Alchemy was a very important subject, and Sulin could only be considered a beginner. Andre had the most classes. He had 6 classes a week. Most of the time, Sulin would also go to the classroom to listen to classes. With the end of winter, Sulin's learning of wizardry came to an end for the time being. Although there were no trade caravans in the northern town during winter, the construction of the city had been progressing steadily. The roads in the city were all repaired in these 3 months. The outer city of the northern town city was now paved with stone and gravel. The roads in the city were all hardened. Even if it rained, the roads would not become muddy. Other than the roads, the drainage system in the northern town city was also completed. The drainage system in the outer city was also connected. The sewage in the city could be directly discharged, so there was no need to worry about waterlogging in the city when it rained. All kinds of basic facilities were basically completed. Other than some areas that were still under construction, most of the areas in the city were completed. After the construction of the northern town city was completed, Sulin entered the countdown to the founding of the northern town city. The ice and snow melted, and the roads were smooth again. The trade caravans in the northern town city began their journey again. However, this time, other than transporting goods, they also had another job, which was to send messages to the nobles and countries that were on good terms with the northern town city. The northern town city was going to establish a duchy. Sulin thought about the name of the duchy for a long time and finally decided on it. It was going to be called the Northern Wind Duchy. In the Sulin system interface, the northern town city had already surpassed the threshold to establish a duchy. As a matter of fact, the requirements to establish a duchy were not high. The population of 100,000, the territory of 20 square kilometers, at least 3 cities, an army, prosperity, and the number of buildings were all met in the city interface. Other than agriculture, the fastest growing industry in the northern town city was animal husbandry. They had been eating fish for a long time, so they could not wait to eat beef and mutton. The 2 rivers outside the northern town city were rich in fish resources, especially when the sturgeon migrated every winter. By then, the Red Sand River and the White Water River would have a great harvest. Countless sturgeon migrating from the ocean would fill up the entire river. Sparkling water could be seen everywhere on the surface of the river. The sturgeon migrated from March to May every year. After the cold winter, the hungry animals and the outlanders in the wilderness would catch a lot of these fish. The northern town city's fishing technology was much better than these animals and outlanders. Every time this season, there would be a great harvest. These migrating fish would return from the ocean and cross thousands of miles to the upper reaches of the river to lay their eggs. At this time, not only was the meat of the fish juicy, but there were also a lot of fish roe. Last year, the northern town city did not prepare anything. They only made a lot of dried salted fish and did not make any caviar. This year, it was the migration season again. Sulin planned to try making caviar. It was not difficult to make caviar. This kind of food only needed to be marinated with some salt. Of course, Sulin was only half-baked. The important task of making caviar was still left to the halfling Frodo. Halflings had an unexpected talent in cooking. They were very sensitive to food. After listening to Sulin's simple explanation, they began to try it. The soldiers in the northern town city had been eating fish for half a year. After a year, the number of cattle and mutton in the northern town city could finally be supplied. Food like dried fish couldn't be wasted either. Sulin began to provide a large amount of food to civilians, refugees, and slaves. At the very least, they no longer had to rely on fish soup. Even kobolds and goblins could eat a few pieces of fish meat. Chapter 370. The founding date of the Duchy of Beifong had been set. It would be 2 months later. It was the beginning of summer in the northern wastelands. The preparations for the Duchy of Beifong had begun. This world was ignorant and backward. Transportation was inconvenient, communication was backward, and the flow of population was small. It was not suitable for two advanced political systems, such as republicanism, democracy, presidential system, and constitutional monarchy. These systems could not be popularized in this world. The systems used in different countries were slightly different. The most widely used system was the feudal lord system. There were three obvious characteristics of this system: the lord, the vassal, and the fief. The structure of the feudal system was made up of these three elements. The lord was a noble who owned land and treated the land as his own private property. In this feudal society, these lords often held real power. The advantage of this system was that they could quickly expand their territory with little investment. The disadvantage was that it was easy to form strong local forces. At the same time, the development of the country was relatively slow, and the power of the king was greatly limited. The kingdom of Florence, the kingdom of Yan, the kingdom of Lorenza, and so on all used this system. There were also the kingdom of Light, the city-state alliance, and the kingdom of aristocracy. However, these systems were not suitable for the Duchy of Bayfeng. The Duchy of Bayfeng was very small now, and there were only 3 cities. Sulin naturally would not give it to others. He planned to modify the feudal system. Nobles could have their own fief, but the ruling right of the fief belonged to the kingdom. Nobles could have their own army, and part of the taxes of the fief would be paid to the kingdom. There would not be a situation where one's vassal was not one's vassal. It was not that he did not want to use the county system and a monarchy to rule, but the nobles would definitely not support it. In this supernatural world, individual strength was tyrannical and a monarchy was not suitable. Sulin invited many people to the founding ceremony of the Duchy of Bayfeng. The royal family of Florence, the nobles of the northern provinces, the kingdom of Lorenza, the Desert Kingdom, and the Southern Alliance had cooperated with the northern wastelands. There were 20 to 30 nobles in total. There is no need to worry about the ceremony being empty. Just as Sulin was busy preparing for the founding of the duchy, the great priest of the Temple of Wisdom suddenly came to him. "My lord, Great Priest Vina wants to see you. What's she doing here?" Sulin was a little puzzled. "Take her to the living room. I'll be there soon." Although Sulin didn't know what this great priest wanted, he still decided to meet him. After signing the document in his hand and handing it to the attendant beside him, Sulin got up and walked to the reception hall. Sulin soon arrived at the reception hall. High Priestess Vina was waiting for him in the room. This priestess of the Wisdom Shrine was wearing a very luxurious priestess robe today. She seemed to have dressed up and looked very solemn and formal. "Long time no see, Your Excellency," Reverend Vina said with a smile when she saw Sulin walking in from outside the door. Reverend Wei Na, it's nice to see you again," Sulin said gently. Even though he wasn't interested in the so-called etiquette, Sulin still learned these lessons seriously. At this moment, although Sulin's actions seemed a little casual, they weren't impolite at all. Vina nodded to herself when she saw Sulin's appearance. This lord didn't look like a nouveau riche. Instead, he looked like an elegant noble. He wore well-trimmed clothes, had a strong and straight body, and a handsome and delicate face. His eyes were sharp but not overbearing. At a glance, he looked like one of those heroic figures in epics and legends. He made people's eyes light up. Vina couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He really was a natural-born king. Just his appearance and temperament made people feel like they were willing to submit to him. He was powerful, handsome, elegant, and wealthy. He would definitely be the most dazzling star if he appeared in the noble banquets of other kingdoms. Vina quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Your Excellency Sulin is even more elegant than before." The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before taking their seats. The servants served tea. After the door was closed, Sulin began to ask, "Your Excellency, is there anything I can help you with today?" "There's some things." Vina put down the tea and said with a smile, "I heard that Your Excellency Sulin is preparing to officially establish the Northwind Dukedom in 2 months. Yes, the Northgard city is currently preparing for the establishment ceremony. This wasn't a secret. Although Sulin hadn't officially invited the church, it wasn't difficult for them to find out. "Then I'll congratulate Your Excellency in advance on becoming a Grand Duke," Venus said with a smile. "Thank you. I'll need your church to attend the establishment ceremony when the time comes." Sulin nodded. "We will." Vina nodded. "Your Excellency Sulin, have you thought about who you'd like to crown you during the establishment ceremony?" "I haven't thought about that yet." Sulin shook his head. Vina's eyes lit up, and then she continued. "Your Excellency Sulin, I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if you'd be willing to accept it." "Of course I'd be willing to accept a good suggestion," Sulin said with a smile. Vina smiled. "I suggest that you invite the Pope of the Wisdom Church to crown you. If you're willing, the Pope will personally come to crown you on the day of the ceremony." "The Wisdom Church will personally come to crown me?" Sulin's heartbeat suddenly sped up. As one of the most powerful churches on the continent, the Wisdom Church's status was unquestionable. Many small dukedoms didn't even have the chance to see him. After all, this Pope was the spokesperson of the Wisdom God in the main material plane. If the Wisdom Church supported the Northwind Dukedom, its status on the continent would instantly rise. It would no longer be a small, transparent country. The Northwind Dukedom would also be recognized by all the kingdoms on the continent. However, this would bring about a problem. If Sulin accepted the Wisdom Church's coronation, then the Northwind Dukedom would become a force of the Wisdom Church. In this way, the Wisdom Church's strength would definitely increase greatly in the northern city. This wasn't in Sulin's interest, so the Wisdom Church should just focus on their studies. Sulin thought for a moment and refused. "I'm sorry, Reverend Vina. I'm very happy that His Holiness is willing to come to this remote and desolate northern wilderness to crown me, but I think it's better not to bother His Holiness." Vina looked at Sulin seriously, then nodded and didn't continue the topic. Since Sulin rejected the Wisdom Church's olive branch, the Wisdom Church wouldn't force him to accept it. The two continued to chat in the parlor for a while. Then Sulin personally sent Vina out of the castle. The Wisdom Church wasn't an underground church like the Dark Lady. As long as one rejected it, they would be an enemy, so there was no need to worry about the Wisdom Church's revenge. In fact, most churches were like this. Only those in the evil camp would be like this, but Sulin wasn't worried. After Sulin sent the Wisdom Church's priest away, in the next few days, the War Church, the Wealth Church, the Justice Church, and several other churches came one after another. Their goal was the same as the Wisdom Churches, which was to invite Sulin to their pope for the coronation. Of course, Sulin rejected. Unlike the other royal families, Sulin was able to establish a kingdom by relying on his own strength. He knew that his power came from himself, and it wasn't the so-called God's power. There was no need to find himself a mother-in-law. He also had the power to protect his territory. Spring had arrived, and the northern city became very busy. A large number of serfs and refugees were organized to come for spring plowing. Spring plowing was very important to any country. There were now 100,000 acres of land outside the northern city. Other than a portion that had already been planted, the rest needed to be planted in half a month. At the same time, other places in the northern city were also very busy. Many of the rules in the northern city needed to be reorganized into laws. At the same time, the promotion of the army also needed to be fully explained. Taxes, trade, and so on also needed to be made official. The invitations sent out by the northern city received responses in a month. Almost all the nobles who received the invitations said that they would come. Some who couldn't come for various reasons sent their sons to participate in their place. As long as the nobles in their right mind wanted to continue working with the northern city, they wouldn't refuse this kind of founding ceremony. The Florentine royal family said that they would send Prince Grant to celebrate in person. The Marquis of Savoy also said that he would send his son and daughter to participate in the founding ceremony. The northern city had sent a large number of troops to the northern city to clean up the outsiders. The trade route to the northern city was especially important. Sulin found the Little Mare mission and asked for more centaurs. He then asked the cavalry to clean up all the bandits around the road. During this period of time, Su Lin didn't want to see any merchant caravans being robbed by bandits. The roads and all kinds of infrastructure in the northern city had been completed, but there were still many details to be completed. For example, the flower beds on both sides of the road weren't planted with flowers and plants. The facilities in the city park weren't complete, and the statues used as decorations still needed to be improved. Su Lin found grace and asked the gnomes to do the work of greening the city. They were proficient in nature magic, so it was easy for them to speed up the growth of plants. At the same time, they were also good at art. It was very suitable for them to decorate the city. In addition to these things, Su Lin also needed to select a group of people to reward. After all, the northern city was about to be founded. These people would definitely be rewarded with a title. Su Lin was going to arrange these people according to their contributions. The highest title in the Northwind Duchy was the Duke of Su Lin. The others were counts, viscounts, barons, lords, and knights. The title of Marquis was prepared for the crown prince. The others were only counts at most. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Chapter 371. The news of the northern battlefront city building a new kingdom slowly spread. After hearing the news, many merchants brought all kinds of resources to the city. Many circuses were also preparing to head to the city. In this era, there were not many large-scale celebrations. The merchants would take every opportunity to earn kinnar. The number of merchants heading to the northern battlefront city increased rapidly. Just as the construction of the northern battlefront city was in full swing, a cavalryman galloped toward the city. Judging by his attire, it was obvious that he was a messenger. The galloping of the horse was very urgent. The messenger was running at full speed. There was an emergency passage in the northern battlefront city for messengers. No one was allowed to use it. Even though the northern battlefront city was crowded with people, no one dared to go near the emergency passage. The messenger galloped all the way without stopping. He soon arrived at the inner city. He only stopped when he reached the main gate of the Lord's mansion. Then, he heard hurried footsteps. A series of urgent knocks came from the door. Su Lin stood up and opened the door. He knew it was an emergency, but he was curious. Were there other powerful tribes around the city that dared to attack the northern battlefront city? My lord, there is an emergency. What is it? Su Lin quickly took a leather tube. He first checked that the seal on the leather tube was intact, and then opened it. The army of the northern battlefront city had been sent out to clean up the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the territory. Some of them were sent to protect the trade routes. There were not many soldiers left in the city. However, the crossbowmen were left in the city. If he wanted to, he could easily gather a few thousand men. If someone thought the northern battlefront city was weak and decided to launch a sneak attack, the crossbowmen would definitely surprise them. The messenger was panting heavily. Sweat kept pouring out his body. His clothes were soaked in sweat. It was obvious that he had not rested at all during the journey. We've discovered traces of lizard men in the river. Our fishing boats have been attacked. The messenger quickly reported after his breathing had calmed down. Su Lin opened the book of military intelligence prisoners in the leather tube and read it, frowning. Lizard men? Don't they live in the swamps downstream of the Red Sand River? Why are they migrating upstream? Su Lin flipped through the military report and felt a little strange. Why are the lizard men joining in on the fun at this time? Are they here to attend my coronation? Su Lin wasn't too worried. He was confident that he could defeat the lizard men. Go and invite General Ayton and General Johnson here. Su Lin put down the urgent military report and ordered the attendant beside him. The attendant accepted the order and left. About 15 minutes later, General Ayton arrived at Su Lin's study. Su Lin handed him the urgent military report on the table. After he finished reading it, Su Lin said, Ayton, immediately take some people downstream to investigate. I want to know more about these lizard men. Xianxia, go and gather the army we've established. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The two of them nodded, then turned around and began to move. Johnson turned around and went to assemble the army. Thump, thump, thump. The muffled sound of drums echoed throughout the camp. The soldiers resting in the tents immediately got up and put on their armor in an orderly manner. They listened to the orders of the flag bearers and gathered together. After the two of them left, Sulin found Hathaway and asked her to take charge of the northern city. Sulin felt a little strange about the lizardmen's movement to the north. These creatures could easily leave the swamps. They were like fish in water in the swamps and were very powerful. However, once they left the swamps and came to land, these lizard men were even weaker than the gnolls. Their only advantage was probably their ability to regenerate and reproduce. After they left the swamps, even if the northern city was a little weak, the lizard men were still no match for the crossbowmen. Sulin left the northern city with 300 soldiers and traveled down the river. Along the way, Sulin received more information about the lizard men. This time, the lizard men were very active. Sulin even suspected that they had mobilized all their forces. Why would the lizard men mobilize all their forces at this time of the year? Migration? Expansion of territory? Or a food crisis? Sulin immediately ruled out the possibility of expanding their territory. The lizardmen's body structure could not allow them to leave water for long periods of time. They could only live in areas with abundant water. Ever since Sulin came to the northern wasteland, he had never heard of the lizard men expanding from the swamps. A food crisis was not right either. During this period of time, sturgeons were swimming. There were a lot of fat sturgeons in the river. The lizard men were good at swimming, so it was easy for them to catch sturgeons. Naturally, they would not lack food. Then, could it be that they were migrating? Sir, the lizard men attacked our ships, but they were defeated by the army. An officer said beside Sulin. Originally, Sulin planned to clean up the northern wasteland and then celebrate the founding of the country. However, at this critical moment, the lizard men had invaded. A large number of scouts were sent out, and all kinds of information were sent back. The next day, Sulin finally collected some useful information. The lizard men robbed many small tribes along the way, but they did not conquer them. Could it be that they lacked food? Sulin looked at the information in his hands. There was a large pile of documents in front of him. They were all information about the lizardmen's movements in the past 2 days. The scouts of the northern city were very good at collecting information. With them around, nothing that happened in the northern wasteland could escape his eyes. What is this? There seems to be a dragon's roar coming from the swamps. At this time, Sulin suddenly saw a piece of information under the pile of documents. Swamp dragon's roar? Did a black dragon appear in the swamps? The most famous true dragon that liked to live in the swamps was the black dragon. As the black dragon and the white dragon, the black dragon's strength was ranked second to last. Their faces would turn into skeletons when they reached adulthood, so some people called them skeleton dragons. The black dragon's breath was acid, and it was very corrosive. They liked to eat rotten food. They would soak their food in acid and wait for it to rot before enjoying it. Taste was very important. Black dragons liked to build their nests in the swamps. They had a special ability to corrupt the water and make it unable to support the survival of animals. They also had a special ability to transform the water around them. Black dragons liked to hide under the water and sneak attack. In addition, black dragons rarely entered the forest because the trees in the forest would interfere with their mobility. Black dragons liked gold coins, and they usually collected a lot of coins. If a black dragon really appeared in the swamps, then it could indeed cause such a situation. Sulin's heart was burning. If there really was a black dragon, then it meant there were treasures here. Chapter 372. Sulin led the army along the river. He didn't bring many people with him this time. Only 12 barbarian marauders and 200 half-elf archers. Although there weren't many people, they were all elites. If the 12 barbarian marauders went all out, it wouldn't take them much effort to wipe out an army of thousands. With the help of the 200 half-elf archers, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out an army of 3,000 to 5,000 people. Dealing with some lizard men wouldn't be a problem either. Sulin never thought of enslaving the lizard men. They were different from orcs and gnolls. They were a very cruel and cold-blooded race. They would attack all creatures near water or swamps. After attacking other tribes, They would kill everyone, including adult males, women, and children. The lizardmen had a large population. They killed other creatures in order to gain more living space. They were not as strong as gnolls on land, but there were many of them. A lizardman tribe could have a population of thousands. If a battle broke out, they could pull out more than half of the population. Basically, every lizardman tribe had at least one spellcaster, usually a sorcerer or a druid. Lizardmen tribes had the ability to tame other monsters, such as swamp lizards, crocodiles, and so on. Some even tamed mutated lizards. The most powerful of them was a kind of thunder lizard. This kind of thunder lizard was more than 7 meters long and weighed about 2 tons. Not only did it have strong physical strength, but it could also release lightning attacks. Its power was comparable to a level 4 spell. Just as the army was moving forward, 2 drow scouts came running from the front. They were quickly stopped by the barbarian marauders in front of them. "Stop!" The barbarian put his arm out and stopped the 2 drow. "Sir, we found traces of lizardmen," one of the drow said. Sulen waved at the barbarian and let him pass. "Where are they?" "There's a northern barbarian village 5 kilometers from here. The lizardmen are attacking the village." "It seems that these lizardmen don't know how much trouble they've caused," Sulen said coldly. "Then give them a reminder. Go and kill those lizardmen. Lead the way, the rest of you follow." Sulen ordered. "Understood. Everyone accelerate." Following his order, the army suddenly sped up. 5 kilometers was not a long distance. It only took the army of the North Town City 20 minutes to arrive. From afar, they could see plumes of black smoke rising from a village in the distance, accompanied by shouts. Suluin clearly saw that the village was surrounded by at least 1,000 monsters in dark green clothes. They were lizardmen. "It's these lizardmen, right? Get rid of them," Sulen said coldly. The army of the North Town City instantly bared their fangs. Under Johnson's lead, a total of 12 barbarians rushed forward with their axes raised. At this time, the lizardmen were besieging the village and didn't notice the sudden appearance of an army. In addition to the warriors, the lizardmen also had a large number of archers. In front of the barbarians was the archer formation of the lizardmen. The distance of a few hundred meters was quickly shortened. When the barbarians were only 200 meters away from the archers, the lizardmen noticed the charging barbarians and immediately panicked. At this time, a lizardman who was clearly taller than the other lizardmen roared twice, and the archers quickly calmed down. 50 lizardman archers separated from the group and began to shoot arrows at Johnson and the others. However, these arrows were no threat to the 12 barbarians. The arrows fell from the sky, and the barbarians only needed to wave their weapons a few times to easily deflect them. Moreover, the barbarians didn't slow down in the slightest. In just 2 rounds of arrows, they were already 50 meters away. Seeing this situation, the lizardmen archers completely panicked. "Javelins! Fire!" With Johnson's order, the 12 barbarians grabbed javelins and hurled them over. The 1-meter-long javelins weren't light, and the spearheads were made of fine steel. They looked cold and shiny, and were abnormally sharp. "Poochie! Poochie!" The sound of flesh tearing rang out. The scales of the lizardmen archers didn't have any resistance, and they were easily torn apart by the javelins. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Under the barbarians' powerful strength, the 12 javelins directly pierced through the lizardmen. The javelins pierced through another lizardman, and then another. In just a short time, the lizardmen archers suffered heavy casualties. Under the attack of the javelins, the lizardmen archers' formation was disrupted. They didn't care about continuing to attack, and the 12 barbarians immediately rushed in. In the face of the barbarians' giant axes, the lizardmen's scales were like paper. The 12 barbarians were like 12 meat grinders, and wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. While the barbarians were charging, the 200 gnome archers also began to attack. After the gnome archers arrived at a predetermined position, they immediately formed a formation and began to attack. Arrows were like a torrential rain as they directly enveloped the lizardmen. The lizardmen were like wheat being cut down in rows. Faced with the sudden attack, the lizardmen's offensive was instantly interrupted. The lizardmen constantly roared in an attempt to stabilize the army, but it was all in vain. In the face of the 12 barbarian raiders, the lizardmen were completely defeated. The lizardmen warriors were attacking the village, and they couldn't leave for a while. Facing a group of archers, the barbarians were unstoppable. With the constant rain of arrows falling from the sky, the lizardmen army was on the verge of collapse. When the lizardmen warriors on the front lines heard the sounds of fighting behind them, they had a bad feeling. When the northern barbarians saw that reinforcements had arrived, they were already in despair, but their morale was instantly boosted. They waved all kinds of weapons and rushed forward without any regard for their own safety. In just a few minutes, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The lizardmen army was in danger. Sulen didn't make a move. He just stood not far away and watched the battle. If he couldn't handle a battle of this level, then this army wasn't worth his effort. Besides, as the lord of the northern city, he couldn't charge at the front every time. If he did, then what was the point of having an army? Hiss! Hiss! A hissing sound came from the lizardmen, and a 5-meter-long and 3-meter-tall creature covered in scales rushed out of the river. As soon as it appeared, it rushed towards the barbarians who were slaughtering their way through the water. Roar! When the monster roared, the lizardmen who had already fallen into chaos on the battlefield became even more spirited. Their originally fearful expressions were replaced by fanaticism. They roared and rushed towards the enemy. Swamp lizard. When he saw the monster, Sulen recognized it at a glance. It was a swamp lizard, under the command of a lizard man. The swamp lizard directly rushed towards the nearest barbarian. It waved its sharp claws, and with its strength, even steel would be deformed. Roar! Giant strength! God's descent! Johnson roared, and then his body flashed with light. His originally tall and strong body grew even taller. His muscles bulged, and his original height of 1 meters broke through to 5 meters. His skin turned bronze and shined with a metallic luster. Because the barbarians had transformed, they could no longer wear armor. After all, the northern city didn't have armor that could change size according to their body. In addition, these barbarians were very skilled in battle, so these 12 barbarians didn't wear any armor. They didn't even have a shield. Only their clothes were special, so they wouldn't be torn apart. Otherwise, they would be running around naked. After activating Celestial Descent, Johnson, who was already very powerful, directly stepped into the legendary realm. Facing the swamp lizard that pounced on him, Johnson had no intention of dodging. He used his arm to block the swamp lizard's attack. Boom! Waves of air rolled. After seeing this scene, the lizardmen army, who were still boiling with anger, suddenly felt as if their throats were being choked. Their angry roars were stuck in their throats, and what happened next made them even more terrified. Rise! Johnson roared, and the veins on his strong arms bulged. Then, the swamp lizard's huge body was directly thrown to the ground. Johnson faintly smiled, but in the eyes of the lizardmen, this smile was even more terrifying than the smile of a demon. Johnson reached out and grabbed his axe. Taking advantage of the moment when the swamp lizard got up, he jumped on top of it. He waved the axe in his hand, and the sharp edge of the axe tore through the swamp lizard's tough scales, leaving a terrible wound on its body. The immense pain caused the swamp lizard to go crazy. Its body rolled, wanting to flip Johnson over. However, Johnson had been prepared for this. He jumped down first and took advantage of the opportunity to fiercely chop the swamp lizard's abdomen with his axe. This was one of the swamp lizard's weak points. The sharp axe tore through the scales without any hindrance and directly opened a terrible wound on the swamp lizard's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere, and scorching hot blood spurted out. Even the internal organs were clearly visible. After suffering such a serious injury, even a giant beast like the swamp lizard was on the verge of death. Seeing their trump card being easily dealt with, the lizardmen couldn't hold on any longer. Their morale fell to the bottom, and many lizardmen began to flee. However, it was already too late. The other 11 barbarians also roared and activated God's descent. The 12 barbarians were like 12 sharp knives, and all the enemies in front of them were torn apart. The lizardmen's formation was directly penetrated by them. Chapter 373. The lizardmen army collapsed, and the barbarians that had been guarding the village rushed out to pursue. These barbarians hated the lizardmen to the bone, so they naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity for revenge. During the pursuit of the lizardmen, there was a small incident. A small group of lizardmen had gathered together and retreated. However, they didn't scatter and flee. Instead, they fought as they retreated. Some of the northern barbarians who pursued them were even killed instead. This situation quickly attracted Su Luan's attention, and he immediately ordered the archers to take special care of them. Soon, the lizardmen were wiped out, and the few that remained fled. But since they were targeted, how could they be allowed to escape? A barbarian marauder rushed over. When the lizardmen saw the incoming barbarians, their expressions changed drastically. One of the lizardmen waved a withered vine cane, and a green light appeared. Thorny vines. The lizardmen tossed a few creatures out. Vines instantly sprouted from the ground in a dozen meters around them. These plants grew wildly as soon as they appeared. In a breath's time, they had wrapped around the barbarian marauder and bound him in place. These vines were covered in sharp barbs, but against the marauder's bronze skin, these vines had no effect at all. The vines grew rapidly, quickly wrapping around the marauder's legs and extending upwards. Seeing the marauder trapped, the lizard man let out a sigh of relief. But just as he thought it was safe, the marauder swung his axe. The tough vines only lasted a few blows before they were completely cut apart. The barbarian leapt out of the vines. Seeing this, the lizard man instinctively wanted to flee. However, the barbarian was faster. Before the lizard man could move, the barbarian was already brandishing its weapon, ready to cut him down. "Leave one alive." Sullen's voice suddenly rang out. The marauder's weapon was forcefully deflected, and it slashed the lizardman's nose into the ground. The lizard man felt a chill run through his body, and he couldn't help but fall to the ground, cold sweat pouring out. The battle had basically come to an end. A large number of lizard men had died, and the 12 marauders were unharmed. The northern barbarians had also stopped their pursuit. After the battle was over, the soldiers of northern Battlefront City began to clean up the battlefield. The lizard men who were still alive gave them a quick death and collected all their equipment. It was at this time that a barbarian marauder came over with a strong northern barbarian. "Boss, this person wants to see you. Let him come over." Su Luan glanced at him and nodded. The northern barbarian followed the other barbarian with a face full of reverence. "Respected sir, thank you for lending us a helping hand in our most dangerous time. You will be our most respected guest, and we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." "How many people are in your village?" Su Luan asked. "My lord, our village originally had 500 people. Among them, 157 were warriors. Now, there are 116 people left." "All right. I'm a lord of Northgard City, Su Luan. I accept your loyalty." Su Luan nodded. Although there were many people in Northgard City, he didn't mind having more people. "Pack up your things, and then follow them to clean up the battlefield." "Yes, sir. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your army has won a great victory. You have received 2,300 experience points, and you have received the item Fine Iron X3. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the lizard men. You have received a gold treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have saved a northern barbarian village. Your relationship with this village has reached respect. Ding. A northern barbarian village has pledged loyalty to you." A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Su Luan looked at them and closed the system interface. "Bring the captive here." "Yes, sir." The drow immediately turned and left. After a while, the drow came back with the lizard man. "Lizard man, you should know the drow next to you. You should also know their methods. Now, answer whatever I ask you. If you dare to lie to me, this drow will let you have a taste of their traditional craftsmanship." After seeing the lizard man, Su Lin smiled at him. However, this smile made him feel cold all over. Understood. The lizard man trembled and nodded. That's good. Su Lin nodded. Tell me, why did you attack this village? We did it for food and weapons. The lizard man said. Su Lin glanced at him and said, food and weapons? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll leave it to you. Su Lin waved his hand at the drow next to him. Then the drow directly carried the lizard man not far away. Soon, a burst of miserable screams came through. About 5 minutes later, Su Lin asked the drow to bring him back. Tell me, why did you attack that village? Su Lin looked at the wounded lizard man and asked, Sir, we really did it for food and seeds. The lizard man cried. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. It's the sturgeon migration season now. You shouldn't be short of food. You're telling me it's for food? The lizard man said, Sir, what I said is true. You have to believe me. Our tribe is preparing to migrate. We rob the food to find a place to plant it after we migrate. Well, let's say what you said is true. Su Lin nodded and continued. You want to migrate? Why? Because. The lizard man hesitated. Su Lin sneered. It seems that the lesson just now was not enough. Milton, teach him a lesson. Yes, sir. Milton smiled and then took the lizard man away again as he begged for mercy. Soon, the lizard man's rhythmic screams were heard. About 5 minutes later, the drow brought the lizard man back again. Are you awake now? Awake. What a scumbag. Why do you have to beat me to tell you? Su Lin shook his head and said, Tell me, why are you migrating? Because a hydra suddenly appeared in the swamp. Su Lin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He immediately understood why these lizard men were migrating. He also realized that he was wrong about the black dragon in the swamp. As dragons, they were very powerful and liked to enslave lizard men, kobolds, gnolls, and other races. If a black dragon appeared in the swamp, these lizard men should have been taken in as subordinates by the black dragon instead of being forced to migrate. As for the dragon's roar that the scouts heard in the swamp, it should be the hydra's roar. Although the hydra was called a snake, it actually had some dragon blood in it. It was a dragon-descendant creature. However, unlike ordinary dragon-descendant creatures, the hydra's strength was almost comparable to a real dragon. The hydra was also known as the hydra. It was a powerful monster with 9 heads. Their heads had some characteristics of dragons, and their bodies were covered with dragon scales. Its 9 heads could spit out venom or other breath attacks. Furthermore, they had powerful poison and recovery abilities. These creatures were similar to dragons. The weakest among them was at the legendary level. In some ancient books, the most powerful hydra was an immemorial abhorrence. However, this immemorial abhorrence hydra had been slain in ancient times. Su Lin did not know if there were any hydras of this level. Although hydras had the strength of a legendary level, they did not know how to gather subordinates. Most of the hydras were not normal. Because they had 9 heads, they had 9 consciousnesses, and they would compete with each other for control. Like demons, hydras were chaotic and evil creatures. They would attack any creature they saw. When there were no enemies, the 9 heads of hydras would even kill each other. It could be said that hydras were in a state of schizophrenia all year round. It was not an ordinary split, but 9. Therefore, hydras that were in a state of chaos for a long time did not gather subordinates. These lizard men did not want to die, so they could only leave the swamp and migrate. Although the hydra was chaotic, its fighting strength was not weak. It was even stronger than a white dragon. Its regenerative ability was very strong. As long as one of its heads was not dead, the hydra would not die. As long as it had enough time, even if only one of its heads was left, it could grow back the other 8 heads. At the same time, the environment of the hydra's living area would also change. For example, the swamp would become a poisonous swamp. In the area it lived in, the swamp would be highly toxic. If the hydra was not dealt with, perhaps after next year, the sturgeon in the Red Sand River would no longer swim. The poisonous water in the swamp would pollute the river, and from the downstream to the estuary, a large number of creatures would die. Of course, the Hydra's body was not ordinary. Its skin was comparable to a real dragon's skin. Its blood was also a precious alchemy material that could be used to make dragon blood potions. Its fangs, scales, organs, and so on were all very good materials. After learning that there was a Hydra here, Su Luan had already regarded it as prey. Although the Hydra was powerful, it was still relatively easy to deal with compared to the dragon. This was because the dragon liked to enslave a large number of monsters. The older the dragon, the more creatures it could enslave. Many times, the dragon-slaying teams were killed by the dragon servants before they could even see the dragon. What's more, dragons were very cunning. Among the chromatic dragons, except for the red dragon, the other chromatic dragons liked to sneak attack. Hydras, on the other hand, were different. The nine heads fought with each other without thinking, so it was easier to kill a Hydra. Chapter 374. Apart from your tribe, where are the other lizardmen tribes? Su Luan continued to ask. The swamp was huge, and there was more than one lizardmen tribe living there. Now that the swamp was occupied by the Hydra, the lizardmen migrating north would definitely cause chaos in the area. I don't know about the other tribes. They didn't come with us. I only know that some of them went northwest, the lizardman druid said. Su Luan then asked a few other questions, and then let the drows take care of him. There are not many captives left in this war, mainly because the lizardmen were not suitable to be slaves. After dealing with these matters, Su Luan opened the storage space and opened the golden treasure chest that he had just obtained. Congratulations, you have opened the golden treasure chest. You have obtained the special building blueprint Eagle's Nest. Hearing that he had obtained a special blueprint, Sullen's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked it. Construction Blueprint Eagle's Nest. This is a blueprint that records how to build an eagle's nest. After using it, you can build an eagle's nest. Eagle's Nest. You can train and recruit eagles to scout or send messages. Seeing the introduction of the eagle's nest, Su Luan was overjoyed. Although there was magic communication in this world, the magic communication stone was expensive and could only be used a few times. It was impossible to distribute it to the entire army. Now that there were eagles to scout and send messages, the efficiency could be said to be several times higher. Moreover, the eagles were birds of prey, so there was no need to worry about being preyed on by other birds of prey in the sky. With these flying eagles, the scouts would be able to quickly send news back. Although it was not as fast as the magic communication stone, the cost was lower. After putting away the blueprint, Su Luan prepared to go back and build the eagle's nest. Pack up the spoils and bring these people back first. Su Luan led many soldiers and the northern barbarians who had just submitted to him and left the ruined village to return to Northern Town City. After knowing that a Hydra had appeared in the swamp, Su Luan did not immediately go there. Instead, he prepared to deal with the lizardmen in front of him first. After returning to Northern Town City, the scouts began to collect traces of the lizardmen, and then the army of Northern Town City would be sent out to encircle and eliminate them. The strength of the lizardmen could only be considered average. The only noteworthy thing was the spellcasters among them. These spellcasters could cast spells to enslave the swamp beasts. However, unlike other spellcasters, lizardman spellcasters were more focused on enslaving and cultivating swamp beasts, so they could not cast many spells. With the presence of the barbarian plunderers, the swamp beasts they tamed were simply a joke. Su Luan found some craftsmen and prepared to build an eagle's nest in the military camp. An eagle's nest was not a bird's nest, but a special institution for training, cultivation, and reproduction. The eagle's nest was not small. It could be divided into 3 parts: the training ground, the incubation room, and the nest. The construction of the eagle's nest required 50 cubic meters of stone, 120 cubic meters of wood, and 30 iron ingots. Su Luan had the warehouse hand over the materials to the craftsmen and told them to follow the blueprint. After arranging the construction work, Su Luan began to look for suitable eagle's nest. After the eagle's nest was built in the game, one could recruit eagles' nest with money. This function did not exist in the real world. One had to capture some eagle's nest first, then send them to the eagle's nest to be tamed. After the taming was complete, professional training was required. Only after passing this could the eagle's nest become a messenger eagle. Capturing eagle's nest naturally did not require him to do it himself. Sulen had the city hall issue a mission to capture eagle's nest and collect eagle's eggs. 2 days later, a large number of adventurers sent all kinds of eagle's nests to the city hall. The eagle's nest didn't need to be too big for the eagle's nest, so the large eagle's nest was eliminated. Although they couldn't be used as messenger eagles, they could still be raised as pets. Sulen selected a few medium-sized eagle's nest from these eagle's nest. He was going to send them to the eagle's nest for training after it was built. The craftsmen in Northtown City were very experienced in construction. It didn't take much time to build an eagle's nest. It only took 5 days for the eagle's nest to be completed. Sulen went to the military camp. A strange building had been erected next to the camp. This building did not look like a normal house. The eagle's nest was surrounded by a 5-meter-tall wall. Inside the wall was a training ground. On both sides of the training ground were incubators and nests. There were also all kinds of training tools on the training ground. Eagle's Nest, special building. The eagle's nest can be used to cultivate, train, and breed eagles. After strict training, the eagles can be used for reconnaissance and communication. Current number of eagles, 0 for 500. Please replenish the eagles as soon as possible. Number of eagle trainers, 0/5. Please select 5 suitable eagle trainers. Daily maintenance, 500 Kinnar. Training speed plus 18. Indestructible plus 22. Disease reduction plus 25. Incubation speed plus 20. Mutation plus 2. Sulen was very satisfied after checking the attributes of the eagle's nest. The eagle's nest had an additional mutation plus 2. The mutation attribute had appeared once when Sulen built the Cryopterus incubator. After that, the Cryopterus mutated and evolved into an ice, Quetzalcoatlus. Now that the eagle's nest had this attribute, Sulen wondered what kind of surprise it would bring. The eagle's nest required 5 eagle trainers. Sulen opened the building's attributes to check the requirements. Even ordinary people could become eagle trainers. With the blessing of the building's attributes, they could quickly master the skills of training and training the eagles. However, if he wanted to make the eagle trainers better, he would need someone with talent. It would be best if they had the talent of animal companions. Usually, only rangers and druids had the talent of animal companions. The only ones who had this talent in Northern Town were half-elves. Sulen found Grace and asked her to recommend 5 half-elves to become eagle trainers. With the half-elves as eagle trainers, the eagle's nest could finally be put to use. Sulen sent the eagles he had captured to the eagle's nest for taming. It would take a month to tame the eagles. The eagle's nest had an attribute that increased the taming speed. With the half-elves' animal companion's talent, the taming time was reduced to 20 days. Sulen nodded in satisfaction when he saw that he could receive a large number of messenger eagles in 20 days. After checking out the eagle's nest, Sulen began to increase the number of eagle trainers in the army. From now on, every scout in Northern Town City would have to carry an eagle. A squad of 50 people would have 3 eagles, and an army of 1,000 would have 3. Other than the army, the caravans and the city hall in Northern Town City would also need eagles to send messages. Mirror Lake City and Centaur City would also have eagles to send messages. When all of Sulen's territories had eagles, the speed of sending messages would greatly increase. Of course, in addition to the eagle, Sulen did not cancel the magic communication stone. These magic communication stones would supplement the eagle's communication. When there was a major event or an emergency, and the eagle's communication speed was slow, the magic communication stone would be used at this time. While Sulen was busy building the eagles, Northern Town City's army was clearing out the lizardmen tribes that were migrating to the north. At the same time, they recruited a dozen Northern Town barbarian tribes of various sizes. These Northern Town barbarian tribes range from 3 to 500 people to 100 people. In total, Northern Town City had gained 2,000 people. These Northern Town barbarians had strong bodies. Sulin transferred some of them to the army. The barbarians were also part of the northern town barbarians, so their leveling up was the same as the barbarians. They also had berserk like the barbarians, so they could only form their own groups. Other than these barbarians, 2 half-elven villages had also joined northern town city. Sulin was very welcoming to the half-elves. He had always wanted to recruit more half-elves, but these half-elves were not willing. Also, because of grace, Sulin could not force them. This time, when the lizardmen invaded, Sulin took advantage of the opportunity when the lizardmen were besieging the half-elven villages. He helped them defeat the lizardmen and gain their favor. That was how he recruited the 2 half-elven villages into Northern Town City. Now, the number of half-elves in Northern Town City had exceeded 1,000. While he was clearing out the lizardmen, Sulin did not forget about the Hydra in the poisonous swamp in the south. 1/3 of the scouts in Northern Town City had gone to the poisonous swamp to collect information. In order to cooperate with them, Sulin asked Andre to lead the wizard apprentices to make some antidotes, insect repellents, underwater breathing potions, and a few other potions that could be used in the swamp. With the help of these potions, these drows could enter the poisonous swamp more easily and obtain the information Sulin wanted. Although Sulin was powerful, he would not underestimate his opponents, especially dangerous targets like the Hydra. There were 2 origins of the Hydra's bloodline. One was said to be from the ancient Hydra with multiple heads, and the other was from the Hydra. However, research had found that the Hydra's body had both of these bloodlines. Hathaway was also very interested when she heard that Sulin had found a Hydra. Therefore, when she heard that Sulin was preparing to deal with the Hydra, she also came up with various ideas and plans. The most annoying thing about the Hydra, other than its powerful recovery ability, was its venom. According to the legends, even the gods were very afraid of the venom of the ancient Hydra. Although the Hydra in the poisonous swamp was not as powerful, it still did not feel good to be bitten by it. Without a special antidote, even a legendary figure would not be able to survive for long. Sulin did not want to test whether the Hydra's venom was more powerful or if his body was stronger. It was not easy to get rid of the Hydra's venom. This kind of antidote required a lot of precious magic materials. Luckily, most of the materials could be found in the Northern Town City's Mystery Plane and the Sky Garden. He could just collect them and use them directly. The few that he did not have, he could just ask the merchants to buy them or issue a quest in the City Hall. Chapter 375. After a friendly match with Hathaway, Sulin left the astrology platform feeling refreshed. Hathaway's mastery of Greece was getting better and better. Even the little succubus Chrissy couldn't compare. Sulin and Hathaway discussed Transfiguration, Wizard's Hand, Art of Tentacles, and other magic books in detail. In the end, Hathaway was exhausted and had to end the match. Hathaway also had some new products. For example, a special oil that could be used together with grease. It was made by Hathaway using the essence of more than 10 flowers. Not only was it smooth, but the smell was also very fragrant. Just a little bit was enough to make it very smooth. They walked out of the wizard tower through the stairs. The elemental energy in the wizard tower was very dense. The elemental pool in the wizard tower had transformed the entire wizard tower into a place where elemental energy was active. Wizards could live in this environment like fish in water. Boom! A muffled sound was suddenly heard, followed by a burst of black smoke coming out of a laboratory not far away. 2 golems quickly rushed over, and the door of the laboratory opened. A man in a tattered sorcerer's robe ran out of the room, wearing a pitch-black robe. The 2 golems didn't say anything and directly sprayed liquid at the man. "Stop! Stop! I don't have any radiation on me," the man said angrily. However, the 2 golems didn't care about his protests. They kept spraying the man's body back and forth before stopping. Then, the golems sprayed the lab again. Sulin finally realized that the black silhouette was Wizard Lorraine. Wizard Lorraine also saw Sulin next to him. After being stunned for a moment, Wizard Lorraine smiled awkwardly and said, "Haha, experiment mistake. Basic, hee no problem. No problem." It's just that these golems are making a big deal out of nothing. Mr. Sulin, can you ask Miss Hathaway to change the settings of the golems? They're too rude. I think that's a good idea. Magus experiments are very dangerous, so these precautions are necessary. Suluin looked at Luo Lin, who was like a drowned rat, with a trace of mockery in his eyes, and said righteously, "All right, I knew it. You guys just want to see a joke." Wizard Lorraine snapped his fingers and used a cleaning spell to clean the dust and water off his body. "You're underestimating me. I've been professionally trained in noble etiquette. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can't hold it in." Sulin left the wizard tower in a good mood and returned to the Lord's castle. At that moment, the drow scouts who went to the swamp came back with some information. "Sir, we found the Hydra in the poisonous swamp." The drow with the scar on his face said, "Where is it in the poisonous miasma swamp?" Sulun leaned against the chair in the study and asked. Scarface took out a parchment scroll and said, "Sir, this is a simple map of the swamp that we drew." He handed the parchment scroll over. Sulin took the parchment scroll and spread it on the table. There was a very simple topographic map drawn on the parchment scroll. A winding line represented a river, and the paths in the swamp were also marked. In a place that looked like a lake in the swamp, there was a mark of a multi-headed snake. In addition to this snake, Sulin also found a few marks of small people on the west side of the swamp. "This snake is a 9-headed snake, right?" Sulin pointed at the map and asked. "Yes, sir." Sulin continued to ask, "Where are those small people on the west side of the swamp?" "Sir, we found a swamp giant tribe there. There are about a dozen of them," Scarface explained. "Swamp giants." Sulin looked up at him in surprise. After confirming again, Sulin nodded. The swamp giants were one of the branches of the giant species in the multiverse. They were also known as swamp giants, and they generally lived in the swamps of the material world. There was a swamp plane between the water elemental plane and the earth elemental plane, and a large number of swamp giants also lived there. The swamp giants of the swamp plane were much stronger than those of the prime material world. Adult swamp giant warriors in the swamp plane were around 6 meters tall and weighed around 8,000 pounds. Females were slightly shorter and had a lifespan of around 300 years. The swamp giants of the prime material world were around 4 meters tall and weighed around 5,000 pounds. Swamp giants were grayish-brown and usually did not have armor on their bodies. After all, ordinary metals could not survive in the swamp for a long time. However, they usually had a layer of mud on their bodies. Their main weapons were javelins, giant axes, and rocks. Their attacks were very long-range. Swamp giants were weaker than their cousins, the frost giants, and only a little smarter than the hill giants. After hearing that there were swamp giants in the swamp, Sulin suddenly had an idea. "Sir, these swamp giants are not on good terms with the Hydra. When we were collecting information, we found that there was a conflict between the two," Scarface said respectfully. "Sure enough, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers." Sulin smiled. The swamp giants were not weak. Although they could not compare to the frost giants, they were not much weaker. Even if a group of a dozen swamp giants could not defeat a Hydra, they would not be too far off. After receiving information about the swamp, Sulin started his preparations. 2 days later, Sulin brought Hathaway and the 12 barbarian marauders out of Northgard City. The work of Northgard City was handed over to Sulin. The weakest person in the group was at 4th rank, and after casting a group haste spell, their speed was very fast. It only took a day for Sulin's group to reach the edge of the swamp. It was Suluin's first time to come to the poisonous miasma swamp. Suluin frowned slightly at the environment of the swamp. First of all, because of the large amount of water in the swamp, the ground here was basically not dry and many places were like mud. Stepping on it would slightly sink, and lifting it would cause a large amount of mud to rise. More importantly, some places that looked like roads might be traps. Stepping on them would cause them to sink into the mud, and if they were not rescued in time, they would quickly be swallowed up. Apart from the ground, the swamp was also filled with a sour smell. This was the smell of animal corpses, decaying plants, and so on. Some of the swamps would bubble up from time to time. The air was very humid, and under the sunlight, the entire swamp was covered in water vapor, making the swamp's environment hot and humid. Apart from this, there was also a large number of mosquitoes flying above the swamp. If an adventurer entered this kind of area unprepared, even if they did not sink into the mud, just the bites of mosquitoes would take away half of their life. These mosquitoes carried a large number of diseases, and being bitten by them was very likely to cause all kinds of diseases. If they did not have mosquito repellents, it was better not to approach this place. Sulen took out a few bottles of insect repellent and distributed them to everyone. The repellent was light green in color and emitted a kind of grassy fragrance. After using it, they would not be bitten by mosquitoes for a certain period of time. In addition to the repellent, Hathaway gave everyone a lightened spell. This spell could greatly reduce the body's weight, and they would not have to worry about sinking into the mud. It was very convenient to move in the swamp. Sulen took out a sky lantern and cast invisibility on everyone. With invisibility, they would not have to worry about being discovered by the swamp giant or the Hydra. Apart from this, everyone also took antidotes. There was a lot of miasma in the swamp, and if they were not prepared, it was very likely to cause dizziness and nausea. In serious cases, they might even fall into a coma. In this kind of environment, spellcasters also had to reduce their magic consumption in order to avoid not being able to exert their full strength in the face of danger. After all the preparations were completed, the group entered the swamp. Because of the Hydra, the lizard men in the swamp had been forced to migrate. Even if there were some that stayed, they would hide in some remote areas, so they did not encounter any lizard men. Although there were no lizard men, there were many other creatures in the swamp, such as swamp lizards, swamp crocodiles, and some birds and snakes that lived in the swamp. It was said that there were also Titan pythons living in the swamp. It was a fierce beast with a challenge rating of level 15, but this kind of Titan pythons generally lived in swamps with a warm climate in the south. Sulen and the others approached the area where the Hydra lived according to the route on the map. Sulen needed to check the situation of the Hydra first. In addition to the Hydra, he also needed to know about the swamp giant on the west side of the swamp. Although scouts had already explored it before, he still wanted to see it for himself. Although the swamp looked dirty and filled with all kinds of miasma, in fact, it was very rich in food. There were a lot of fish living in the swamp, and the Hydra did not have to worry about a lack of food here. This is where the trouble is. Sulen and the others hid in an area with lush reeds. A group of black clouds flew quickly in the sky. These black clouds were made up of countless swamp mosquito, and there were as many as 1,000,000 of them. The swamp mosquito was much larger than ordinary mosquitoes, and with long mouths. They looked ferocious and disgusting. If they swarmed together, they could directly suck a person's blood dry. For someone like Sulen, who had trypophobia, it was simply unbearable. Fortunately, they had insect repellents on them, and they were in stealth mode. The mosquitoes did not notice them, and soon the mosquitoes flew away, and the group continued on their way. Suddenly, a dull dragon's roar came from the distance. Sulen's eyes lit up. "Hydra, it seems that we have found our target." Everyone hurried to the place where the sound came from. After 10 minutes of walking through the swamp, the sound was getting closer and closer. Soon, Sulen saw the tall figure of the Hydra. At this time, the Hydra was attacking a 3-meter-long crocodile. Under the siege of the Hydra's many heads, the crocodile only lasted a few minutes before it was killed by the Hydra. Then Sulen saw the 9 heads began to fight for food. Chapter 376. The Hydra's 9 heads fought with each other, and a 3-meter-long swamp crocodile was torn to pieces in just a few minutes before being devoured by the 9 heads. Sulen did not continue approaching. Although he had invisibility, it was not omnipotent. There were many ways to counter it. For example, some true dragons had true eyes that could see through invisibility and illusions. Some spells and magic tools could also achieve the same effect. After eating its fill, the Hydra in the distance slowly swam into the depths of the swamp. This Hydra was about 18 meters long and covered in a layer of dark green scales. Its head looked very similar to a dragon's, which meant that the bloodline of this hydra was closer to that of a dragon. Sulin followed the hydra from afar and did not get too close. After walking for about 10 minutes, the hydra entered a pool to rest. After confirming the hydra's location, Sulin and the others quietly left. They then began to search the west side of the swamp. This time, their target was the swamp giants. The swamp giants were actually easier to find than the hydra. After all, they were different from the hydra. The swamp giants had built a small tribe in the swamp, which was easier to find than the pool where the hydra lived. Soon, Sulin found the swamp giants according to the markings on the map. These swamp giants had just finished their hunt. A 4-meter-tall, muscular swamp giant was carrying a creature that looked like a hippopotamus back to the tribe. There were 5 or 6 swamp giants in this small tribe. This swamp giant is the leader creature. At this moment, Hathaway's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He's a legendary swamp giant. Sulin nodded and became even more cautious. It was no wonder that a legendary swamp giant dared to fight the hydra head-on. The hydra had 9 heads, which gave it a great advantage in a one-on-one fight. Facing the hydra was like being surrounded by several monsters. The leader of the swamp giants alone was not a match for the hydra, but with the swamp giants beside it, their strength was not much different from the hydra's. Originally, the best place in this swamp belonged to the swamp giant, but after the hydra came here, half of it was occupied. Now, both sides wanted to kill each other, but their strength was close and they were still in a stalemate. But this time, Sulin planned to add fuel to the fire. Among the spells, there was a shape-shifting spell, which allowed the user to transform into other forms to fight. Of course, there were also some spells that were just for show, such as camouflage. Camouflage was not a high-level spell, but it had a special feature, which was that it could disguise a wizard as other creatures. Camouflage was different from illusion spells. Camouflage could disguise oneself very closely to the real body. Other than the real body's strength, it could even disguise one's scent. However, camouflage required a casting medium, which was to disguise something on a creature's body, such as hair, scales, and so on. With an idea in mind, Sulin began to look for a suitable target. At this time, the swamp giants came back from hunting. About 3 kilometers away from the swamp giant tribe, Sulin found a swamp giant who came back with prey. This swamp giant was 5 meters tall and should have just reached adulthood. At this time, it was carrying a long spear and a deer happily walking home. But this poor swamp giant did not know that it had been targeted by the sinister Sulin. Tentacle entanglement. 5 or 6 3-meter-long black tentacles suddenly appeared from the ground and entangled the swamp giant in an instant. The swamp giant's reaction was a little slow after being attacked suddenly. Its body subconsciously wanted to break free, but it did not succeed. Sulin's body flashed, and the purple dragon halberd in his hand carried a large amount of lightning power and instantly whipped the swamp giant's body. The powerful lightning power from the purple dragon halberd entered the swamp giant's body, and the struggling swamp giant's body suddenly became stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hathaway immediately cast hypnosis on the swamp giant. But to her surprise, the hypnosis did not work. The swamp giant was immune to her spell. Bang! Sulin's body flashed, and the purple dragon halberd in his hand hit the back of the swamp giant's head. Then, the 3-meter-tall swamp giant crashed to the ground. Sulin waved the purple dragon halberd and said, "You could have just fainted. Why did you have to have me use physical hypnosis on you? Hurry up and cast a few more spells on him. If he suddenly wakes up, things will be troublesome." Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulin and deliberately dragged out her words. "Got it." Then, flashes of light flashed, and various negative statuses were placed on the swamp giant. The swamp giant could not resist. After subduing the swamp giant, Sulin's plan officially began. Hessian collected some hair and blood from the swamp giant, and then cast disguise on Sulin. With a flash of light, Sulin's body was wrapped in light. The next second, he turned into a 3-meter-tall swamp giant, exactly the same as the swamp giant that had fallen asleep next to him. "How is it?" Sulin stretched his body. "Not bad. It's the same as before." "That's good. This spell lasts for half an hour." "It must be completed within this half an hour," Hathaway reminded him. "Don't worry." Sulin waved his hand. Then, Sulin disguised himself as a swamp giant and walked toward the pool where the Hydra lived. The swamp giant was placed in a magic formation not far from the swamp giant's camp. Sulin was very fast and arrived at the pool in a short while. At this time, the Hydra was hiding in the pool and sleeping. Sulin snapped his fingers, and a huge fireball appeared in front of him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fireball fell directly into the pool. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the dark green pool water flew more than 10 meters high. Roar! Then, an angry dragon roar sounded. The next second, 9 ferocious heads rushed out of the water. However, as soon as they came out of the water, they were hit by a long spear. Blood splattered, and a sharp pain came. The other heads of the Hydra swayed and bit at him. Sulin naturally wouldn't stay still. He dodged in a flash, and the long spear in his hand hit another head of the Hydra again. The Hydra, who had been disturbed from its sleep and had a bad temper, was hit twice in a row. It became even angrier. The pool rolled, and its huge body directly stood up. After seeing that it was a swamp giant who attacked it, the old and new hatred added up. The Hydra's 18 eyes turned red, and its cold and crazy eyes made even Sulin's hair stand on end. Acid spray. The next second, one of the Hydra's heads suddenly spewed a large amount of stinky acid. Sulin's expression changed, and he dodged to the side. However, as soon as he dodged the acid attack, another acid attack was already waiting there. At this time, Sulin couldn't care about anything else. If he was attacked, his camouflage would be destroyed. He dodged in a rather embarrassing manner, and then his body jumped to the right as much as possible. The Hydra's breathing came from behind him. Sulin felt the sour smell in the air, and then his body was enveloped by another acid spray. He still couldn't dodge it. The Hydra had too many heads. With so many heads working together, Sulin felt like he was fighting 1 against 9. This was cheating. How many times can you dodge with 9 heads continuously spitting out attacks? Unless he used teleportation to escape, there was no way he could dodge at all. The stinky corrosive liquid enveloped Sulin. At this time, a light flashed, and a translucent energy barrier appeared on the surface of Sulin's body, blocking all the acid outside. However, the area where the acid and the energy barrier came in contact kept making sizzling sounds. The Hydra's acid spray was not much different from the Black Dragon's acid spray. Although the amount of acid spray from each head was not as much as the Black Dragon's, the total amount was several times that of the Black Dragon's. The energy barrier on Sulin's body appeared on the surface of his body. This spell was cast quickly, but its defensive power was not enough when facing a legendary enemy. Although it blocked the acid spray, it looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. However, a short period of time was enough. Mage armor, ice armor. 2 flashes of light blocked the Hydra's acid spray. Then, Sulin's figure flashed and rushed out of the range of the acid spray. The Hydra thought that it had killed the swamp giant that dared to disturb its sleep and attack it, but the next second, the swamp giant rushed out of the acid spray and once again hit one of its heads with a spear in its hand. After being attacked consecutively, the Hydra became even angrier and rushed forward with a roar. This time, Sulin didn't entangle with the Hydra anymore. His figure flashed, and he ran away. Although the Hydra couldn't fly, and its body was big, its movement speed was not slow. Its body moved quickly on the water. Seeing the Hydra chasing after him, Sulin did not panic. In fact, he was not running at full speed. Besides, he still had Flash in his hand. He could leave the battle at any time if he wanted to. Sulin used camouflage to lure the Hydra toward the swamp giant's tribe. The two were very fast. It only took about 10 minutes for them to get close to the swamp giant's tribe. When they ran quickly, they caused a lot of noise. The swamp giants in the tribe also noticed Sulin and the Hydra. When they saw that the Hydra was chasing their companion, the swamp giants roared angrily. The swamp giant in the lead picked up its weapon and rushed out. At this time, Su Luan had run to their predetermined location, where the sleeping swamp giant was hiding. Su Luan's body suddenly accelerated, and in an instant rushed into the concealment formation and disappeared. Chapter 377. After Su Luan entered the magic array, he instantly disappeared and reappeared several kilometers away. At the same time, the magic array lost its effect, and the swamp giant woke up from its slumber. However, by the time it woke up, the Hydra had already rushed over. The infuriated Hydra didn't notice the difference between the two swamp giants and directly attacked. The two heads bit at the swamp giant from the left and right. Before the swamp giant could react, it was bitten by the Hydra. In the next second, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the Hydra's eyes as its head exerted force and tore off the swamp giant's arm. Roar! The swamp giant felt intense pain as blood gushed out. However, as a rank 4 creature, it was an entire rank lower than the Hydra. Now that it was bitten by the Hydra, it had no chance to resist. In just a few breaths, the swamp giant was killed. The swamp giant leader, who was rushing over, saw this scene, and its eyes instantly became bloodshot. It grabbed a boulder and threw it at the Hydra. Bang! The rock was like a meteor as it ruthlessly struck one of the Hydra's heads. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing their comrade killed, the swamp giants wanted nothing more than to cut the Hydra into pieces. They roared and charged forward. With 13 swamp giants and a Hydra, the entire battlefield became extremely intense. No one could approach the battle between the giants and the Hydra. The battle was extremely intense, but it wouldn't be easy to determine a victor. Although the swamp giants clearly had the advantage in numbers, the Hydra was much larger. Part of its body was hidden in the swamp, making it impossible for the swamp giants to attack it. Its 9 heads fought with different people. The swamp giants didn't have much of an advantage against such a large monster. However, both sides were already in a heated battle. Even if the victor couldn't be determined, both sides would suffer. Su Luan led the marauders and barbarians to secretly observe the battle from a distance. He wasn't in a hurry to take action. Instead, he took out a set of tables and chairs from his spatial storage and set them up. He took out all kinds of dried fruits and munched on sunflower seeds while chatting with Hathaway. Come on. Yes, that's it. You should chop off its head with an axe. Su Luan grabbed a handful of pistachios, crushed the shells with his palm, and ate them. It seems that these swamp giants are not going to make it. According to the size of the Hydra, this level of attack is not enough to kill him. Those swamp giants are in trouble. Hathaway leisurely leaned back on the chair and chatted with Su Luan. Indeed, Hydra's recovery ability is very strong. If this continues, Hydra's chances of winning are very high, Su Luan said after watching for a while. Hathaway picked up a bare biscuit and said, "Do you think we should help those swamp giants? After all, one swamp giant died because of our plan. It's a little different between the two sides. How can I help? Are you going to do it, or should I?" Su Luan rolled his eyes at her. Besides, if we do it, won't it be obvious to both sides that someone is watching from the sidelines and waiting to benefit? Oh, that's true. Forget it then. As for the swamp giants, I can only say sorry. I don't think they'll mind. Hathaway once again saw a swamp giant being sent flying by the Hydra. I don't think they'll mind. Anyway, there's a direct conflict of interest between them. Although this swamp is not small, it can accommodate 2 legendary powerhouses. Yes, that's it. Get a good beating. Su Luan waved his arms excitedly and shouted, "We have to be careful when we fight in the future. By the way, do you have pistachios with you?" Hathaway asked after eating a bare biscuit. Of course. Su Luan took out a bag of pistachios from his storage space and handed it to Hathaway. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to have so much space in your storage equipment." Hathaway took the pistachios and gently broke them open and ate. "Didn't you learn Mageweth engraving? You've also learned those arcane scars. You could try to make a storage bag with more space by engraving," Su Luan said while stuffing things into his mouth. "Yes, the Mageweth engraving method saves more space, and you can engrave more arcane scars. With more inscriptions, the space of a storage bag will naturally be bigger. Hathaway nodded. Is that swamp giant preparing to launch a sneak attack? He's so big. Does he think the Hydra can't see him? Hathaway continued after glancing at the battlefield. Although all 9 of the Hydra's heads were entangled, he still noticed the swamp giant. His body moved, and the tail hidden in the swamp suddenly swung out, sending the swamp giant who wanted to launch a sneak attack flying. However, the swamp giant's sneak attack was not useless. Another swamp giant took advantage of the Hydra's distraction to hit him hard. How long do you think they'll fight for? Sulin picked up a piece of beef jerky and ate it happily. I think it'll take at least an hour, Hathaway said after watching for a while. By the way, Frodo's cooking is getting better and better. This beef jerky is delicious. Indeed, the halflings are geniuses in cooking. Their food processing is simply irresistible. Hathaway agreed. He's almost emptied my inventory. I don't know how long he can stay in Northern Battlefront City. Sulin spread his hands helplessly. Halflings usually didn't stay in one place for too long. They naturally liked to travel. This time, Sulin relied on various cooking methods and various creative ideas to make Frodo stay. When Frodo learned all the recipes, or when Sulin didn't have anything new, it would be about time for Frodo to leave. I've asked Frodo for a recipe. I'll make it for you to try when we get back, Hathaway said with a smile. Forget it. Last time you said you were going to make a delicious dish. Don't you know what happened in the end? Sulin glanced at Hathaway and said, Don't underestimate me. This time, I've learned from Frodo step by step. I'll definitely surprise you, Hathaway said confidently. I think I should prepare some gastric lavage, vomit-inducing potions, and antidotes in advance. Sulin rolled his eyes and said. Hathaway heard Sulin's words and glared at him fiercely. Then, she stepped on his toes and snorted arrogantly. She no longer looked at him. The battle was still very fierce. Both sides were obviously going all out. Judging from their posture, it was clear that they were going to fight to the death. The Hydra's injuries were very serious. One of his heads was obviously dead, and the other head had countless scars from the giant axe. Even the eyes of the middle head were pierced by expressions. The swamp giant leader was also seriously injured. 2 of his ribs were broken. The other swamp giants were also injured. In this situation, should we continue to fight to the death or prepare to retreat? Sulin said with a smile. He was now looking at the 2 sides fighting and had no intention of intervening. Although the Hydra seemed to be seriously injured, it was still difficult for him to die. The Hydra's recovery ability was very fast. If no one disturbed him, the Hydra's injuries would be almost healed in a short time. It's about time. Both sides have basically reached the final stage. We can make a move now. It'll be a big loss if we can't get the kill tonight, Sulin said with a smile. The Hydra is seriously injured, and the swamp giants are not doing well either. Get ready. I'll deal with the Hydra. You deal with the swamp giants. Sulin ordered simply. Hathaway nodded and said, Okay. A strong magic light appeared. Such a strong energy fluctuation instantly attracted the attention of both sides. The next second, Sulin's figure suddenly appeared beside the Hydra. Suluin's body appeared in midair, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of thunder and lightning power. The powerful thunder and lightning power kept flashing, and a long halberd completely surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning instantly pierced into the center of the Hydra. Lightning spear. The dazzling lightning power flashed. The next second, the purple dragon halberd with boundless power instantly pierced the Hydra's head. The layer of dark green scales was easily pierced through like paper. The purple dragon halberd's momentum did not decrease. It directly penetrated the skull. The hard skull could not withstand such a powerful force. The purple dragon halberd pierced the Hydra's head. The powerful electric current flowed along the river and destroyed the Hydra's brain. Along with an incomparably mournful scream, the Hydra's head powerlessly drooped down. The other heads were slightly paralyzed by the powerful lightning power. Thunderstorm. A powerful lightning energy instantly exploded out, and just as the Hydra's body was about to recover, it was immediately struck by a lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket. Bolts of lightning quickly descended, and the Hydra's body was charred black. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a large amount of lightning jumped about on its body. Even the Hydra's powerful healing ability was reduced to a minimum under this lightning energy. Smooth slash. 5-inch Su Lin did not relax his vigilance. While the Hydra was attacked by the thunderstorm, his figure quickly streaked across the sky. The purple dragon halberd in his hand was constantly waving. The powerful force directly cut off several of the Hydra's heads. Blood splattered everywhere. There was an ear-piercing sound of metal and bone colliding. The Hydra was originally in a seriously injured state. After suffering such a fatal attack, its life force quickly slipped away. Its huge heads were cut off one by one. The Hydra's 18-meter-long body fell to the ground with a loud bang. If he wanted to kill the Hydra, he had to kill all of its heads. Su Lin seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while the Hydra and the swamp giant were both injured, and successfully killed the Hydra in one fell swoop. Chapter 378. Group Teleportation. When Su Lin suddenly appeared, Hathaway's silhouette also appeared in the sky, not far away. 12 barbarian marauders appeared with her. As soon as these barbarians appeared, they immediately activated God's Descent. In an instant, 12 smaller giants appeared beside the swamp giants. Slow. Group Haste. Draconic Might. Group Enchantment Weapon. Rays of light shone from Hathaway's body, and an earthen yellow light flashed. The bodies of the surrounding swamp giants suddenly slowed down a beat. Following that, several rays of light shone, and the strength of the barbarian marauders rose to another level. The swamp giants were at the 4th rank, around level 16. They were a bit weaker than the frost giants, and they had just fought a fierce battle with the Hydra. Apart from the ones who had died, the rest were all injured. They were originally weaker than the barbarian marauders, and now they were all injured. The barbarian marauders at their peak were simply no match for them. The barbarian marauders at their peak bellowed and brandished their axes as they charged forward. The leader of the swamp giants saw his companions being beaten back and roared, throwing a huge rock at Hathaway. The watermelon-sized rock flew towards Hathaway like a cannonball. Bang! A figure jumped up high and waved the giant axe in his hand. With a bang, the giant boulder was smashed into pieces. It was Johnson. Your opponent is me. Johnson half-knelt to reduce the impact from before and quickly charged forward. The leader of the swamp giants wasn't to be outdone either. Its eyes were bloodshot as it roared and charged forward. The two giants, one large and one small, collided with a loud bang. Although Johnson's strength wasn't inferior to the swamp giants after activating God's Descent, the swamp giants were much bigger. They naturally had the advantage in a head-on clash. So, Johnson's body kept retreating, but the swamp giant's body wasn't in a good condition either. The powerful recoil made his injuries even worse. Greater Spell Sequence. Bursting Fireball *3. Enhanced Spell. Icicle *3. 3 huge fireballs shot out in a row. The swamp giant that was fighting Johnson couldn't react in time and was hit by the 3 bursting flames. Rumble. A violent explosion rang out, and even Johnson, who was nearby, was pushed back by the explosion. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the 4-meter-tall swamp giant was blasted more than 10 meters away, its body charred black. Then 3 icicles flew out, instantly piercing the swamp giant's body. Under these consecutive attacks, the swamp giant was unable to resist at all, and its aura had been reduced by more than half. Its injuries were quite severe. A magic staff appeared in Hathaway's hand. In the next second, a wave of energy came from the staff, and magic runes lit up one after another. Hathaway quickly chanted a low incantation, and the instant she finished, she pointed at the swamp giant not far away. That's Finger. Enhanced Spell. A black energy full of death aura flew out of her hand and hit the swamp giant in an instant. The already seriously injured swamp giant's struggling body suddenly stiffened and fell down. Its life aura quickly declined, and its originally powerful arm powerlessly drooped down. The light in its eyes quickly dimmed and disappeared. In the end, its 4-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Death's Finger was an instant death spell. As long as the target wasn't immune to instant death spells, it had a certain chance of directly killing the enemy. Of course, the chance of using this spell was very low, but after the target was weakened to a certain extent by various spells or serious injuries, the chance of using it would become very high. It was simply too good for an enemy that wasn't immune to instant death spells. With the death of the swamp giant leader, the morale of the other swamp giants plummeted. They panicked and wanted to run away, but they were chased down and killed by the barbarian marauders. With the swamp giant leader dead, the whole family naturally had to be organized. It didn't take much effort to kill the Hydra and the swamp giants. The battle is over. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the chieftain monster, Hydra. Congratulations, host. Your hero Hathaway has successfully killed the chieftain monster, Swamp Giant Chieftain. You have received 45,600 EXP. You have received items: Big Dipper Nectar X1, Magic Gem, Ruby X5. You have received Platinum Treasure Chest X2. Your army has killed the Swamp Giant. You have received 5,300 EXP. You have received items: Magic Steel X5. Battle of the Venomous Swamp. May, year 1688 of the Huiwa calendar. A Hydra appeared in the Venomous Swamp and invaded the Swamp Giant's territory. You schemed to incite a battle between the Hydra and the Swamp Giant, and when they were both injured, you successfully killed 2 legendary monsters. Your name is widely spread in the Northern Wastelands. Your fame +20. Congratulations, host. You have killed the Hydra leader. You have received 1 legendary skill point. With the end of the battle, a series of system notifications rang in Sullen's ears. Sulen, I feel like I'm going to break through. Hathaway suddenly said, Breakthrough? You're going to break through to the legendary rank? Sulen looked at Hathaway in surprise. Hathaway nodded. Yes, I have a feeling. Sulen opened the system panel and looked for Hathaway's information. Sure enough, Hathaway's level had reached the edge of the legendary rank. Her EXP was overflowing, and she could advance at any time. Hathaway didn't level up now because she felt that it wasn't safe here. She wanted to go back to the Wizard Tower to advance to the legendary rank. Thinking about it, Hathaway had received the EXP from killing the Frost Giant Chieftain. This time, with the Swamp Giant Chieftain, she had killed 2 legendary monsters. Her EXP should be enough. That's great. Let's go back now, Sulen said excitedly. Next, Sulen and the others began to quickly search for the loot, mainly the corpses of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant. The Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant Chieftain didn't have the habit of collecting treasures. Naturally, they didn't have a lot of wealth like the dragons. Sulen only searched briefly and left after finding nothing. The bodies of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant were too large. Whether it was Hathaway's storage bag or Sullen's storage space, neither could fit them. As for throwing them away, Sulen couldn't bear to do so. He could only make a few large carts to drag these things away and send them back to Northern Town to deal with them later. The precious materials were handled by Hathaway on the spot and stored in Sullen's storage bag and Sullen's storage space. After spending some time cleaning up the battlefield, Sulen and the others left the swamp. When they returned to Northern Town, the huge corpses of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant Chieftain caused a huge uproar. These huge monsters were extremely shocking. Even the temples and churches were surprised by Sullen's strength. The corpses of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant Chieftain were high-value magic materials that needed to be processed and preserved as soon as possible. These things were handed over to Alex and Karina to deal with. The first thing Hathaway did when she returned to the Wizard Tower was to go into seclusion. Since Hathaway was about to advance to Legendary, Sulen directly closed the Wizard Tower temporarily. Apart from Alex, Chris, Karina, and Grace, everyone else left for the time being. Hathaway's advancement to legendary was somewhat different from Sullen's. Sulin was closer to a warrior, while Hathaway was a pure spellcaster. She needed more elemental energy. After she entered the seclusion room, the Wizard Tower's elemental pool adjusted 80% of the energy supply to the room. At this time, the elemental energy in the room was so dense that it almost liquefied. As time passed, the energy in the elemental pool was quickly consumed. Because of the shielding circle set up in the seclusion room, the outside world didn't know the state of the room, so Hathaway's advancement didn't spread out. After waiting for about 3 hours, the door of the seclusion room finally opened. Hathaway walked out with a face full of excitement. As soon as the door opened, Alex couldn't wait to rush over and ask, "How was it? How was it? Did you succeed?" Judging from his expression, he must have succeeded. Chris, who was at the side, said with a smile. But why did her tone sound a little sour? "Legendary wizard. Huh? How do you feel?" Karina asked. Hathaway smiled and said, "Successful advancement. I feel like I've seen the world again." Although there was only one rank between a legendary wizard and a great wizard, the difference was like heaven and earth. As a matter of fact, in terms of mana, the growth of the power of the will and the accumulation of mana from a beginner wizard to a great wizard was all about the accumulation of mana. Once a wizard reached the legendary rank, their soul would undergo a sublimation, and they would begin to come in contact with the essence of the world and understand the laws. This was the fundamental difference between a legendary wizard and a great wizard. When I reached the legendary rank, my soul seemed to come in contact with the source sea. It was a very strange feeling. When you all become legendary, you will feel it too. Hathaway briefly explained the changes of becoming a legendary wizard. Chris, Karina, Alex, and Grace all looked at her with envy. They were indeed very envious. One had to know that Hathaway's rank was the lowest back then, but now she was the first to break through to the legendary rank. They couldn't help but be envious. As a succubus, it was a little difficult for Chris to advance. She still had a third of her experience bar. As a sorcerer, Karina was also lacking a lot of experience. As for Alex and Grace, they weren't much better off. "Congratulations on officially stepping on the path of a wizard," Sulen said with a smile. For ordinary people, the legendary rank was basically the end they could only look up to. But after becoming a legendary wizard, they understood that the legendary rank was just the beginning. Chapter 379. Hathaway becoming a legendary was a big deal for the Northern Battlefront City. It added a heavy weight to the Northern Battlefront City that was preparing to establish a new nation. Now that there was a legendary wizard, many things in the Northern Battlefront City could officially be put on the agenda. For example, the Wizard Tower Spirit. A Wizard Tower Spirit had to be at least a legendary rank before it could be made. Now that Hathaway had become a legendary wizard, it was time for the Wizard Tower Spirit to be made. Only with a Tower Spirit could the Wizard Tower be considered a complete Wizard Tower. After Hathaway finished her advancement, Sulun also started to check his harvest. He had taken the Big Dipper elixir to increase constitution. Sulun's constitution had reached 44 points, and after taking the Big Dipper elixir, it increased to 47 points. The other magic gems and magic steel were directly stored in the warehouse. These two items were considered relatively precious magic materials. Small magic gems had auxiliary effects in many experiments, while large magic gems played a key role in many situations. They were also often used in some magic tools. As for magic steel, it had a wide range of uses. The outer shell of a steel golem was made of magic steel, and many constructs used magic steel. Sulen opened the storage space and saw 2 white treasure chests with a faint golden light. They were the platinum treasure chests he got from killing the Hydra. He chose to open the treasure chests, and there was a flash of light. The familiar sound of the system rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest." You have received 10 pieces of Oniac steel. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received a legendary soul crystal. The light faded, and Sulin began to check the items in the treasure chest. Oniac steel was also a type of magic metal, and it was more precious than magic steel. 10 ingots of it were 500 kilograms. This metal had good magic conductivity, and its texture was tough. It also had high resistance to various types of energy. It was a very good material, including this one. Suluin now had 2 legendary soul crystals. One of them was prepared to be used to make a tower spirit, while the other was to be used to make a legendary golem. A wizard tower naturally had to be equipped with at least 1 legendary magic statue. After putting away these things, he began to deal with the bodies of the Hydra and the swamp giant. The Hydra's carcass was huge, and its scales and dragon skin needed to be removed. The Hydra's scales were tough, much tougher than the Ice Quetzalcoatlus' scales. The armor made from them would have a high defense, even higher than that of a normal white dragon scales. The Hydra had a large number of scales, and all of them could be used to make more than a dozen sets of armor. The Hydra skin was also very tough and could be used to make dragon skin armor and dragon skin robes. This kind of legendary material could be used to enchant even more powerful spells. Apart from the dragon skin that wasn't suitable to be made into magic robes, the rest of the dragon skin could be made into magic robes. Robes made from this legendary material had a high chance of reaching legendary magic items. Of course, the Hydra's skin alone wasn't enough. Many other precious materials were needed. After the scales and skin were distributed, Sulin began to divide the rest of the Hydra's materials. A huge monster that was 18 meters long had a lot of blood. Sulin found dozens of containers to hold the blood. The Hydra's weight was 20 tons, and its blood was only 5 tons. The Hydra had 9 hearts, each of which was 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter and weighed more than 25 kilograms. The poor quality blood could be used to make magic ink, and the good quality blood could be used to purify blood or make dragon blood potions. The rest of the internal organs could also be used as ingredients for magic potions. As for the Hydra's fangs, they were all pulled out to be made into short swords or machetes. The venom sac could be used to make poison, and the remaining bones and meat had their own uses. If Sulin was a necromancer, he could directly summon an undead Hydra, but now it could only be used as a magic ingredient. The meat could be used after being processed. This Hydra had a total of about 10 tons of meat. In order to preserve it for a long time, Sulin arranged for the meat to be made into dried meat. After dealing with the Hydra's body, Sulin began to deal with the swamp giant's body. The way he dealt with the swamp giant's body was similar to the way he dealt with the frost giant. Sulin also purified some blood from the swamp giant's blood. However, compared to the frost giant, the swamp giant's blood this time was much less. The quality of the swamp giant's blood was also slightly inferior to the frost giant's. In the end, the swamp giant's blood could only be used to inscribe the bloodline Mageweth on the 4 barbarians. Sulin planned to choose a few more barbarians to inscribe the Mageweth on them when he had time. In the following days, Sulin became very busy. A large amount of blood needed to be purified. A part of the Hydra's blood was concocted into mana ink, which could be used to write scrolls. The remaining part of the blood was purified by Sulin. The Hydra's blood contained a certain proportion of dragon's blood, which Sulin used a runic array to purify. Sulin only managed to extract a bottle of dragon's blood from the last ton of Hydra's blood. As for the rest of the dragon's blood, it could not be separated due to technical issues. The amount of dragon's blood in such a bottle was not even enough for one person. After the purification, there was only about 1% of the blood left. Although it was not pure dragon's blood, the Hydra's bloodline was not much worse than dragon's blood. This blood could be used to concoct a magic potion similar to the dragon's blood potion when combined with the Hydra's heart. Sulin was not good at this kind of magic potion. In order not to waste the materials, it was best to let Hathaway make it. After Hathaway became a legendary, her Her skills in concocting magic potions had improved a lot. Making these potions was a piece of cake for her. In just 2 days, Hathaway concocted the Dragon's Heart Potion using the Hydra's heart and blood. Dragon's Heart Potion, a high-level magic potion made from the Hydra's heart and blood that contained Dragon's bloodline and more than 10 rare materials. After consumption, it can increase strength and vitality. There's a very low chance of awakening the Dragon's bloodline. Note: the Dragon's Heart Potion can increase strength and vitality by 1 point for Constitution and Strength below 40. For Constitution and Strength above 40, it will increase Strength and Vitality by 0. 5 points. It will not be effective for attributes above 45. The potion cannot be consumed continuously. A total of 9 bottles of the Dragon's Heart Potion were made. After seeing the attributes of the potion, Su Lin was surprised. The increase in attributes was expected, but the fact that the Dragon's Heart Potion could awaken the Dragon's bloodline surprised Su Lin. The Dragon Bloodline Warlock was a very powerful type of warlock. Not only did the Dragon Bloodline Warlock have a strong body, but they also had the ability to cast spells. They were much stronger than ordinary warlocks. With this Dragon's Heart Potion and the Dragon's Blood Essence that he had purified before, he could cultivate a Dragon Bloodline Warlock. Su Lin thought for a moment and took out a bottle of Dragon's Heart Potion and left the laboratory. After leaving the Wizard Tower, Su Lin returned to the Lord's castle. Master, Anna, and Angela appeared at the door. They looked very happy. During this period of time, Su Lin had been busy and had not stayed in the castle for a few days. The 2 little half-elf maids lifted their skirts and bowed to Su Lin. "Welcome back." Su Lin smiled and hugged the 2 little maids in his arms. He then slapped their perky buttocks and let them go. "How have you been?" Su Lin asked. "Everything is good," the 2 little maids said with slightly blushing faces. Su Lin smiled and whispered in their ears, "I'll reward you tonight." Then the 2 little maids' faces became as red as apples, looking very attractive. "All right, where's Phyllis? What has she been doing?" Su Lin looked around and asked. "Madam Phyllis has been practicing martial arts. She should be in the castle's training ground now," Anna whispered. Su Lin nodded. "Send someone to invite her here. I have something to ask her." After a while, Su Lin saw Phyllis hurrying over. Seeing Phyllis's outfit, Su Lin's eyes lit up. As a princess, Phyllis was not just a pretty face. She had also learned the royal sword skills, but her strength was average. Phyllis had her long blonde hair tied behind her head. She was wearing a white hunting suit and a pair of riding boots. Her straight legs looked even more slender under the combination of the riding boots and the hunting suit. Her body looked slim and graceful, and there was a hint of heroism on her beautiful face. "Su Lin, you were looking for me?" Phyllis ran to Su Lin and asked with joy. "Yes, come with me. I have something to tell you." Su Lin took Phyllis's arm and walked upstairs. Phyllis's white, jade-like face suddenly turned red. She whispered, "Su Lin, it's still daytime." Su Lin was slightly taken aback. Then he knocked her head in annoyance. "What are you thinking? I have something to ask you." "Oh." Phyllis nodded with a red face, but there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. The 2 came to the room. Su Lin took out a bottle of Dragon Heart Potion and handed it to Phyllis. "This is the Dragon Heart Potion. It has a certain chance of allowing you to obtain the Dragon Bloodline and become a Dragon Disciple. Try it." Dragon Bloodline. Phyllis looked at the crystal bottle in surprise. There was some red liquid in the bottle that kept shaking, and there were some sparkling stars in the liquid. "This is for me?" Phyllis knew very well that Dragon Disciple was a powerful, extraordinary. "Yes, it has a chance of awakening. Try it and see the effect." Su Lin nodded. Phyllis looked at the crystal bottle and then looked at Su Lin. Then she opened the crystal bottle and drank the potion. As soon as it entered her mouth, Phyllis smelled a strong, bloody taste. She almost vomited. Fortunately, she knew the value of the potion and forced herself to drink it. Chapter 380. After Phyllis took the Dragon Heart Potion, Su Luan checked Phyllis's attributes for a while and found that there were no other changes except that her strength and physique had increased by 1 point. Su Lin shook his head when he saw that there was no awakening of the dragon bloodline. Good thing this potion can be stacked. I'll try again in a few days. Phyllis was a little disappointed, but she was relieved when Su Lin said there was still a chance. In the next few days, Su Lin began selecting barbarian Greytac berserkers to help them level up into barbarian raiders. This time, the giant's blood could level up 4 people. One of them was Boulder, and the other 3 were barbarians. Since he had a lot of experience, Su Lin was very familiar with this kind of rune engraving. It took 3 days for the 4 barbarian raiders to finish. Other than Boulder and Johnson, who were heroic units, the rest of the barbarian raiders were still normal units. However, unlike the barbarians of the past, they were now called elite monsters. While Su Lin was busy engraving runes on the barbarians, Phyllis also started her daily training. Ever since she was brought to the northern city as a tool for the marriage alliance, she felt a sense of crisis. She was very confident in her appearance, but after coming to the northern city, she quickly realized that she didn't have much of an advantage. There were more than one woman around Su Lin who was prettier than her. Without the advantage of her appearance, Phyllis became a little nervous. She was worried that she would be sent to a random place. As a member of the royal family, she had heard too many stories about how the 2 sides of the marriage alliance would become strangers or even worse. Fortunately, Su Lin didn't do that, which made her feel relieved. After living in the northern city for a while, she found that she liked life here. However, another thing made her worried again. She realized that none of Sullen's women were normal except for herself. From the wizard to the winged queen, from the succubus to the half-elf, she was the only normal human. This made her feel very disappointed. But after some time, she picked up the court swordsmanship from a long time ago. She didn't want to be a vase that would be casually discarded when she grew old. When Su Lin saw her practicing her swordsmanship, he also found her a half-elf tutor. Just 2 days ago, Su Lin had specially prepared a bottle of potion for her, which was said to be able to help her become a dragon disciple. However, after she took it, she didn't become a dragon disciple except for increasing her strength and body. This made her very disappointed. "Madam," just as she was in a daze, a middle-aged maid beside her bowed and said. Phyllis put the weapon back on the shelf, but the maid handed her a towel to wipe her sweat and said, "Have you sent the food over?" "It has been delivered, madam," said the middle-aged maid. "You guys go ahead and prepare dinner. I'm going to take a bath." Phyllis took off her tight hunting suit, revealing her white silk underwear. Her voluptuous body outlined her impressive curves. After changing into a loose bathrobe, Phyllis turned around and walked to the bathroom. The bathroom was steaming. Phyllis had worked out for a long time on the training ground today and was very tired. As soon as she went in, she took off her bathrobe, revealing her slender waist and plump buttocks. She reached out to test the temperature of the water, then raised her fair legs and stepped into the pool. Her curvaceous body slowly submerged in the water. However, as soon as she stepped in, Phyllis frowned slightly and whispered, "What's wrong? Why is the hot spring water a bit cold today?" "Someone," Phyllis shouted outside. A series of footsteps came, and then a maid came in and asked respectfully, "Madam, what can I do for you? Why is the water a bit cold today? How long has it been since the water was changed?" Phyllis asked. "Cold." The maid was a bit surprised. "Madam, the water was just changed." "Just change the water?" Phyllis was a bit surprised. The maid took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the pool. When her fingers touched the hot water, she felt a burning sensation. The water isn't cold. The water in the pool was slightly hot, and the temperature was at least 60 degrees. This temperature was a bit high for taking a bath. It even felt hot. Seeing that the maid's expression didn't seem to be fake, Phyllis seemed to feel that something was wrong. She knew the temperature of the hot spring water. When she soaked in the hot spring before, it was a bit hot, but today she felt that the water was cold. "Okay, you can leave now." Phyllis waved her hand and let the maid leave, but she still had some doubts in her heart. Although the water was a bit cold, Phyllis still soaked in the hot spring for a while. Bathing in the hot spring could restore her strength. She was a bit tired at the training ground today, but soaking in the hot spring would quickly restore her strength. After soaking in the hot spring for about 10 minutes, Phyllis stretched herself lazily. Her breasts rose in an exaggerated arc, which went down smoothly and then shrank quickly. After coming out of the bathroom, Phyllis put on a white silk nightgown, and several maids brought in a sumptuous meal. After a simple dinner, Phyllis asked the maids to take away the food, then got up and went to the study. She wanted to read for a while before resting. The next day, Sulin returned to the Lord's castle after completing the barbarian's rune inscription. Phyllis immediately came to see him. "What's wrong?" Seeing Phyllis hurrying over, Sulin asked curiously. "Sulin, there are some changes in my body," Phyllis said. Sulin was a bit surprised. "Changes? What changes?" Phyllis was a bit embarrassed. "I don't seem to be afraid of heat anymore." Sulin frowned slightly. "Not afraid of heat? Is this the awakening of the dragon warlock bloodline?" Thinking of this, Sulin hurried over to check Phyllis's pupils. When a dragon warlock awakened their bloodline, their pupils would become different from that of a human. They would be closer to the pupils of a dragon. After careful observation, Sulin found that there were no changes in Phyllis's pupils. "Come with me." After finding no changes, Sulin did not give up. Instead, he led Phyllis to a room. Sulin opened the system panel and found Phyllis's information. Soon, he saw a line of small words under Phyllis's information: Dragon Bloodline Awakening. Level of Awakening: Low. Sulin was a bit surprised when he saw this line. Phyllis's situation was just beginning to awaken, but the effect was not good. Normally, when a dragon bloodline awakened, the dragon bloodline awakened would not be afraid of fire, their strength would increase, and dragon scales would appear. However, Phyllis only had the ability to not be afraid of heat, which was a far cry from a warlock's awakening. "Take off your clothes," Sulin said to Phyllis as they entered the room. "Ah!" Phyllis was a little surprised. Then, her pretty face flushed red. "Sulin, it's still daytime. Is it okay to do it at night?" "What are you thinking?" Sulin rolled his eyes at her. "I want to check the level of your awakening." "Awakening?" Phyllis immediately became excited. She grabbed Sulin's arm with both hands and asked, "I've awakened the dragon bloodline? Does that mean I can become a dragon warlock?" Sulin felt the amazing elasticity on his arm. A delicate fragrance wafted to the tip of his nose. There seemed to be a fire in his heart, but soon Sulin suppressed it. "You have indeed awakened the dragon bloodline, but the level of awakening is very low." "Really?" Phyllis's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Hurry up, take off your clothes." "I'll check," Sulin urged. "Oh." Phyllis hesitated for a moment. Then she undid her belt shyly. The silk robe slid down gently, and a beautiful jade-like body appeared in front of Sulin. She had full breasts, a slender and powerful waist, and slender and straight legs. She was only wearing thin underwear. Although they had seen each other many times, Phyllis was still a little shy. Under Sulin's fiery gaze, Phyllis's body trembled slightly, and a layer of rose color appeared on her skin. "Turn around." Sulin patted Phyllis and asked her to turn around. Then, he reached out and touched her spine. Sulin touched her tailbone bit by bit. He was checking Phyllis's spine. After awakening as a dragon bloodline, a pair of dragon wing bones would gradually grow on the human spine. At first, dragon bloodline warlocks didn't have wings, but as their level increased, the dragon bloodline would gradually awaken. At this time, a pair of dragon wings would grow on both sides of the dragon bloodline warlock. This pair of dragon wings wasn't as big as the dragon wings of a giant dragon and couldn't be used to flap them. Of course, they still had the ability to fly. Moreover, the dragon wings of dragon bloodline warlocks could be retracted. When they weren't in use, they could be put away. It was very convenient. Sulin was now looking for the dragon wing bone on Phyllis's body. Soon, Sulin touched a bone that was a little different from an ordinary spine. This bone was slightly protruding on both sides. This bone was the dragon wing bone, but it hadn't fully formed yet. Dragon wing bones would only grow on people who had awakened the dragon bloodline warlock's talent. As the dragon bloodline warlock awakened, it would gradually grow and eventually grow into a pair of dragon wings. Is it done? Phyllis couldn't help but ask when she felt Su Lin stop. Wait a minute. It'll be done in a moment. Su Lin looked at the half-naked beauty in front of him, and the fire in his heart burned again. Phyllis turned her head and looked at him. She asked with some confusion, "Why did you take off your clothes, too?" "Because I think you're a little shy." Su Lin smiled and reached out to hug Phyllis. "No, it's daytime now." Phyllis instantly understood. Her body subconsciously wanted to resist, but how could Su Lin let a fat sheep escape from his mouth? "What are you thinking?" "I'm just checking your body," Su Lin said righteously. "This won't do." "Ugh, ugh." Soon, some indistinct sounds came from the tightly shut door. Chapter 381. Are you saying that my awakening of the dragon bloodline is poor? Phyllis asked as she lay in Sullen's arms. Yes. Although you've awakened your dragon bloodline, the degree of awakening is very low, and your talent is not high either, Su Lin said as he played with the smooth skin in his hand. Then can I become a dragon bloodline warlock? Phyllis asked worriedly. Su Lin smiled. As long as I'm here, no matter how poor your talent is, you can still become a dragon bloodline warlock. It's not impossible for you to become a legendary warlock. Really? Phyllis asked in surprise. Of course. The two of them stayed in bed for a while before getting up again. After a simple meal, Su Lin brought Phyllis to the lab in the wizard tower. Although Phyllis's talent was very poor, it was not impossible to change it. The talent of a warlock was different from that of a wizard or a druid. A warlock's talent depended on the concentration of their bloodline. The easiest way to improve a warlock's talent was to increase the concentration of their bloodline. Su Lin had a few bottles of Dragon Heart Potion that could slightly increase the concentration of the bloodline. In addition, he also purified half a bottle of dragon blood. Although half a bottle of dragon blood was not enough for a person to awaken their dragon bloodline, it could still be used to increase the concentration of the bloodline. When they came to the lab, Su Lin took out another bottle of Dragon Heart Potion and gave it to Phyllis. After taking the potion, the dragon bloodline aura in Phyllis's body increased slightly. At the same time, her strength and vitality also increased a little. Next, Su Lin opened the bloodline magic circle in the lab. Light blue elemental energy slowly poured into it, and soon the whole circle lit up. Take off your clothes and lie down, Su Lin said to Phyllis. Okay. Phyllis obediently took off her clothes again and laid down in the center of the circle. Next, Su Lin took out a delicate crystal bottle, which contained more than half a bottle of bright red blood. This blood was the dragon blood he had purified before. Su Lin opened the crystal bottle and felt around Phyllis's spine. Phyllis felt a burning pain, and her body trembled slightly. Dragon blood was highly corrosive. According to the bards, bathing in dragon blood could make one invulnerable and strong, which made one's body very strong. There was some truth in this saying. However, the premise was that one's constitution was high enough to withstand the corrosion of the dragon blood. Moreover, in addition to its corrosiveness, the blood of the red dragon was like magma. Under normal circumstances, directly bathing in dragon blood would cause severe burns to a large extent. Although the blood of the white dragon would not burn, it would freeze people into ice. Hiss! Phyllis's body trembled slightly, and her muscles tightened. Obviously, she was in great pain. Bear with it. It will be over soon. Su Lin looked at Phyllis, who was biting her lips so hard that they were about to bleed. Phyllis nodded with some difficulty. As long as I can become a dragon disciple, I can endure any pain. Yes. Looking at Phyllis's expression, Su Lin nodded slightly. The bloodline transformation circle was not difficult, and Su Lin did not have a hard time operating it. Su Lin put the crystal bottle that contained the dragon blood on the experiment table, and then took out some magic gem powder. With a snap of his fingers, a light flashed, and the powder instantly emitted a colorful light. Then, like a colorful ribbon, it flew up. Sullen's finger gently moved, and the ribbon quickly moved along with his finger. At this time, the dragon blood in the crystal bottle was also drawn out by a strange force. Strands of bright red dragon blood slowly extended from Phyllis's spine in the direction of Sullen's finger. The ribbon and the dragon blood quickly merged. Before she knew it, her entire spine was covered by the dragon blood. The dragon blood was the product of Sullen's purification. The dragon blood did not belong to a black dragon or a green dragon, but was similar to the color of the dragon blood in its initial state. Sullen's expression was very serious, and his eyes were sharp. His fingers moved quickly, and runes that seemed to contain mysterious power quickly formed in his hand. When the last rune was completed, Sulin picked up a magic staff and softly chanted. The surrounding elemental energy quickly gathered and formed a frightening magic wave. The last light flashed. Sulin gently pointed, and a huge amount of energy instantly poured into Phyllis's spine. Whoosh! A large amount of elemental energy poured into the laboratory and formed a slight elemental vortex. There was even an elemental siphoning phenomenon in the surroundings. The huge amount of energy in the elemental pool quickly poured out. Dragon blood baptism. Runes rose from the magic circle. These runes emitted a dazzling light and quickly merged with Phyllis's body. These runes carried a powerful force and quickly merged with the dragon blood. Then they completely merged with Phyllis's body. Phyllis's body trembled slightly. Her eyes became blurred, and her body trembled slightly. After the burning and corrosive sensation disappeared, strands of scorching energy emitted from her spine and quickly circulated throughout her body. As this energy circulated, Phyllis's body was also rapidly changing. The power of the bloodline in her body was also rapidly increasing. As the energy continued to circulate, Phyllis's body became stronger little by little. Sulin was slightly relieved. A sense of fatigue came over him. Although the dragon blood baptism was not difficult, it consumed a lot of energy. All right, the ritual is completed. You can get up now. Sulin snapped his fingers and cut off the energy supply of the runic circle. The whole runic circle slowly dimmed. Done. Phyllis was a little stunned. Then, she got up and put on her clothes under Sullen's urging. Your body should be very strong now. The dragon blood baptism just now can strengthen your bloodline. You can feel the changes in yourself, Sulin said with a smile. I feel my body is full of energy. Phyllis said excitedly as she clenched her fist. This is just one of the changes. Sulin said affirmatively. The potential of a dragon bloodline warlock is quite amazing, especially a warlock with a strong bloodline like yours. If you can fully utilize it, it won't be difficult for you to advance to the legendary rank. Dragon bloodline warlocks were very powerful. They were born with great strength. After awakening their dragon bloodline, they would have dragon scales, dragon ability, dragon breath, dragon constitution, dragon wings, and half-dragon transformation. In the beginning, dragon scales were only equivalent to leather armor. However, as dragon bloodline warlocks continued to advance, the defensive effect of dragon scales would continue to strengthen. In the end, dragon scales' defensive power would surpass that of plate armor, and it would also have a certain degree of magic resistance. Dragon ability allowed dragon bloodline warlocks to have strength comparable to legendary warriors. They could completely rely on strength to fight. Needless to say, dragon breath was a kind of power similar to dragon breath. This kind of dragon breath would gradually strengthen. Dragon's constitution would allow dragon bloodline warlocks to have a strong physique not inferior to warriors. Dragon wings allowed them to have the ability to fly. Half-dragon transformation allowed them to transform into some of the characteristics of dragons in battle. In the state of half-dragon transformation, the various strengths of dragon bloodline warlocks would be strengthened again. In fact, a powerful dragon bloodline warlock's close combat strength was not inferior to a warrior. Moreover, compared to warriors, they also had the ability to fly and cast spells. Although dragon bloodline warlocks' casting ability was weaker than that of ordinary warlocks, the gap was not big. Moreover, they also had dragon breath. In addition to these, dragon bloodline warlocks inherited the dragon bloodline, so their lifespan was also very long. The basic lifespan was more than 300 years. If they advanced to the legendary rank, their lifespan would be greatly extended. Dragon bloodline warlocks also had an enviable ability that was their strength would slowly increase over time, even a little bit when they were sleeping. This ability was very similar to dragon sleep. Phyllis had obtained the dragon bloodline as a red dragon warlock. The first ability she awakened was fire resistance. However, as time passed, this ability would gradually strengthen. Finally, she would gain fire resistance. After Sulan performed the dragon blood baptism on her, Phyllis awakened dragon ability. Her physical strength had been strengthened. Now, her strength attribute had directly increased by 3 points. If strength increased by 3 points every time she advanced, then Phyllis's strength would increase by at least 15 points. Of course, this was only the most basic. With some professional training, it would not be difficult for Phyllis's strength to exceed 35 points. Many legendary warriors, after advancing to the legendary rank, did not have the same strength. Okay, now go to the training ground to test your ability, Sulan said after watching Phyllis move her body for a while. Okay, I still can't control the sudden increase in strength. Phyllis nodded. She had not yet adapted to the sudden increase in strength. Sulan took Phyllis to the 5th floor of the Wizard Tower. This floor was the training ground of the Wizard Tower. There were a total of 30 training grounds here. They used the space expansion technique to expand the space. These training grounds were blessed with various protective spells and were divided into levels. However, the training grounds in the Wizard Tower could only withstand the spell attack of a level 4 wizard at most. As for more powerful spells, they could only go to other places to practice. In fact, there were basically no training grounds that could withstand legendary attack spells. Sulan chose a level 2 training ground, which could withstand the destructive power of spells between level 0 and level 4. Phyllis had just become a dragon bloodline warlock. Although her strength had increased greatly, according to the destructive power, it was not at the level of a level 4 spell, so she could use all her strength. Catch! Sulan took out a long sword and handed it to her. Now that your strength has increased greatly, you could try swordsmanship first, then get used to it as soon as possible. Phyllis nodded and took the long sword. As soon as the long sword was in her hand, she could acutely feel that the weapon was much lighter. In fact, it was not the weapon that was lighter, but her strength had increased. Phyllis had learned palace swordsmanship before, so she began to practice it as soon as she got the weapon. Chapter 382. Phyllis waved her weapon and then launched an attack on Sulan. Sulan gently flicked her weapon away with his wooden sword, and then casually knocked Phyllis's calf with his sword. Focus, Sulan said in a deep voice. Sorry. Phyllis quickly got up, picked up her weapon, and got into a fighting stance. Phyllis once again waved her weapon at Sulan, but of course, she was easily defeated by Sulan. After a while of sparring, Sulan had a rough idea of Phyllis's strength. To be honest, Phyllis's combat awareness was not high, and the palace swordsmanship she learned was not very effective. The palace swordsmanship was developed from the battlefield swordsmanship, and there was nothing wrong with it. But later, the palace swordsmanship gradually began to be improved in the direction of rituals and patterns. In the end, this kind of swordsmanship was inclined to the performance type and was not suitable for fighting. Phyllis, don't learn the palace swordsmanship in the future, Sulan said. I'll ask the drows to teach you a swordsmanship suitable for fighting. Okay. Phyllis nodded. After awakening the dragon bloodline, Phyllis's strength had reached the 1st grade, but because she was not good at fighting, her strength could only be regarded as average, and it was completely due to the improvement of her physical fitness. Her current physical fitness was very strong, and she could basically crush ordinary knights. After a complete test, although Phyllis was very tired, she was very excited. She was obviously very happy with the power she had just gained. "Take a rest," Sulin said with a smile. "Since you've awakened the dragon bloodline, don't be lazy in the future." "Okay." Phyllis panted and took the towel handed to her by the maid to wipe her sweat. After Phyllis awakened the dragon bloodline warlock, Sulin put away the remaining bottles of dragon heart potion. These potions could no longer increase the concentration of her bloodline. He planned to let others try it in the future. While Sulin was busy processing the materials from the Hydra and the Swamp Giant, Hathaway was studying the creation of the Tower Genie. It was very difficult to create a Tower Spirit. Originally, Hathaway had planned to use the normal method to create a Tower Spirit. However, after obtaining the Mageweth inscription technology, it could also be used to create a Tower Spirit. After some discussion, Sulin and Hathaway decided to use the Mageweth inscription technology to create a Tower Spirit. Initially, Sulin had thought that Hathaway would still need some time to learn this technique, and that it wouldn't be the best time to create the Tower Genie. However, he didn't expect that after advancing to the legendary level, her learning ability would also increase. It only took her a few days to completely master the Mageweth inscription technique. Compared to Sulin, who was a wizard who only focused on one subject, Hathaway, who had a formal wizard education and a part-time master alchemist, learned all kinds of skills much faster. She could learn all kinds of knowledge by analogy. When he saw Hathaway again, she was full of energy. "Sulin, I'm going to make the Tower Spirit." Sulin's face lit up with joy. "You've already mastered the Mageweth inscription technique." "Yes, I've succeeded," Hathaway said with a smile. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's make the Tower Spirit." Sulin excitedly pulled Hathaway directly to the Wizard Tower. The two arrived at the laboratory, where all kinds of equipment were ready. The energy of the elemental pool was turned on, and the concentration of elemental elements in the laboratory rapidly increased. Sulin took out a legendary-level soul crystal. This high-quality soul crystal looked very beautiful, like a bright gem. It contained powerful soul energy, which was the main material for making a Tower Spirit. Hathaway gently pointed with her finger, and a large amount of elemental energy rushed out. The rune circle that had been prepared in advance quickly lit up. Sulin handed the soul crystal to Hathaway, and Hathaway took out a magic staff. Then, she gently pointed at the soul crystal, and the purple soul crystal floated in midair. A chant was heard, and Hathaway summoned a ball of elemental fire that kept jumping. This elemental fire was a power that only a master alchemist could control. The blue elemental fire seemed to have no temperature, but it was actually very hot. She took out a piece of mithril and threw it into the elemental fire. Soon, the mithril melted into a silvery white liquid. "Arcane powder, 13 ounces," Hathaway said to Sulin. Sulin skillfully weighed out 13 ounces of arcane powder with a balance and handed it over. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and the powder flew up and entered the fire bit by bit. "Elemental powder, 6 ounces. Stardust, 1 ounce." As the elemental fire continued to burn, Hathaway added all kinds of magic materials. The original silvery white liquid gradually turned pale gold. When all the materials were fused together, Hathaway picked up the soul crystal with a serious face. She held the soul crystal with the sorcerer's hand and let it slowly enter the elemental fire. The blue elemental fire quickly wrapped around the soul crystal, and then it fused with the pale gold liquid. The fusion lasted for about an hour. When the two were completely fused, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, this was only the first step. The next step was to inscribe runes on the half-finished material. This step was very crucial. If there was a mistake in the runes, the material would have to be reforged. Every time it was reforged, it would lose a lot of soul energy and materials. Hathaway took out the tools she had prepared. Ordinary carving knives could not be used to inscribe runes, so she used a special tool. Powerful elemental energy gathered in midair. Hathaway activated the tool, and the half-finished soul core in front of her instantly enlarged from the size of a palm by a few hundred times. Next, Hathaway controlled the special carving knife and began to inscribe runes. These runes had been simulated in her mind hundreds of times. Although it was her first time doing it, she was very familiar with it. Runes quickly appeared one after another without any mistakes. The runes connected with each other, and finally, the entire soul core was engraved with runes. When the last rune was engraved, a light flashed, and all the runes lit up. Finally, they connected into one. Soul control. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and powerful magic waves emanated from her body. In the next second, a stream of soul energy was extracted from the soul core. Traces of vague whispers appeared in the laboratory, and the negative energy in the surroundings began to gather. If someone was here, they would clearly feel that the place had suddenly become gloomy. A huge amount of soul energy appeared. Although this soul energy had lost its consciousness, it quickly began to struggle and wanted to escape. Soul shackle. A pale golden chain suddenly appeared and directly entangled all the soul energy. The soul energy, which was still moving, immediately became obedient. Sulin lit up the ghost wood that he had prepared earlier. The ghost wood was a type of magical plant that grew in graveyards and other places with dense negative energy. It was usually used to make concentrating incense, which could increase the efficiency of a wizard's meditation. It could also protect and calm the soul. With the appearance of the smoke, the soul energy seemed to have become more solid. Soul construct. Hathaway softly chanted, and a purple light merged with the soul shadow. The soul shadow also began to undergo various changes. Hathaway continued to repair the soul energy. Soul weave. Rays of light flashed, and as time went by, the soul energy gradually became the appearance that Hathaway wanted. There were many types of tower spirits, from the combat tower spirits to the auxiliary tower spirits to the dual-purpose tower spirits, and so on. Generally, wizard towers used auxiliary tower spirits or dual-purpose tower spirits. The tower spirits used in floating cities were large and comprehensive tower spirits. A floating city's tower spirit would be composed of many auxiliary tower spirits and combat tower spirits. Sullin's wizard tower naturally did not need so many tower spirits. The tower spirit that Hathaway made this time was a dual-purpose tower spirit. Because of the use of Mageweth inscription technology, the tower spirit made by Hathaway had a powerful computing ability much stronger than the average tower spirit. The current world's tower spirit technology was only upgraded from the early tower spirit technology of the Arcane Empire era. Compared with Sullin's tower spirit, the gap was not small. This tower spirit would become the tower spirit of the wizard tower. It would assist Sulin and Hathaway in controlling the wizard tower, adjust the energy supply of the wizard tower, and command the puppet golems to patrol according to the predetermined route. It was the manager of the wizard tower. When the tower was invaded by foreign enemies, it would command the puppet golems to fight. After completing the soul construct and soul weave, Hathaway gently snapped her fingers, and the soul energy once again merged into the soul core. Soul fusion. With a flash of light, the soul core in midair returned to calm again. Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to take the soul core and began to examine it. After finally confirming that everything was normal, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. But until now, the tower spirit was still not completed. Hathaway was not in a hurry to complete it. Instead, she took a short break. When her mental strength recovered to its best state, Hathaway began the next step. Activate the construct life. Soul awakening. The surging elemental energy was quickly extracted by Hathaway. Her mental strength guided the magic to quickly construct a complex magic array. Melodious spells were constantly chanted from her mouth, and a powerful magical wave appeared in the laboratory. A golden aura appeared out of thin air. The soul core, which was originally a dead object, seemed to have undergone other changes. The brilliance dissipated, and another soul wave appeared, followed by a strange life wave. Finally, all the light dissipated. The soul power was completely recovered, and a special construct life appeared. Chapter 383. Tower spirits were not simple magic creations. They were a special kind of life form. They were very similar to elemental creatures, but they were different from elemental creatures. According to the template of society in his previous life, tower spirits should be a high-level artificial intelligence. Master, a cold mechanical voice sounded. From today onwards, your name is Milky Way. Sulen gave the new tower spirit a name. Yes, Master. Tower Spirit Milky Way is at your service. The new tower spirit quickly accepted its name. Hathaway began to add all kinds of information to Milky Way. A newly born tower spirit was not a blank piece of paper. Because of the remnant soul consciousness in the soul crystal, it usually received some simple general knowledge. However, this general knowledge was not enough to control the wizard tower. Hathaway needed to instill all kinds of knowledge into the tower spirit. With the continuous infusion of knowledge, the tower spirit quickly learned through a large amount of computing power and constantly grew. When Hathaway finished instilling all kinds of knowledge, she picked up the tower spirit's soul core and went to the 7th floor of the wizard tower. The 7th floor of the wizard tower was divided into 2 parts. One was the astrology platform, and the other was the control center. The control center had been completed long ago, but because there was no tower spirit, it was empty. Now that the tower spirit was completed, it naturally had to be placed in the control center. Only in this way, the tower spirit could control the wizard tower and assist Sulen and Hathaway in controlling the wizard tower. In the empty control hall, there was nothing other than the control center. The floor here was paved with white marble, and it was enchanted with a hardening spell. Its hardness was far greater than that of steel. A large number of energy channels were laid under the marble, and these energy channels were all connected to the control center. Hathaway arrived in front of the control panel in the middle. This stone platform wasn't made of stone, but it looked like it was made of stone. Hathaway had used several dozen kinds of magic materials to create it, and it had a very strong magic conductivity. A large number of magic patterns had already been engraved on the control panel. In the middle of these magic patterns, there was a groove. With a light tap of her finger, several rays of magic light flashed, and the control center slowly rose. Hathaway took the tower spirit's soul core and then placed the soul core into the groove. With a light snap, the soul core was tightly sealed. With a flash of light, the runic array of the control center was activated, and the entire console emitted a dazzling magic light. The energy of the elemental pool was instantly activated, and a huge amount of elemental energy flowed into the control center through the energy channel. Then, a powerful soul wave came, and the surrounding magic patterns all lit up. Master, Tower Spirit Milky Way has successfully taken over the Sorcerer Tower. Self-check mode is in progress. The elemental pool is functioning normally. The Sorcerer Tower's energy channel is functioning normally. The Sorcerer Tower security is functioning normally. The Golem Squad is moving normally. The Ecological Garden is functioning normally. The dungeon is not activated. The isolation room is not activated. The laboratory is functioning normally. Self-examination complete. Magus functions normally. Would you like to restart the Sorcerer Tower? After rebooting, the Sorcerer Tower will be fully taken over by Tower Spirit Milky Way. Sulen asked, will restarting the Wizard Tower affect the ongoing experiments or other things? No. When the Adept Tower is reactivated, it will reserve a portion of energy to maintain normal operation. Then restart it, Sulen said. Restarting. Following the cold voice of Inhe, the light of the control center gradually dimmed, and the elemental energy continued to decrease. Prepare to restart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Restart. The elemental pool is operating, beginning to supply energy. The magic array is activated. The energy channel is beginning to self-check. Self-examination complete. Beginning energy transfer. A huge amount of elemental energy instantly gushed out from the elemental pool and was transferred to various parts of the Sorcerer Tower along the energy channel. Beginning to scan the structure of the Sorcerer Tower. Scan complete. Constructing a three-dimensional model. A ray of light flashed, and a large amount of light suddenly appeared in front of Hathaway and Sulin. Then the light gathered, and a three-dimensional model quickly appeared in front of the two of them. It was the three-dimensional model of the Sorcerer Tower. This model had all the places of the Sorcerer Tower marked, and it could be enlarged, shrunk, or rotated according to the movements of the two of them. Every part of the Sorcerer Tower could be analyzed and observed. It was very intuitive. Three-dimensional model construction completed. The Golem squad is moving, resetting the patrol route. The patrol route has been revised, cleaning and repairing 28 loopholes. The isolation room is functioning normally. The laboratory is moving normally. The ecological garden is functioning normally. Alert mode activated. As Inhe's voice sounded, the Sorcerer Tower once again resumed its normal operation. The Sorcerer Tower is functioning normally. Hathaway and Sulin looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that this tower genie had done a good job. Master, please set the permissions. Sulin and I are set to the highest permissions. Hathaway said directly. Setting complete. Chris, Karina, Alex, Grace, Phyllis, Anna, and Angela are set to level 7 permissions. All Sorcerer Apprentices are set to level 2 permissions. Sorcerer Lorraine and Sorcerer Andre are set to level 4 permissions. Permissions setting complete. As a ray of light rose, the various permissions were divided. As the Tower Genie took over the Sorcerer Tower, Sulin and Leylin had full control of the Sorcerer Tower. Inhe, activate the three-dimensional model of the Sorcerer Tower. Scan the energy channels and the surrounding ley line network. Hathaway stood in the middle of the hall and said, along with a faint golden light, a ring of light suddenly appeared in the control center. The ring of light paused for a few seconds, and in the next second, the ring of light rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it turned into a ray of light that could not be seen by the naked eye and spread out. The light quickly scanned the Sorcerer Tower, and then Inhe's cold mechanical voice sounded again. Model activated. The model of the Sorcerer Tower appeared in front of Sulin. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and the model of the Sorcerer Tower was instantly divided into a dozen different areas. Hathaway marked out some of the areas, and then slowly said, begin calculating the energy transmission efficiency of the Sorcerer Tower. Establishing mission. Mission established. Data collection complete. Beginning calculation. The light flashed, and Inhe began to calculate quickly. Starting from the elemental pool, the magic rune marks in every position of the Sorcerer Tower began to appear, and they were constantly combined in the three-dimensional model. After a few minutes, the light disappeared. Calculation complete. The current energy transmission efficiency of the Sorcerer Tower is 63%. Recommend Master to optimize the internal structure. Inhe's cold voice sounded. Optimize. Inhe's cold mechanical voice sounded again. Begin optimizing the internal structure of the Sorcerer Tower. Calculation in progress. Optimization complete. Generating three-dimensional model. Model completed. Optimization plan generated. Add an energy hub in the energy transmission channel in the basement. Modify the energy hearing route in the hall on the first floor. Add more magic rune engravings on the magic rune nodes on the third floor. And add 3 energy transformation hubs on the 5th floor. Estimated consumption. 35 units of magic crystals, 20 magic gems, 12 ounces of arcane dust, stardust. After optimization, the Sorcerer Tower's energy efficiency will be increased by 17.6%, and daily energy consumption will be reduced by 12%. Seeing the new optimization plan, Hathaway nodded. Record the optimization plan. With the help of the Tower Genie, the management of the Sorcerer Tower was a lot easier. Sulin and Hathaway were relieved. Next, they needed to start optimizing the Sorcerer Tower according to the modification plan of the Tower Genie. Other than optimizing the Sorcerer Tower, Sullin's Sorcerer Tower still had a lot of things to build. For example, the Sorcerer Tower's attack system and the Sorcerer Tower's defense system. These two facilities were very important. Normally, a Sorcerer Tower needed to be protected by the Sorcerer Tower. The Sorcerer Tower was a special magic technique. It was weaved with magic energy. It was a powerful enchantment that covered a large area. It had a simple consciousness. The Sorcerer Tower could also record all kinds of spells and store magic energy. At the same time, those who had access to the Sorcerer Tower could use all kinds of power within the Sorcerer Tower. It could be said that with the Sorcerer Tower, one's combat power within the Sorcerer Tower would be doubled. The Sorcerer Tower could not only record spells, but it also had the ability to suppress magic. The spells recorded in the Sorcerer Tower could be changed. The Sorcerer Tower's ability to suppress magic was much more limited than Sullin's Sorcerer Tower. It could only suppress a single series or a type of spell. It was not easy to build a large Sorcerer Tower. The cost of such a Sorcerer Tower was very high, and Sulin did not have the craftsmanship to make the Sorcerer Tower. The Sorcerer Tower was highly confidential. Sulin did not have enough money to build such a thing, so he planned to build a magic enchantment for the Sorcerer Tower first. In addition to the Sorcerer Tower also needed an attack system. This attack system was not to deal with the golem puppets, but it was a trump card. For example, the Sorcerer Particle Railgun, the Sorcerer Crystal Pulse Railgun, and many other powerful weapons. For example, the Sorcerer Particle Railgun. This thing's attack power was very exaggerated. Even if a legendary sorcerer was hit, he would not be able to escape. If the Sorcerer Tower was hit, he would die on the spot. This kind of powerful weapon had existed since the era of the Arcane Empire. After the Arcane Empire's era, this technology had been improved many times and became even more powerful. The sorcerers were now using the improved technology, but it was rarely used. However, although this kind of weapon was very powerful, it was not suitable to be equipped because this kind of weapon consumed too much energy. A Sorcerer Particle Railgun required a variety of materials. Mithril was only a part of it. There were more than a dozen other materials. It was not easy to build, and this kind of technology needed to be supplemented. Chapter 384. It was now June. The northern wasteland was lush and full of life. Northern Town had become even more prosperous. Since the beginning of the month, there had been more caravans coming to Northern Town. Apart from the caravans, there were also many nobles from different countries. "This is the 20th noble, right?" a peddler on the street whispered. "The 21st, a shoemaker who was mending a pair of boots added. "So many nobles are here to celebrate our Lord's founding," the peddler said excitedly. The itinerant man said excitedly, "I really hope more nobles will come. Then I can earn more money." "Hey, Jack, you made about 3 silver nars this month, right?" "Don't be too greedy," the shoemaker said. "You're talking like you've made less money, Harry." Jack glanced at him and said, "Hee, I really want to earn 5 gold nars as soon as possible so that I can have my own piece of land here." Jack said with a sigh, "Yes, thanks to our kind Lord. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to save enough money to buy a piece of land," Harry said with a smile. Harry smiled and said, "This month, our Lord is going to officially establish a duchy. May the gods protect our Lord and our country." When night fell, Jack walked briskly to the market. Every day, when the market was about to close, he would come here to buy some cheap food. Northern Town had a lot of seafood, so the price was not expensive. Now that the market was about to close, the price was even lower. A 2-pound fish only cost 8 copper nars. When the market was about to close, the price was even lower. If it was a dead fish, it would only cost 4 copper nars. Although it was a dead fish, it had been dead for less than a day. His son was lucky. Now he could eat fish soup every now and then. When he was young, he couldn't even eat enough potatoes, let alone meat soup. It was really a good time. Jack's house was on the west side of the outer town. It was a small house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. He lived here with his wife and 3 children. The house was small and shared a yard with several other families. Outside, there was a drainage ditch. There were 3 faucets in the yard. There were some empty spaces in the yard for drying clothes. There were also a few chicken cages next to the yard. There were a few hens in the cages. The eggs that the hens laid would be accumulated and sold at the market when there were enough eggs. As a commoner who had lived here for almost a year, Jack had his own plans. He wasn't like some people who enjoyed a good life and lived a careful life. He planned to work hard to earn money and buy a few acres of land when the price of land in northern town was low. Then, when his 2 sons grew up, his elder son would continue to be a peddler, his younger son would work as a farmer, and his daughter would find a good husband and give them a dowry. This way, their family would be able to take root in northern town. At the thought of this, Jack's heart was burning with passion. He could be considered worthy of his 3 children. When their grandfather and his father died, not to mention the land, even the house was in ruins. The inheritance that he left for them was already much better than his father's. When Jack returned home, he found that Hansen's family, who used to live in the same yard, had moved away. Hansen's son, Bernie, had successfully joined the army of Northern Town. His family had also left the commoners class. The soldiers in Northtown City were paid handsomely, and their families were allowed to have their own houses. It wasn't like the 40-square-meter house he was currently living in, where 5 or 6 families were squeezed together. It was a real house with a courtyard. As long as they became soldiers, they would be treated very well. The army provided food and shelter, and they could eat meat every day. This was something that countless commoners envied. After becoming soldiers, Northern Town would also distribute land. It could be said that as long as they became soldiers, their family wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. However, it wasn't easy to become a soldier. Every day, they had to undergo cruel training. If they were eliminated during training, they could only become a militia. The treatment of a militia was far worse than that of a soldier. Jack once wanted to join the army, but he gave up after trying. People died in war. His son wanted to join the army, but Jack didn't agree. Now, he just wanted to live a stable life and make his family better little by little. Northern Town was under construction every day. Although many places were completed, there were still a lot of empty spaces in the city. These empty spaces would naturally be used for construction in the future. The most important thing in Northern Town now was to prepare for the Lord's founding celebration. The entire Northern Town was busy preparing for this. For the celebration, every street in the city had to be cleaned. Trees and flowers were planted on both sides of the road. The city was decorated with beautiful flowers. Perhaps Northern Town wasn't as prosperous as the cities in the Southern Alliance, nor was it as populous as the capital of Florence. However, anyone who came here first felt that everything was solemn and neat. Everything was in order. The refugees from various countries quickly got used to the order of the city. They accepted their new life and quickly integrated into it. In just over 2 years, such a magnificent city had appeared in the northern wasteland. The sea breeze from the eastern sea brought enough rain to the northern wasteland. Many caravans from the Kingdom of Florence came to Northern Town along the road to the northern wasteland. Carts of goods were transported to the warehouse by laborers. These were the goods and daily necessities that Northern Town had purchased from various countries. For example, cloth, oil, slaves, spices, salt, preserved fruits, and enchanted materials. The number of slaves purchased by the Northern Town City had never decreased. The slave trade used to be the Northern Town City's biggest business. The Northern Town City would purchase around 2,000 slaves every month, so the population of the Northern Town City had been growing rapidly. Northern Town also produced salt, but the output was average. The salt produced here was rock salt. It had a high content of impurities, so it needed to be filtered. Salt production also required a lot of people. It couldn't compare to the big salt lakes in other places. Therefore, the salt mines didn't expand their production. Dark clouds came from the southeast. It could be foreseen that a heavy rain was about to hit. Many merchants were busy packing up. The carriages were stored in special garages. The horses were also driven into the stables. The coolies and porters were shouting to speed up the transportation of goods. The weather in June was unpredictable. They knew that a storm would come and go as it wished. The merchants moved their goods to their shops. However, the tavern 2 streets away was still very lively. Because of the prosperous trade in the northern wasteland, many mercenaries came here with caravans every year. At the same time, many adventurers used the tavern as a base to explore the northern wasteland. Many adventurers and mercenaries liked to squander the money they earned in a short period of time. Taverns were built one after another in northern town. At the same time, some seafood merchants with a keen sense of smell came here to sell abalone. Although the drinks and food in northern town were good, the ratio of men to women in the city was a bit imbalanced. The ratio of men to women in the city was about 6-4. This was mainly because Sulin didn't buy female slaves when he first bought slaves. Although he later plundered a lot of people in the northern wasteland and his territory became more populated and alleviated the problem of the ratio of men to women to a certain extent, the number of seafood merchants in the taverns decreased. Mercenaries and adventurers were willing to spend money. This phenomenon lasted for a month or two. Many seafood merchants heard the news and came to northern town. Sulin didn't stop this situation. After all, these seafood merchants maintained the stability of the society to a certain extent. Otherwise, those mercenaries and adventurers who were bored out of their minds might not take the risk. There were many civilians in northern town. Some of these civilians were craftsmen. After hearing that northern town was rich, they came to live here. These civilians rarely left after coming here. This was because they only needed to spend a little money to obtain land here. Moreover, life in northern town was stable. There weren't many exorbitant taxes, so they didn't have to worry about the nobles seizing their property. Compared to other cities, this place was like heaven. A caravan slowly approached the city gate. The tax officer who was already at the gate walked over quickly with 2 soldiers. "Where are you from? What kind of goods are you selling? You have to pay 10% tax to trade here. Also, all goods are not allowed to be traded outside. You have to go to the trading market in the city." The tax officer walked up and said. Soon, a man dressed like a manager of the caravan came to negotiate with the tax officer. The tax officer recorded the information while checking the goods for contraband. After a while, the tax officer finished checking and took out a special piece of paper to record the goods. After confirming the goods, the tax officer asked the merchant to sign. After completing the transaction, the tax officer would give the merchant a token. This was the certificate of permission to trade. Only those who had the token could trade in northern town. Soon, the tax officer finished recording and left. It was going to rain soon. Although he was a tax officer, he didn't collect taxes. He was only responsible for recording the goods of the caravan. He would only collect taxes when the caravan entered the market. The caravan moved forward again. At this time, a few cloaked figures left the caravan. They nodded at the manager of the caravan and gently knocked on the belly of their horses. They left the caravan and entered the city. "So this is northern town? It's so prosperous in the north. Do you see that tall tower? There are actually wizards building wizard towers in this place. Do you feel it? The concentration of elemental energy here is very high." Chapter 385. Yes, the elemental concentration here is at least twice as high as the outside world. Another old voice sounded. "It seems that the Lord of Northern City isn't as simple as we thought." The older man glanced around and said, "This place is indeed different from what we imagined. We've seen many cities before, and we know what they look like. The first impression I got from this city is that it's clean and then it's orderly. Along the way, whether it's Cult City, Cold Winter City, Monster City, or Port Tylon, you can smell the stench from afar. The terrible traffic and chaotic order. I really don't understand how the nobles manage the cities, and the streets are full of poor people in ragged clothes. Compared to those places, Northern City is simply heaven. Although it's still hard to live here, it's better than starving to death. The air and environment here are also very good. I can't imagine that this place was a wasteland 2 years ago. Along the way, they saw the poverty and filth under the appearance of prosperity in various countries. During those times of chaos and poverty, this place was orderly, and the lives of the commoners were very good. Let's go to the tavern to collect some information. At the same time, in a corner of the city gate, a few figures noticed the two men who had left the caravan. One of them said, "Boss, who's here this time? Do we need to report it? It's closest to Northern City, and there are all kinds of people here." Under the dim light, the drow quickly recorded some information and said. Another drow looked for a while and said, "Two wizards, record it and report it later. Let people pay attention to it, but don't pay too much attention. They won't break the rules casually." Under normal circumstances, wizards rarely intervened in mortal affairs. This had always been a matter of convention. Most of the time, wizards wouldn't even take the initiative to expose themselves to society. They were also known as the mysterious ones among the commoners. Since coming to Northern City, Sulin had led them to victory again and again, which gave them a kind of blind confidence. Even if the two wizards dared to make a move here, they would be discovered immediately. They were confident that they could get rid of these slaves. Two wizards walked into the city. They observed everything while chatting. The fame of Northern Town City had spread far and wide with the help of the caravans. There were many rumors about this pearl of the northern region, and the majestic buildings in Northern Town City had also spread far and wide. Whether it was the exquisite structure of the elevated aqueduct, the solemn Arc de Triomphe, or the magnificent and magical Sky Garden, these buildings were said to be miraculous. Many people listened to them as myths, but in fact, even those who spread the word did not know that these buildings really had various miraculous effects. "Madam." The workers on both sides of the road bowed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. The little succubus Chris had been in charge of the expansion of the Lord's castle. In order to establish a duchy, Sulin's Lord's mansion needed to be upgraded into a palace. Chris glanced at the crowd and said slowly, "Everyone else leave. Architect, come with me." The Lord's castle in Northern Town City didn't have a master architect when it was built, so many parts of it weren't built properly. Now, Sulin needed to transform the Lord's mansion into a magnificent palace. It was very suitable for Chris to do this. As a succubus, they didn't think about tempting other people every day. Anyone who had been to the succubus territory knew that the succubus queen commanded many succubi to transform a lower realm into a paradise. Those were the masterpieces of succubi and all kinds of craftsmen. Therefore, Chris's artistic skills were very high. Sulin's palace was built on the foundation of the Lord's castle. The whole building looked like a whole. The design of the palace was made by everyone, and then it was finally confirmed after Sulin confirmed and modified some parts. The palace was slightly bigger than the Lord's castle. It was located on the west side of the Harvest Altar in the center of Northern Town City. A lot of white marble was used to build the palace. During the construction, spells like mud to stone were used. The structure of the palace was very sturdy, and the ground was extravagantly enchanted with some hardening spells. The palace even had part of the power of the Wizard Tower. As the palace of Northern Wind Duchy, Sulin didn't want to lower the security of his palace. Sulin even planned to build an elemental pool and rune barrier in the palace. Of course, the construction cost of his palace was still not as high as the Wizard Tower next to it. After all, there was no tower spirit in the palace, nor was there a big waste of money like an ecological garden. Even so, it would cost 600,000 to 700,000 kinner to complete the palace. Right now, the palace was only the outline of a building. The main building of the palace had been completed, but there were still many places that needed to be engraved with magic patterns and set up with magic circles. When the palace was completed, the energy field of the palace could be connected to the Wizard Tower. At the same time, Sulin also planned to include the miracle buildings in Northern Town City. When the palace was completed, its energy field could cover the entire city and even some of the territory outside the city. This was a huge project. In order to complete it, he might need the help of a legendary wizard like Hathaway. There were beautiful reliefs on the walls of the palace. Some of them were engraved with myths and legends. Some of them were engraved with Sulan's achievements, from him becoming a pioneer noble, to him building Northern Town City, defeating all kinds of enemies in the wilderness, and becoming the overlord of the northern wilderness. At the moment, only a part of these reliefs was completed. There was still a lot of space left on the surrounding walls. These spaces were used to engrave Sulan's achievements in the future. There might be racial wars, or even national wars with other countries. The sculptors would continue to engrave Sulan's achievements in reliefs on the walls of the palace. Legendary wars, large-scale wars involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. If the outstanding generals of Northern Wind Duchy did something important, they would also be engraved. The Palace of Northern Town City was built in Baroque style. In addition to many sculptures, there were also many curved and oval-shaped buildings. In the hall of the palace, there were 36 tall, white marble pillars supporting it. The hall was elegant and grand, with a soft shape. The interior decoration was gorgeous. The dome was oval, with some flying angels and Pegasi engraved on it. The hall was spacious and could easily accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the hall was a platform about half a meter high. On the platform was Sulan's throne. Northern Town City's actions during this time attracted the attention of the countries in the northeast. After all, the birth of a new country had a certain impact on the surrounding countries. During this time, many uninvited people came to Northern Town City to inquire about information. They hid their identities, disguised themselves as merchants, or disguised themselves as adventurers, and observed in the dark. Sulan sent out all the drows in the city and had them monitor these people. At the same time, he also increased the number of city guards. The previous security team had now been upgraded to the city guard army, and the number of people had increased to 1,000. After all, it was a city with a population of 100,000. Relying on a security team of only 300 people was already a bit of a stretch. After learning about the rise of Sulan, these people did not jump out. From what they knew, Sulan had lost at least 3 legendary figures. There were not many legendary figures in a country, less than 5 on one hand. Now that Sulan had lost several legendary figures, it was enough to make these countries tremble in fear. Although a lot of people came to Northern Citadel during this time, there wasn't any chaos in the city. Sulan had been flexing his muscles during this time. He sent out the 16 barbarian marauders and had them lead other barbarians to patrol the city. At the same time, the half-elf magic archers and half-elf rangers began to patrol the city. The appearance of so many Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts caused many people to be shocked. Such a powerful combat force was something that many kingdoms could not compare to. The entire Northern Town City was astonishingly calm. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. When the palace in Northern Town City was completed, the founding ceremony of Northern Wind Principality was about to begin. The entire Northern Town City was in a state of nervous preparation. Countless gazes were focused on the city. The army of Northern Town City also distributed new military uniforms. In the past, Northern Town City did not have any military uniforms. Because of the founding ceremony, Sulan had ordered uniforms for the army of Northern Town City. Many civilians of Northern Town City had changed into their new uniforms. The workers of Northern Town City had also prepared all kinds of uniforms. With the help of the half-elven druids, the decorations of the city were completed. Trees were planted on both sides of the streets, and flowers of various colors were planted in the flower beds on both sides of the roads. These flowers were all in full bloom. The entire city was surrounded by flowers today. Today, the various temples of Northern Town City had also participated. Although Sulan did not agree to accept the coronation of their pope, they would still participate in Sulan's ceremony. After all, as the Lord of Northern Town City, if they really pissed him off, Sulan could use all kinds of rules to restrict them from developing their churches. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the various temples would try to maintain a good relationship with the local lord. The first rays of the morning sun scattered, and the orange sun slowly rose from the east. A melodious bell slowly rang. Countless people walked out of their homes and headed to the various plazas. Today was the day Northern Wind Principality was officially founded. Chapter 386. In the northern wasteland, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, the light of dawn flashed across the astrology platform on the top floor of the Wizard Tower in the northern wasteland. As the first ray of sunlight appeared, the bell in the northern wasteland city rang loudly. The quiet northern wasteland city was awakened at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of magic fireworks shot into the sky, piercing through the darkness before dawn. They bloomed beautifully in the sky. The entire city turned into a sea of joy at this moment. The royal palace of the northern wasteland city. Outside the newly renovated royal palace, rows of well-equipped spear guards stood straight on both sides of the road. The roofs around the royal palace had been occupied by half-elf archers. The main roads of the city had been cleared. The wide and straight road extended all the way to the royal palace. The streets were covered with red carpets, and all kinds of flower petals were falling from the sky. All the residents of the northern wasteland city stood on both sides of the road, waving their arms and cheering. At this moment, a few black shadows quickly approached from the sky. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. With the first ray of sunlight, a group of people appeared in the sky. 9 giant cryopterous bodies appeared in the sky. Although these pterosaurs were only 2 years old, their wingspan was already more than 6 meters. There was a drowned knight sitting on each cryopterus. Their armor made of fine iron was not heavy. It set off their tall and slender bodies. The ferocious pterosaurs under them looked extraordinary. However, they were not the main characters. They were only the vanguard guards leading the way. Behind these cryopterous knights, a majestic Pegasus flew across the sky. Sulen had a sword at his waist, and he was wearing a gorgeous silver armor. He was riding the Pegasus at full speed. The morning glow in the sky covered them with a layer of golden red light, making them look like gods emitting a golden light. Long live Sulen! Long live the Northwind Principality! After seeing the figures in the sky, the cheers sounded in unison. The army of the northern wasteland city cheered in unison. Their voices were deafening. The residents around them also cheered. Their voices echoed through the sky. Some people in the northern battlefront city were watching the ceremony from afar. As long as they did not approach the important areas of the city, the hidden guards would not chase them away. Sulen chose to hold the founding ceremony at dawn, the last touch of darkness before dawn. Then, he waited for the first ray of sunlight to pierce through the darkness and descend from the sky. Accompanied by a golden radiance, Sulen descended from the sky with 9 winged dragon knights. The winged dragon knights glided in mid-air before taking off again. Sulen rode his Pegasus and landed on the red carpet covered with flowers 100 meters away from the Arc de Triomphe. The Pegasus raised its head to the sky and neighed, gently kicking its hooves. At this moment, the bell rang again, leisurely spreading throughout the entire city. It was like an order. The entire northern town city was filled with symphonic music. The bells and drums rang together, solemn music resounding in the city. A ray of golden light descended from the sky. The path under the Pegasus' feet instantly solidified. It was as bright as gold, but it was not vulgar. The golden path extended from under his feet all the way to the northern town city palace. Sulen smiled casually. He gently squeezed the horse's belly. The Pegasus snorted and stepped on the golden light. As he kept moving forward, the residents on both sides of the path knelt on the ground one by one. As he kept moving forward, the people in the crowd knelt down in rows like dominoes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Sulen kept moving forward, the solemn Arc de Triomphe emitted a faint spiritual light. As he kept getting closer, the spiritual light became brighter and brighter. At the same time, a faintly discernible song sounded around the Arc de Triomphe, and it became clearer and clearer. Finally, as Sulen came to the front of the Arc de Triomphe, the song became deafening. Dozens of faint golden figures could be seen on the Arc de Triomphe. These figures were all wearing armor and holding weapons. Their cold faces appeared. They were the faces of all the sacrifices since the founding of the northern town city. War souls. These soldiers who died on the battlefield did not disappear. Instead, they became army souls and entered the Arc de Triomphe. If they were given enough time, these army souls would gradually transform into heroic spirits. At this time, these army souls woke up from their deep sleep and escorted Sullen's coronation. Seeing this, Sullen's footsteps paused slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to move forward. At this time, he had already sensed that a few miracle buildings in the city had been activated by themselves. Rays of spiritual light rose up and covered the entire city. In the magnificent song, Sulin gradually walked into the palace of the northern town city. At this time, the song stopped and the cheers sounded again. In the uniformed cheers of the army, the originally uneven voices merged into one. Soon, all the voices merged into one. The loud voice soared into the sky and echoed in the sky above the northern town city. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by this powerful sound. In the palace hall, the spacious hall was now filled with people. Several countries that were close to Sulin had sent envoys. Many nobles' envoys were also present. Next to these people were the senior members of the temples of the various churches in the northern town city. Today, they were all here to watch and witness the ceremony. Sulin came to the entrance of the hall and jumped off his horse. Hathaway, Chrissy, Alex, and Phyllis, who had been waiting here for a long time, all put on their best clothes and waited with smiles on their faces. Sulin nodded to them and walked in front. Hathaway held on to Sullen's arm and walked half a step behind him. The others followed closely behind. The group was led to the hall by a few maids and then stepped onto the central platform. Several other half-elf maids came up with a few trays with crowns on them. Sulin reached out and picked up a gorgeous crown and put it on his head. Then he put the crowns on Hathaway, Chrissy, Alex, and Phyllis. Special envoy from the King of the Kingdom of Florence congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. After Sulin put on the crown and sat on the throne, the prepared envoy stepped forward and bowed to the nobles before congratulating Sulin. The special envoy from the Kingdom of Florence opened the curtains, followed by many special envoys from other kingdoms and nobles who came forward to congratulate him. Special envoy from the Kingdom of Lorenza congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. Special envoy from the Kingdom of Amher congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. Special envoy from Marquis Savoy of Cult congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. All the nobles' envoys, including the Kingdom of Lorenza and the Kingdom of Amher, came forward to congratulate Sulin. Soon, the churches in the northern town city also came forward to congratulate him on the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind. After these people finished their congratulations, Sulin stood up. Ha ha ha! He laughed and took 2 steps forward. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind and my coronation. His voice was loud and clear. In an instant, the clouds parted and the sun rose in the sky. The dazzling sunlight shone on Sulin as if he was the only one in the world. In the hall and in the square, thousands of people stood on both sides of the square. Their burning gazes were all focused on Sulin. There was reverence, joy, admiration, and fear. At this moment, all of them gathered together. I announce the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind. In the name of the Duke of Northern Wind, I announce that today is the National Day of the Duke of Northern Wind. At the same time, I confer Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Phyllis as duchesses. Hearing Sullen's words, the surrounding nobles looked at each other. It was the first time that 4 duchesses were conferred at once. For a moment, the nobles' envoys in the hall whispered to each other. Hathaway stood up and walked to Sullen's side, snorting softly. Her voice was low, but it seemed to ring in their ears. In an instant, the whole hall quieted down. Then, a powerful energy wave surged from Hathaway's body. Even the jade ornaments in the surroundings were blown back and forth by this force. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ugh! Legendary wizard. How is this possible? A 20-year-old legendary wizard. So strong. After feeling the energy wave from Hathaway's body, the noble's envoys, who had just fallen silent, suddenly burst into an uproar. They looked at Hathaway in disbelief. In this world, a legendary wizard's deterrence was much stronger than a legendary warrior's. After all, no matter how strong a legendary warrior was, it was still very difficult for one to destroy a city. However, a legendary wizard was different. They had too many ways to destroy a city. Meteor shower, meteor fall, undead calamity, and many other powerful spells. They could even permanently change the environment of an area. After knowing that Hathaway had become a legendary wizard, the noble's envoys, who were whispering to each other, quieted down instantly. They were all as honest as quails. A legendary wizard's deterrence was very high. At this time, Sulen chose to show his strength. With a legendary warrior and a legendary wizard in charge, the Duchy of Beifeng's position was instantly stabilized. After all, many duchies didn't even have a legendary wizard. A young legendary wizard. This was simply shocking. It was not as easy to become a legendary wizard as a legendary warrior. There were very few duchies in the continent that had a legendary wizard in charge, and they all needed to support these legendary wizards' experiments. The annual cost of Kinner was a huge figure, but there were still many people who were willing to do it. Compared to warriors, wizards had a much longer lifespan. As long as there were no accidents, they could live for thousands of years. Chapter 387. A large amount of data flashed past Sullen's eyes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. Country template is being activated. Country data is being calculated. Data conversion in progress. Data calculation complete. Country template activated. Countless streams of data appeared before Sullen's eyes. A large amount of information appeared and disappeared quickly. Soon, all the data disappeared, and a template appeared before his eyes. Country, Northwind Dukedom. Location, Northern Wastelands, Underground World. Territories, Northgard City, Mirror Lake City, Centaur City, Orundo, City of the Grey Dwarfs, Crete City, City of the Torrents. Omitted will be added later. The country template looked simple, but contained many meanings. After establishing the dukedom, not only were the 3 cities in the Northern Wastelands included, even the cities in the Underground World were included in the dukedom. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. The reward is the Imperial Jade Seal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received an exclusive troop class. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received the title King of the North. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received a miracle building blueprint. A series of system notifications sounded in Sullen's ears. He did not expect that establishing a dukedom would give him so many rewards. At the same time, after the dukedom was successfully established, a powerful elemental energy gathered at the Harvest Altar in Northgard City. The energy in the surroundings was also attracted by this power. Those who were participating in the celebration and those who were hiding in the dark could all feel this power. This energy was somewhat different from ordinary elemental energy. It felt like the energy of a druid. What kind of energy is this? It seems like the energy of nature, but there are some differences. This energy has reached the legendary level. Could it be another legendary expert? That's impossible. No, this seems to be the energy of a magical building. At the same time, just as everyone was feeling puzzled, 2 other forces rose up from 2 other places in the city. The triumphal arch was surrounded by a faint spiritual light. After Sulen entered the palace, and completed the founding ceremony and coronation, the war spirits all returned to the triumphal arch. However, at this time, a huge amount of energy was extracted, and the triumphal arch suddenly shone brightly. The arcane garden was also glowing with light, and a beautiful song could be heard. At this moment, three forces were released at the same time. Harvest Blessing, Song of Triumph. Arcana Praise. Three consecutive blessings exploded and enveloped the entire northern garrison city. Sulen looked at the system interface in shock. He saw three buffs in the northern fortress town. Harvest Blessing. This city has received a blessing. During this period of time, the crops in the city will not be affected by pests and diseases. The yield will increase by 50%, and the maturity period of the crops will be shortened by 15%. The duration will last for 1 year. Song of Triumph. When the Song of Victory is played, the morale of the entire city will increase by 50%. The rate of residents joining the army will increase by 50%. The sense of belonging among the residents of the northern garrison city will also increase by 20%. Arcana Praise, Special Effect. For the next 1 year, the strength of newborns born in the northern garrison city will increase by 50%. After seeing these three buffs, Sulen was very happy. It could be said that these three buffs had increased the effect of the three wonders of the city by 50%. The founding ceremony ended with cheers and applause. The entire city became a sea of festivities. All kinds of food and performances were prepared in advance. The civilians began to celebrate. In the palace, the grand ceremony had also begun. Sulen prepared a sumptuous feast for the guests. However, he did not have time to chat with these people. After leaving things to Chris, he returned to his room and began to check the rewards of the successful founding of the northern garrison city. After returning to his room, Sulen opened his storage dimension and saw a jade seal carved out of beautiful jade. Imperial Jade Seal. This is the symbol of the northern garrison city's power. It represents the power of the Duke. Destiny plus 20, Destiny Suppressing plus 20, Peace and Peace plus 20, People's Allegiance plus 20, Evil's Avoidance plus 20, Indestructible plus 20, The Way of the Emperor plus 20. Sulen took out the jade seal, which was the size of a palm. It was made of suet white jade, which was smooth to the touch. A mythical beast was carved on it, and there were beautiful patterns around it. The bottom of the jade seal was engraved with the words, "Receive the mandate of heaven. Live long and prosper forever." Of course, this Imperial Jade Seal and the Imperial Jade Seal from his previous life had nothing to do with each other except for the words carved on it. However, the attributes of this Imperial Jade Seal seemed to be very good. It would benefit the territory a lot. After putting away the Imperial Jade Seal, Sulen continued to check the rest of the items. Sulen had obtained an exclusive troop class. After Sulen opened it, he realized that the troop class could only be obtained through a lottery. Sulen chose to check. Suddenly, a Russian-like roulette wheel appeared in his mind. There were all kinds of troop classes on it, such as the White Horse Cavalry, Shilian Cavalry, Xianding Death Soldiers, Wudong Flying Army, Brave Tiger Guards, Yulin Guards, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Imperial Guards, Yulin Guards, Yulin Cavalry, Winged Ho Archers, and about 20 to 30 other troop classes. After seeing the Dragon Cannon Guards and Imperial Guards, Sulen's eyes lit up. These two troop classes were very strong. Both of them could attack from a distance, and their attacks had additional effects. The Dragon Cannon Guards could shoot fireballs, which had explosive and burning effects. The Imperial Guards could shoot thunderballs, which had paralyzing and chain lightning effects. The other special troop classes also had their own strengths. Sulen was dazzled. Sulen hesitated, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spun the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel spun quickly. Sulen became nervous. Although he could definitely get a special troop class, each special troop class was different. He naturally wanted to get a high-value troop class. Soon, the roulette wheel slowed down. In the end, the needle went past the Wudong Flying Army and Xianding Death Soldiers. It looked like it was going to stop at the Dragon Cannon Guards, but the roulette wheel didn't seem to have run out of power. It moved forward a little more and stopped at the Imperial Guards. Seeing that the needle was pointing at the Imperial Guards, Su Lin was disappointed. The Imperial Guards weren't a fighting force. They were better at invading, assassinating, and spying. Although he was disappointed that he didn't get the Dragon Cannon Guards, the Imperial Guards weren't bad. Although they had lost a powerful unit, the Imperial Secret Service was still a good intelligence network. Together with the Flying Eagles in Northern Town City, the foundation of an intelligence network was almost complete. Although they had lost a powerful unit, it was still a good idea to build a perfect intelligence network. Su Lin happily put away the commander's seal of the Imperial Guards. Then he looked at the other rewards. After establishing the country, Su Lin also received the title of King of the North. It sounded very impressive. Su Lin was looking forward to the effects of the title. King of the North, exclusive title. After countless battles, you have defeated the gnolls, trolls, ogres, orcs, frost giants, hydras, and many other races and powerful enemies. You have successfully established a powerful country in the northern wastelands. You have become the King of the North. Your prestige has increased. Your people love and respect you. Your enemies are hostile to you. They are afraid of you. The other races in the wastelands also respect you. There's a certain chance of you receiving contributions. King of the North plus 20, coercion plus 20, submission of the 4 Cs plus 20, people's allegiance plus 20, intimidation plus 20. Effect is permanent. F***CK, this title is awesome. Su Lin rubbed his chin. The effect of this title was effective after he obtained it. He didn't need to wear it anymore. In this way, Su Lin could wear another title, and the attributes of this title were also very good. It was comparable to the bonus of a special building. After checking the effects of the title, Su Lin took out the remaining diamond treasure chest. This was the first time Su Lin had obtained a diamond treasure chest. He didn't know when he would get one again. Now that he had killed a legendary expert, he only got a platinum treasure chest. What kind of enemy did he have to defeat to get a diamond treasure chest? An advanced legendary? A demigod? Or an abomination? Su Lin shook his head and chased the thought away. After calming himself down, Su Lin deliberately washed his hands and prepared to open the diamond treasure chest. A series of beautiful special effects flashed, and the system's attribute notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item, Mystery Lock Theory and Creation. Mystery Lock Theory and Creation? After hearing the system's notification, Su Lin was greatly surprised. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still surprised by what he got this time. Mystery locks were first created by the High Elves. After the rise of the Arcane Kingdom, this spell was replaced and improved by the Great Arcanists and became the standard of the Floating City. Hathaway had not mastered this high-end magic technology. The only thing that was passed down in her school was the enchantment circle. Originally, Su Lin planned to make do with the enchantment circle in the Wizard Tower for a while. He didn't expect to get such a thing. In this world, there were still several large organizations that had the mystery lock technology. For example, the High Elves' Elven Court, the Silver Moon Council's Silver Moon Guardian, the Lava Tower's Heart of Flame, the Druid Council's Thorn Oak, and so on. Now, Northern Town City had also obtained this technology. Su Lin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He was going to study this technology with Hathaway and strive to master this technology as soon as possible. P.S. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't finish it. I'll make it up today. There are 2 more updates. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 388. At first, there were 24 runes that he had learned from the High Elves. After many years of development, the number of runes that had been published in the Arcane Empire had reached 36. It was said that some of the runes had been mastered by the Great Arcanists. There were rumors that the number of runes had reached more than 70. Each rune had its own unique power. During the Arcane Empire, there were even people who developed rune stones. They used a special method to make a rune into a gem, and then combined several rune gems according to a certain formula to make a powerful equipment. However, the process of making rune gems had been lost. Most of the rune equipment circulating now were products of the Arcane Empire, and some were made from rune gems excavated from ruins. Enigma was a spell sequence composed of a large number of runes according to a special arrangement. At first, the Enigma of humans did not cover a large area, generally only 300 to 500 meters. At the same time, the Enigma created by the High Elves could cover a city. During the Arcane Empire, the Enigma of humans developed by leaps and bounds and became the standard of wizard towers and floating cities. After putting away the important spell book, Enigma Principles and Creation, Sulin took out the last remaining blueprint of the Building of Wonders. Building of Wonders Blueprint. Hero's Spirit Tower. After use, you can build a Hero's Spirit Tower of Wonders. Hero's Spirit Tower. Construction requires the Triumphal Arch. This is a tower built with iron and blood. It is the final home of a warrior. With this building, the martial spirit of the territory can be improved. Within 30 miles of the city, newborns have a 10% chance of becoming warriors. At the same time, the morale of all the soldiers in the Northtown city, plus 20. The souls of the dead soldiers will enter the Triumphal Arch, and the chances of the souls of war becoming heroic spirits plus 20. Martial spirit plus 35. Indestructible plus 37. Strong will plus 35. Unyielding soul of war plus 28. With space of the heroic spirit palace, space can grow. The hero's spirit tower was not bad. It was a perfect match with the Triumphal Arch. With the hero's spirit tower, the chances of the souls of war becoming heroic spirits would increase a lot. However, to build this building, he still needed 2 battle soul stones. Sulin did not have any battle soul stones now, so he could not build it for the time being. It wasn't easy to get a battle soul stone. Sulin had issued a mission to the caravans to purchase battle soul stones. Over 100 caravans from all over the continent had gathered in Northern Town City. As long as the price was right, someone would be able to get it. After packing up, the atmosphere of the banquet in the palace was very hot. Su Luan came to the banquet in a good mood and greeted everyone. After staying here for more than 10 minutes, he left the banquet. After the establishment of the principality, life in Sulin did not change much. After all, it was only a small country with a population of a few 100,000. There was no need to appoint ministers. The caravans that had come to attend the founding ceremony of Beifeng Principality also began to load up the goods produced by Beifeng City and leave. Because of the celebration, Sulin specifically ordered that the quota for this month would be doubled. Now, the most popular commodity in Northern Battlefront City had changed from white sugar to toilet paper. This kind of toilet paper was not only popular among the nobles, but also among the commoners. Of course, the nobles would buy the delicate, soft, and white toilet paper that was sprayed with perfume. The commoners would buy the yellow toilet paper that was of average quality. When Sulin saw that the toilet paper was selling like hotcakes, he immediately thought of soap and perfume. However, when he was about to start making them, he suddenly realized that he had no idea how to make soap. After all, he was not an engineering student in his previous life. He had no idea how to make soap. Therefore, he could only let the craftsmen study it slowly. As for perfume, it was very simple. All he needed to do was dissolve the perfume with alcohol. The difficulty of making perfume was not low. The first step was to find high-purity alcohol. The alcohol content of the drinks in this world was average. For example, ale had about the same alcohol content as beer. It was not easy to find a high alcohol content. At present, the highest alcohol content was the vodka brewed in Northern Town City. The alcohol content was only between 30 and 40%. If he wanted to obtain high-purity alcohol, he would need to distill it. However, since vodka was selling well in Northern Town City, Sulin did not plan to use vodka to make perfume. Therefore, he only made a few bottles for Hathaway and the others. The celebration lasted for 7 days. From this year onwards, this would be the national day of the year. After the grand celebration, everything returned to normal. The commoners in northern town city once again began their busy lives. The merchants seized the time to buy goods and make money. Every day, long caravans would come and go. The army also began their training and cleanup missions again. Sulin yawned and rubbed his sore head. The book Enigma involved too much knowledge. It was a bit difficult for him to study it. Fortunately, with the talent of erudite, Sulin's learning ability had been strengthened. It increased his learning efficiency by a lot. He was now studying Enigma while learning other wizardry knowledge. After stretching his body, Sulin put away the book and left the palace. Although he had become a Grand Duke, Sulin still liked to wander around the city. This way, he could better understand the situation of the city's lower class. A lot of things happened during this period. Some things happened in the Southern Sea. A pirate ship found the legendary treasure island. It was said that the island was covered with gold, silver, and all kinds of gems. The ship was brought there by a storm. When the pirates left, they recorded the route. As soon as they returned to the coast, the pirates on the ship had a fierce fight. In the end, only a few people managed to escape alive. The map was obtained by the first mate of the pirate ship. The remaining pirates sold the information to other forces. As a result, many forces started to fight for it. Of course, the northern wasteland was thousands of kilometers away from the Southern Sea. It took a few months for the news to reach here. It was said that this matter even alarmed the Red Dragon Queen. Red dragons love treasure very much. There was also some other news. For example, a marquis of the Lorenza kingdom raised his flag and rebelled. He joined forces with another kingdom to attack the Lorenza kingdom. The Lorenza kingdom suffered heavy losses in the orc invasion last year and was now in a defensive state. Although this was the latest news from northern Battlefront City, the most recent news was from half a month ago. Sulin listened for a while and went to the barracks. He planned to officially recruit the embroidered uniform guards and establish an intelligence network in the northern city with the help of the Eagle. In the barracks, Sulin gathered the soldiers in the barracks. There were not many requirements to recruit the embroidered uniform guards. Their strength had to be grade 1 or lower. As long as the army in the northern city was a regular army, most of them were grade 2. A few of them were grade 3. Sulin picked 500 people in the barracks and spent 1,000 kinner to change their profession to the embroidered uniform guards. Embroidered uniform guards, special forces, specializes in spying, collecting, transmitting, and assassination. Additional skills, camouflage detection. The 500 soldiers Sulin picked didn't have much of a change in strength after they were converted into the embroidered uniform guards. They only gained some additional knowledge and 2 additional skills. Next, Sulin built a house near the palace as the office for the embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guards were also officially named the prison guardians. They were given the first batch of 20 eagles. After the embroidered uniform guards learned how to feed the eagles, Sulin began to send them to other countries around the North Wind Principality to establish intelligence bases. The 500 brocade gown guards recruited by Sulin were divided into groups of 3 or 4. Each group would carry some funds or goods, and then leave northern town as caravans or wandering mercenaries. These brocade gown guards would establish strongholds in some large cities. These bases might be some taverns and hotels on the surface, but they would secretly collect local intelligence. Once there was something important, or something he thought was important, he would send the information back. Part of the funds would be earned by themselves, while the other part would be allocated by the North Wind Principality. After all, intelligence was a very expensive business. How could 3 to 5 people in a city collect and transmit information? Of course, they would need to recruit some peripheral personnel. Why would these peripheral personnel collect information for you? Of course, it was because of money. Was it because they wanted to generate electricity? Sulin wanted to maintain a huge intelligence network, so the money spent was naturally very high. Of course, Sulin could also sell information to outsiders, but this would easily expose himself. Sulin hadn't figured out how to do it yet. The number of eagles cultivated in the eagle nest wasn't many. Apart from a portion of the eagles left for the scouts, the rest were all given to the embroidered uniform guards. Originally, Sulin planned to let these eagles breed on their own and then cultivate them. This way, the results would be better if all the eagles were born in the eagle nest. However, the establishment of the embroidered uniform guards required a large number of eagles. If he wanted to obtain a large number of eagles in a short period of time, he could only catch eagles in the wild and train them. Sulin sent out nearly 100 embroidered uniform guards. These embroidered uniform guards would use various methods to integrate into various large cities and towns. Then, they would establish intelligence bases in the cities and towns. Each intelligence base would need about 3 to 5 eagles. This way, the eagle nest would need to cultivate hundreds of messenger eagles. Of course, this was only temporary. If the number of embroidered uniform guards bases continued to increase, then the number of eagles would also increase. Fortunately, Sulin didn't want to eat a fat man in one go. The establishment of an intelligence network couldn't be completed overnight. Chapter 389. Sulin woke up from a deep sleep as the morning sun shone through the curtains. He immediately felt something soft and smooth on his arm. He turned around and looked at the little succubus who was sleeping beside him. Traces of the storm still remained on her delicate face. She looked seductive and a little tired, but she was still sleeping soundly. Although succubi were known to be fearless in bed, they were still defeated by the plasma cannon. Su Luan carefully pulled away the jade-like arm entwined around his arm, and Phyllis, who was sleeping soundly on the other side. He got up, picked up a robe and put it on, and then covered himself with a soft silk quilt. It was already July, and the northern wasteland was already very hot. However, Hathaway had set up a large-scale thermostatic magic circle in the palace. Although the technology in this era was backward, many things that could not be done by technology in his previous life could be solved by spells here. Of course, these were only wizards' methods. They were not universal and could not be popularized. Since awakening the dragon bloodline, Phyllis had also undergone a lot of changes. For example, her body had undergone a second growth. The most obvious change was that she had changed from human to all the way from B+ to D+. In addition, she had become more beautiful. Some of the original flaws had disappeared after awakening the dragon bloodline. Phyllis's charm value had increased from 19 to 23. Perhaps she felt Sulin leaving. Phyllis murmured, but did not wake up. She subconsciously waved her arm, trying to grab something. In the end, she just happened to grab Sulin. She curled her body into a more comfortable position. As a dragon bloodline sorcerer, although his body was very strong, it depended on who he was compared to. Even if it was 1 against 2 last night, the succubus and Phyllis would still lose. Since Phyllis did not want to let him go, Sulin naturally would not refuse. He smiled and slid his fingers down the smooth silk quilt. Phyllis, who was resting, trembled slightly when she felt the smooth, plump softness in his hand. Sulin, who had just woken up, was full of energy. He once again discussed the mysteries of life with Phyllis. Phyllis had realized that something was wrong. She struggled weakly to escape, but was easily caught by Sulin. Su Luan patted the peach that was as plump as a full moon. Pia. It was clear and melodious. Then, he used his arm to help her position it into a triangular structure with the bed. A triangular structure was the most stable structure, and it was perfect for a cannon. Soon, a melodious sound came from the room. The sun was high in the sky. Sulin finally came out of his room. The air was filled with the smell of heather. Reaching out his hand, he slapped the perky peaches of the 2 blushing personal maids. After that, Sulin walked towards the dining room delightedly. After becoming a Grand Duke, Sulin's life did not change much. He still lived the same life as before. Of course, there was one more activity now, which was to learn about puzzles and magi knowledge. The system would sort out and summarize everything that happened in Bayphone Principality. All he needed to do was take a look at the way the council hall handled matters. If something important happened, the system interface would directly notify him. Sullen's job became much easier after he digitized the information of Beifeng Principality. Wizard Tower. A tall steel golem stood still. Hathaway spent a lot of effort and finally completed the steel golem. The steel golem's strength was at grade 4, and its challenge level was 17. Hathaway got the technology to build the steel golem from the tower spirit in the secret realm. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and a flash of energy disappeared. Then, the steel golem's eyes lit up slightly. Master, the steel golem bowed slightly. From today onwards, you are the guard of the Wizard Tower. The Milky Way will arrange things for you. Go. Hathaway waved her hand and said. The steel golem's heavy body turned around and walked away. In fact, although the steel golem was only at grade 4, there were many powerful golems that were upgraded and modified based on the steel golem. The most famous was a golem construct during the Arcane Empire with the ability to transform and repair. This golem's body could transform and repair itself. As long as there was enough energy, it was very difficult to deal with. This technology was the top technology during the Arcane Empire. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it could gradually restore to its original appearance. It was even more shameless than the army of the undead. It was said that this technology was the top technology developed by the great arcanists and the technology of the gifts. It was usually used on high-end golems. This golem had a very strong self-repair ability and could play a very strong combat power in battle. Many times, you would spend a lot of effort to create some scars on it, but in the next second, it would restore to its original appearance. This kind of high-level golem generally appeared in the ruins of the ancient Arcane Empire. Many wizards found this kind of golem and wanted to study the formula of memory metal to use this metal to strengthen the golem puppet. But so far, no one had succeeded. Hathaway could now make the steel golem. Next, she would study the legendary golem. In fact, the legendary golem was the wizard's trump card. Your Excellency Hathaway, His Excellency Sulin wants to see you. The Milky Way's voice sounded. I know, I'll go now. Hathaway moved her body and closed the laboratory. Hathaway went all the way to the top of the Wizard Tower, the astrology platform. At this time, Sulin was lying on a recliner and reading a spell book. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Hathaway snapped her fingers, and another recliner flew directly to her side. Hathaway leaned back and lay down. I got a book, and I need you to take a look at it. Sulin dropped the spell book in his hand. The spell book flew by itself under a strange force and returned to its original position on the bookshelf in the room. Hearing that Sulin got another spell book, Hathaway immediately became spirited. Last time, Sulin got a spell book about magic tattoo techniques. Hathaway had only heard of this kind of high-level spell knowledge. The two books about magic tattoo techniques could be said to have benefited her a lot. Now that Sulin got another spell book, Hathaway was naturally full of expectations. What spell book? What kind of spell book? Sulin smiled slightly, and then took out the book, The Theory and Making of Riddles, from his storage space. Here, it's this one. The Theory and Making of Riddles was a silver-white book. It looked very precious. Hathaway quickly reached out and took it. After seeing the Nesser title on the book's surface, her body instantly jumped up like a spring. This is the method of making riddles? Hathaway exclaimed. She stared at Sulin without blinking. Sulin yawned, stretched, and said, Isn't it written on the cover? Why are you asking me? You don't know Nesser? Of course I know it. I taught you Nesser. I'm asking if this book really has information about riddles, Hathaway asked. Would you believe me if I said it now? You'll know when you see it for yourself. Sulin rolled his eyes at her. Hathaway flipped through the book suspiciously. Riddles contained a lot of information, and it was not a normal book. It was a magic book. Riddles was made of a strange material. Although it looked like paper, after careful inspection, one would find that it was two completely different things. Riddles did not contain everything about riddles. In fact, it contained a lot of knowledge that extended to many different fields. Since this book dared to name itself The Theory and Making of Riddles, the knowledge contained in it was all-encompassing. Sulin even suspected that the author of this book was not an ordinary arcanist. When Sulin read the book, he found that if one's mind power and intelligence did not meet the requirements, they would not be able to understand content. There was a strange magic in this book. It seemed to be able to categorize the mind, power, and intelligence of the reader. Not everyone was qualified to read this book. Take Boulder and Johnson, for example. Their brains were full of muscles, so they couldn't open this book at all. This thing could be used as an intelligence detector. Of course, even if one was qualified to read this book, it did not mean that one would be able to understand it after reading it. This book was a magical item. To read it, one would need to concentrate his mind power, which would consume a lot of his mind power. To understand this book, not only did it require a lot of wizardry knowledge, but it also required the reader to have high intelligence and power. Even if Andre were to read this book, he could only scratch his head and not know where to start. Hathaway flipped through the book and immediately found that this book was different. She frowned and began to read it. Many words automatically appeared on the cover of riddles. There were also many special symbols that were formed by golden lines. As she read, the lines would automatically form various complicated rune patterns and diagrams. Hathaway could not move her eyes away from the first time she read it. Although this book did not look thick, it contained a lot of knowledge. If all of it was recorded in words, it would take a few million or even tens of millions of words. Sulin spent a week reading about 500,000 to 600,000 words. It was not that he did not want to read more, but that he did not have enough knowledge. If he forced himself to read it, he would find that he could recognize all the words, but could not understand the meaning when they were connected. This was the problem of not having enough professional knowledge. The more Sulin wanted to read this book, the more he needed to learn the other basic knowledge and read it. This method was too time-consuming. He wanted to find Hathaway to find a teacher who could explain it. P.S. Thank you to book friend Long Tong Guashio, Cici Makujio, Xianxia Sure Fan, Imin, I like martial arts, Sockfield, Pain in the Dark, Nightmare Bodyguard, are you alright? Shangwan Chuha Q. Ice, 350 degrees C. The Beauty of Poetry, Isa, Ashima, More Popular, Crazy Me, Nameless Mo Chun, Unforgettable Thoughts of Death, Nangong Shu, Floating Dreams Short and Small, I Am Not Short and Not Small, Saju, Treasured Spear Edge Sharpened, Yang Sha, Huang Junming, Forgotten Darkness, Heaven Rewards the Diligent Book Friend, Floating Dreams Thanks. Thank you to book friend Ratsan, Isa, for your rewards. Thank you to CC Scar of the Heavens for your rewards. Floating Dreams, thanks again. Happy New Year to all book friends who support Floating Dreams. Chapter 390. Hathaway's reading speed was not fast. Seeing that she was reading seriously, Sulin did not disturb her. Instead, he picked up another book from the shelf and began to read. After about 2 hours, Hathaway let out a long sigh of relief and closed the book. After exiting from that state, Hathaway only felt a sense of exhaustion. Her temples were slightly swollen and painful. Just now, she had finished reading, and her power of will and magic were severely depleted. How do you feel? Sulin walked over and gently pressed her temples with his fingers. Hathaway moaned comfortably and closed her eyes in enjoyment. Phew. After a while, Hathaway let out a long sigh of relief. I feel much better now. When I put down the book just now, I felt like my head was going to explode. Sulin smiled. You read for too long. I only read for half an hour each time, and then I rest for a while before continuing. You read for more than 2 hours in one go. Of course your head is going to explode. Don't force yourself in the future, Hathaway said with a frown. What did you learn? Sulin asked. Hathaway frowned. I learned a lot, but I think I still need to wait a while before I can understand the riddle. The content of this book is too profound. Explain it to me when you've mastered it. I still have a lot of things I don't understand, Sulin said as he massaged her. Okay, I'll find you a few books later. The knowledge in those books is all prerequisite knowledge. You need to master it. Hathaway's body curled up in Sulin's arms and changed into a more comfortable position. Although your basic knowledge is lacking, your talent for learning is really good. As long as you fill in the basic knowledge, it won't be hard for you to catch up with me. In reality, apart from a limitation of aptitude, the requirement of intelligence was also very high. Many powerful wizards had the ability of encyclopedic knowledge. Wizards with this kind of talent would be heavily nurtured as long as they were discovered during their apprenticeship period. Every time, they would be the target of many wizards when they were recruiting disciples. Above the talent of encyclopedic knowledge, there was an even more powerful talent called eidetic memory. With this talent, as long as one didn't die prematurely, becoming a legendary wizard was basically something that was set in stone. With this talent, they could master a lot of knowledge, and the Wizard Academy would fully support them. Hathaway had the encyclopedic knowledge talent, which allowed her to easily master a lot of knowledge. Retentive memory was a rare talent. A Wizard Academy might not even have one in 100 or 200 years. Okay, Sulen looked at the list of books that Hathaway had made. Those books were almost as tall as him. With so many books to learn, it was no wonder that wizards were all otakus. After a simple lunch with Hathaway, Sulen went to the training ground. He had not slacked off on his combat skills for a long time. When he arrived at the training ground, Sulen saw that Phyllis was already training in a hunting suit. Although Phyllis was a princess, she was not delicate at all during training. She had a serious look on her face as she practiced with the half-elf ranger. To be honest, the skills of human warriors were not suitable for Phyllis, so Sulen let the drow warrior and the half-elf ranger teach her combat skills together. Sulen did not go to the training ground. Instead, he stood not far away and watched for a while. Phyllis swung her long sword very vigorously. She was much stronger than before, and her footsteps were also very nimble. What she lacked now was combat experience. Looks like the effect of the dragon blood baptism is not bad. Sulen looked at Phyllis up and down with satisfaction. Her slender waist and plump, but were not bad. The recovery ability of the dragon pulse is good. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. After the awakening of the dragon pulse, a person's physique, strength, reflexes, and so on would be strengthened. It was an all-round improvement. Dragon warlocks were different from normal spellcasters. They usually learned a lot of melee combat skills. It could be said that a dragon warlock was not inferior to a warrior in melee combat. Compared to wizards, a dragon warlock had a lot less spells. When faced with a large number of enemies, they would have to pick up a sword and kill directly after using up their spells. Generally speaking, a wizard who could not fight in melee like Gandalf was not a good wizard. Of course, there were not many wizards who could fight like Gandalf, but Gandalf's fighting style was very suitable for a dragon warlock. Sulen stood aside and watched Phyllis train with a half-elven ranger. Since the awakening of the dragon pulse, Phyllis's physique had improved significantly. The half-elven ranger in charge of teaching was also shocked. As Phyllis's teacher, he was very surprised by Phyllis's performance. In less than half a month, Phyllis had gone from a weak girl who had just learned how to hold a weapon to an elite warrior. Was her talent really that good? Okay, take a break, Sulen said to the group. Yes, Lord Duke. The training stopped. Phyllis, just training is not enough. If you want to become stronger, you need to undergo some training on the battlefield. After a while, I will let someone take you to participate in the cleaning of the territory. You should be able to easily deal with those goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. Sulen looked at the heroic Phyllis and said. Phyllis drew a beautiful sword with one hand and said confidently, I will do my best. After the establishment of the Northwind Principality, the construction of the North Guard City did not stop. All kinds of projects were carried out step by step. A few people in black cloaks walked through the crowd. Their attire was not eye-catching in the Northgard City, and many mercenaries and adventurers liked to dress up like this. As the largest city in the Northern Wastelands, there were many adventurers who went to the Northern Wastelands in search of ancient ruins or rare materials. A small market similar to the black market of Calent City had gradually formed in Northgard City. It was often used to trade things brought out from ruins or materials found in the Northern Wastelands. Sulen did not ban this spontaneous market. Instead, he sent a few tax officers to collect taxes. He didn't care what people were trading, but they had to pay taxes. At first, there were some who did not pay because they were strong, but soon they were taught a lesson by the powerful military of Northgard City. These people in black cloaks came to the market. They were very interested in all kinds of things that came out from ruins. Have you heard? The Grand Duke is going to build a wizard academy here. A young man in a black cloak picked up a piece of metal from the stall and said. Another person in a black cloak nodded and said, I heard. Are you going to join? I haven't decided yet, but if the pay is good, I will consider joining, the young man said. The young man said. Then he waved the injured metal shard and asked the stall owner, How much is this metal shard? 10 kinar. The stall owner was an adventurer in his 30s. He was wearing a shabby leather armor and had a scar on his face. He looked a little down, but the light in his eyes showed that he was not as simple as he seemed. The young man paused for a moment and put the piece of metal back. Hee, you can keep it for yourself. After that, he stood up and walked to another stall. The other person in a black cloak also left. With our current strength, we will need a lot of resources to advance. It is almost impossible to rely on ourselves. If we want to advance, we have to join an organization. Of course I know that. But there is a problem. How can you be sure that we will not be used as cannon fodder if we join an organization? The other person in a black cloak asked. We have also studied the Northwind Principality and the personality of the Grand Duke. The probability is very small. The younger man in a black cloak said, We've come all the way from the Southern Sea to here, and we've met quite a few wizard organizations along the way. However, those organizations don't trust foreign wizards. Even if you join them, you won't be treated well. Most of the time, you're just cannon fodder. They trust the wizard apprentices they've cultivated more than people like us. Of course, I know that. But you should know that those wizard organizations are all old forces. The most recent one has a history of almost 1,000 years. They have enough apprentices and all kinds of people. But Northwind City is different. I've already asked around. There are less than 10 wizards in Northwind City. They have no one to use. We do not have to worry about being used as cannon fodder. All right, since you've already made up your mind, let's give it a try. If any of the Grand Dukes can offer decent conditions, I'll join the academy as well. The other Magus thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After hearing his companion's agreement, the black-cloaked wizard was very happy. Then it is settled. After we are done here, we will go to the wizard tower to sign up. Okay. The other wizard nodded and said, Northwind City is not bad. The concentration of elements here is much higher than normal places. The northern wasteland has a lot of materials, and the price is much cheaper than the south. I heard that the legendary wizard has a botanical garden in his wizard tower. I don't know if it is true or not. I think it is true. Have you sensed the garden in the sky in the city? The concentration of elements there is even more shocking. Also, there are a lot of magic plants there. It is said that as long as you can join the Magic Academy, you will be able to get a small piece of land. You should know that it is a piece of land that can grow magic plants. I really admire that Grand Duke. The cost of building such a garden is shocking, and he is using it as a reward. Let's not go to the market today. Let's go sign up now. If we wait any longer, the Sky Garden might have already been divided up. Another wizard heard the news. He stopped walking around the market and left with his companions. Chapter 391. Sulin, Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Karina, Grace, and the others were all sitting together in the astrology platform of the Wizard Tower. Wizard Lorraine and Wizard Andre were also listening on the side. What did you say? Hathaway was stunned after hearing Sullen's words. It was obvious that Sullen's words had a huge impact on her. You're planning to officially open a Wizard Academy? And it's not going to be a teacher-student education system. Instead, it's going to be a classroom education system. As Hathaway's voice faded, the other people on the scene were also a little surprised. In this era, the education system was very low. Not to mention wizard academies. Even normal academies were educated like aristocrats and elites. If a wizard only taught a few students, the commoners wouldn't be able to read for the rest of their lives. Wizard academies were even more serious. They would usually select some apprentices to join the academy, and after some screening, they would accept the ones with the best qualifications. The rest of them would serve the academy as wizard apprentices. The probability of those wizard apprentices becoming high-ranking wizards was very low. Most of them would become low-ranking wizards to create value for the academy. Yes, Sulen nodded. He had already prepared for the establishment of a wizard academy a long time ago, but the conditions were not right yet. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to open a wizard academy. You should have noticed it by now. The elemental tide has begun again. The elemental tide has really begun." Hearing Sullen's words, the other spellcasters were stunned. As spellcasters, they naturally knew the meaning of the elemental tide. In the world of wizards, everything in the world was made up of energy. The whole world was filled with energy, but only a small part of this energy could be used by them. This was the elemental energy. Energy was not static because all the energy came from the original sea. Therefore, the elemental energy was constantly moving. Some of the original sea's movements were similar to the sea. Just like how the sea had its ebb and flow, the original sea also had its own way of moving. This was the elemental tide. When the elemental tide began, the concentration of elemental energy in the entire multiverse would slowly increase. This process of increase would continue for hundreds of years, and even many planes that were originally lacking in elemental energy would become rich in elemental energy. Of course, this was a good thing for wizards. This meant that it would be easier for them to increase their strength, and the world's upper limit would also increase. The material plane was like a fish pond. Before the elemental tide came, the water in the pond was not deep, and the shallow water could only support small fish and shrimps. After the elemental tide came, the water level in the pond would rise rapidly, creating an environment for the big fish to live in. Therefore, every time the elemental tide came, all kinds of legendary champions would emerge one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. In history, there was no lack of talented geniuses, but they were born at the end of the elemental tide. Their elemental energy continued to decline until it finally fell to the freezing point. Then, they wasted their entire lives and were unable to enter the legendary realm. Now that they knew that the elemental tide was coming again, these spellcasters were naturally excited. What? You don't believe me? Then you can ask Hathaway. She's a legendary wizard. She should know more about the elemental tide than I do. Seeing the look in their eyes, Sulen said with a smile. Hathaway looked at them and nodded. During this period of time, the concentration of elemental energy has been slowly rising. The probability of the elemental tide coming is very high. After hearing Hathaway's words, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of these spellcasters. It was obvious that they would be able to enjoy the benefits of the elemental tide. After getting the confirmation, everyone kept talking. Dong, dong, dong. Seeing that these people were getting further and further away from the topic, Sulen could only knock on the table and remind them. Today, we are discussing about the Wizard Academy. You can discuss the elemental tide in private. Yes, sir. Everyone stopped talking. After the hall became quiet again, Sulen continued. There's another benefit of the elemental tide. The number of people with the potential to become a wizard will increase. There are now hundreds of thousands of people in the Northtown city. There are many newborns with the potential to become a wizard. We must make use of them. Quite a few wizards have come to Northtown City these days. Although most of them are low-ranking wizards, they don't know many spells, and they aren't very powerful. The knowledge they have accumulated is very valuable. If the Northwind Duchy wants to develop, we need a lot of talents. Also, we have built the largest wizard tower in the Northern Wasteland, but we don't have enough wizard apprentices to do the daily work. The maintenance of the wizard tower can't all rely on the puppet golems. Although they are very useful, there are still some details that they can't handle. A functioning adept tower requires a large number of apprentice adepts and low-grade adepts. We don't use the aristocratic elite education method because, although it's good, the efficiency is too low. A wizard usually teaches 6 to 7 wizard apprentices. It's too slow compared to the big classroom education method. Also, this kind of big classroom education method doesn't have high requirements for the teachers. Although the old way didn't teach many wizard apprentices, it took up a lot of time. After all, not all wizard apprentices have the same learning speed. Now that we're following the big classroom style of education, this kind of situation is rare. We can divide these apprentices into several stages. Every wizard only needs to take out a class every day to teach them in turn, and those apprentice wizards will be able to obtain a large amount of knowledge. Under this kind of education method, the wizard apprentices will have enough time to do all kinds of research and learning. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sulan explained the benefits of this kind of education method. As soon as he finished speaking, Karina continued, "Lord Duke, the method you're talking about does have a lot of benefits, but it also has a lot of problems. The most important thing is that the success rate of wizard apprentices who use this method to become a high-ranking wizard will decrease. You know, the value of a high-ranking wizard is more than 100 low-ranking wizards and wizard apprentices. This kind of education method will cause a gap in the high-end fighting power of our northern town city." Sulan smiled and said, "Karina, I understand your concern, but it's not impossible to solve. Just like you said, if the success rate of becoming a high-ranking wizard is decreased, then we can increase the number of wizard apprentices. We can increase the number of wizard apprentices who can successfully become a high-ranking wizard apprentice. But there aren't many wizard apprentices in the first place. Even if there's an elemental tide, there won't be many wizard apprentices. It won't reach the level you're talking about." Sulan laughed in his heart. Of course, the elemental tide alone wouldn't be enough, but with the bonus of the Arcane Garden and the Arcane Praise from the Duchy of Northwind, the number of wizard apprentices in the northern town city would increase by a few times. With such a base number of wizard apprentices, even if they used the big classroom education method, they wouldn't have to worry about not having enough wizard apprentices to become high-ranking wizards. That's not necessarily true. Sulan smiled mysteriously at him and continued, "If you're worried about the education in the big classroom, we can also give some of them individual tutoring. We can gather some of the wizard apprentices who have good potential and give them special treatment. We can train them as elites. This way, the number of wizard apprentices who can become high-ranking wizards will definitely increase." After hearing Sulan's solution, everyone thought it was a good idea. Also, we will build a golem workshop in the future, as well as some other workshops. This will require a lot of labor, including polishing the parts of the golem, assembling the structure of the golem, arranging the rune paths, and so on. These parts can be done by wizard apprentices. If we can form a production line, then the wizard apprentices will only need to activate the golem workshop. In that case, the wizards only need to be responsible for the most important